12 would be nice.
More important than the machine.
What's your favourite cup of coffee?
If I'm honest,
Are we addicted?
it's the world's most popular psychoactive drug. But if you look at the science, coffee seems to be healthy and have a really positive impact wherever it's been measured. It's a great source of fiber. It is like having another vegetable in your diet. People tend to perform better on cognitive tests. It looks like coffee drinkers survive longer. The problem with it
Good
is that
morning.
coffee has this really depressing future.
Why? Quick one. This is really, really fascinating to me. On the back end of our YouTube channel, it says that 69.9% of you that watch this channel frequently over the lifetime of this channel haven't yet hit the subscribe button. I just wanted to ask you a favour. It helps this channel so much if you choose to just subscribe. Helps us scale the guests, helps us scale the production, and it makes this show bigger. So if I could ask you for one favour, if you've watched the show before and you've enjoyed it and you like this episode that you're currently watching, could you please hit the subscribe button? Thank you so much, and I will repay that. Gesture by making sure that everything we do here gets better and better and better and better. That is a promise I'm going to make you. Do we have a deal?
James, you've committed a huge portion of your life to a drink, to a bean, to coffee. Yeah. Why?
I love it. It brings me intense pleasure, like the whole thing. I think I fell in love with it 20 years ago. And I tried working in wine. People get falling in love with wine, right? Like people with the drink, with the culture, with where it's grown, all that stuff. The same can be true with coffee and turned out to be true for me. And I'm kind of obsessed with learning. And coffee is so big. Like, people see it as kind of niche. What I do is a niche, but it's a global thing. It's in every culture. It's everything from botany to science to all the rest of it's wrapped in this one thing. So I can spend lifetimes learning about it and let it be done. It's just huge fun. And
Oh, am I live? Shit. Fucking wanking with my audio settings. Shit, I can't get it set up properly. Working on it. My monitor.
On that is more artistic and expensive.
I mean, yes and know, coffee's existence kind of blows my mind. There's a thing that we all do, that for over 100 years now, it's been normal to have the ground up seeds of a tropical fruit plant just sitting in your cupboard, and you steep that in water and drink it. That's a weird human thing that we do. And it's just been a part of everyone's lives for as long as they can remember. Coffee's just there. But it turns out that in sort of the last 20 years, we've had this boom, especially coffee, where we kind of it's not just this commoditized thing. And I think it's changed consumption around the world now, actually. I see it in every country. You know, people's opinions and expectations of coffee have shifted massively.
When I first started drinking coffee, which I think I was quite late to coffee, and I think I'm quite a low-level consumer of coffee, part of the reason I was put off drinking coffee was because it appears that the entirety of society are addicted to it. And it might have the sort of first principle.
All right. Well, can you hear me now? Can you hear me now? Shit. Thrilling gameplay content. 6 minutes. Oh shit. Maybe I could do this.
Has close to 2 million subscribers on YouTube. The most popular piece of coffee on the planet.
You've committed a huge portion of your life to coffee. What advice have you got for me?
Okay. London has some of the best coffee shops in the world. Don't get an espresso machine for that.
Coffee pods.
They're a microwave meal.
How long does it take to decay?
The minute you open that bag, it's on its way out, and it will happen really quickly.
You walk into the Starbucks, what do you order?
If I'm being fully weird,
Be fully weird.
fine, then I'm going to leave.
Say I've got £100 for the machinery.
Coffee grinders are the right investment. They are more important than the machine.
Just doing some Discord stuff.
If I'm honest, it's the reason of popular psychological drug. But when you look at the science, coffee seems to be healthy and have a really positive impact wherever it's been measured. It's a great source of fun. It is like having another vegetable in the diet. People tend to find better with coffee.
Oh, Discord's fucking. There's a lot there.
This is really, really fascinating to me. On the back end of our YouTube channel, it says that 69.9% of you that watch this channel frequently over the lifetime of this channel haven't yet hit the subscribe button. I just wanted to ask you a favour. It helps this channel so much if you choose to subscribe.
Teaching dinosaurs how to fucking.
So if I could ask you for one favour, if you've watched the show before and you've enjoyed it.
Teaching dinosaurs how to do Discord is stressful.
You've committed a huge portion of your life to a drink, to a bean, to coffee.
All right, fuck. Let's try this out.
I love it. It brings me intense pleasure, like the whole thing. I think I fell in love with it 20 years ago. And I tried working in wine. People get falling in love with wine, right? Like people are, with the drink, with the culture, with where it's grown, all that stuff. The same can be true with coffee and turned out to be true for me. And I'm kind of obsessed with learning, and coffee is so big. People see it as kind of niche. What I do is a niche, but it's this global thing. It's in every culture. There's everything from botany to science to like health. All the rest of it's wrapped in this one thing. So I can spend lifetimes learning about it and never be done. It's just huge fun, and it's one of those things that's capable of an incredible surprise. People's expectations of coffee are very low often, and when you kind of show them what it can be, that's a very satisfying moment that never gets tiring.
Because I just thought of coffee as a drink that everyone seems to be pretty addicted to. But I imagine your perspective on that is a little bit more artistic and expensive.
I mean, yes and no. Coffee's existence kind of blows my mind. There's a thing that we all do, that for over 100 years now, it's been normal to have the ground-up seeds of a tropical fruit plant just sitting in your cupboard, and you steep that in water and drink it. That's a weird human thing that we do. And it's just been a part of everyone's lives for as long as they can remember. Coffee's just there. But it turns out in sort of the last 20 years, we've had this boom of specialty coffee, where we've kind of showcased how interesting it can be. You know, it's not just this commoditized thing, and I think that bit has sort of changed consumption around the world now. Actually, I see it in every country. You know, people's
I really wish I could get this set up a little better.
When I first started drinking coffee, which I think was
I'd like to be able
late,
to.
I think I'm quite a low-level consumer of coffee. Part of the reason I was put off drinking coffee was because it appears that the entirety of society are addicted to it. And it might have this sort of first principle belief that anything that has a significant upside must come with a significant downside.
Sure.
And no one can tell me what the downside was. So I was just very reluctant to engage in an addiction when I can see the upside. I can see people are more focused, they seem to be higher in energy, that's the appearance I have, but the downside was never clear. We are addicted, aren't we?
I have no idea where I was when I finished, and I have no idea what I need to do. So today we're going to start working on Conveyor 5. If I have Conveyor 5, I'm going to start looking for a place to build a new factory so I can just connect it to the old one with conveyors and pretty well start from scratch, but with the parts I already have.
Have symptoms if you stop consuming it, but you can stop consuming coffee and then go for years without an urge to consume it again. So I wouldn't say addiction's quite the right word for it, but yeah, we are, I would say, deeply dependent on it.
Have you ever stopped drinking it?
Oh, that vertical tearing though.
Not for a prolonged period of time. It's pretty hard for me not to sort of consume caffeine doing what I do. Like there's just a need to taste, a need to, you know, drink the stuff. I've stopped over periods. I've gotten sick. I've gone a week or two without it, but I've changed my attitude to caffeine generally. I'm much more careful around it because I think it is worthy of concern, the amount of caffeine you consume. Like I'm very pro coffee. I want people to drink and enjoy coffee, but at the same time, I am very nervous to encourage caffeine consumption that might be excessive because that's definitely not good for you.
Why?
Sleep. Like ultimately, anything in this world that interrupts your sleep, perhaps with the exception of children, is probably to be avoided, right? Like sleep quality for every outcome, be it, you know, body composition, longevity, all the rest of it, like cognition. Sleep's so important, and I feel like we didn't culturally prioritize the sleep the way we are.
Get my bearings.
I think more and more people are talking about the importance of sleep, and it's really easy to get into a cycle with caffeine of
There she is.
drinking too much coffee in the day, you have poor quality sleep, you're tired the next day. I'll fix that with more caffeine, which will give you lower quality sleep at night. And that cycle could go on and on and on. I think that's a bad thing, basically. I would say that's to be avoided. So I'm pro cutting off caffeine early if you suffer with it in any way. I mean, there's enough ways to track your sleep these days. I feel like everything's tracking our sleep. So you can tell if you've had a bad night's sleep, and if you drank coffee late, maybe don't do that anymore because, you know, caffeine has a 5-hour half-life. So, you know, even 10 hours.
I gotta be on the other side. Oh no, my hub's over here. Alright, we're good.
Delay onset of sleep or reduce the quality of your sleep.
Oh, I'm supposed to be monitoring with my other ear.
Yeah, I don't get it. For some people, they find it very calming and they really enjoy it. They love it. They have no issue sleeping. I cannot touch caffeine after like 3 p.m. I have like a hard cutoff and I'm done. But yeah, I find the you know, there's the idea that it's a digestive aid. I'm not sure that's super well evidenced, to be honest, having looked into it anyway. But if people enjoy it, I'm not going to get in the way of it. But and some people sleep like a baby afterwards. I'm always amazed by those people who are like, yeah, I have coffee, I go to sleep. Like, how? And there's big genetic differences, and I think we're starting to see those. And you can
Okay, I'm already there.
tests done that will give you an idea of your caffeine metabolizer kind of rate. Are you slow? Are you fast? But
Really need that.
It's one of those weird things where, because how coffee is made can impact the quantity of caffeine in the end cup, you can't accurately predict how much caffeine's in a coffee from a coffee shop. Right? There's a bunch of variables that can happen that will produce a pretty big variance. So this incredibly popular drug, we don't know how much we're taking most of the time, which I think is kind of wild, and maybe not a good thing. And so I'm kind of pro mindful consumption of this stuff, if that makes sense. Like just be aware of it and thoughtful about it, and still enjoy it. I want people to drink and enjoy coffee, but I want as much upside as possible, as little downside.
Turbo motors.
If you get a sort of tolerance that requires you to have more and more of the thing to get to the same levels of I don't know, psychoactiveness. Is that the same with coffee, where if I have one coffee today, in a couple of months' time, I'm going to need two to get to the same level of like alertness?
Yes and no. It seems to be that the benefits that we see of caffeine when it comes to cognition disappear with habitual usage, and actually adding more doesn't change it. That first coffee that feels so good is taking us sort of, instead of going from 0 to 1, it's taking us from -1 to 0. It's removing the kind of withdrawal symptom almost and bringing us back to a kind of level of like, okay, I'm here now. And so if you really, really want maximum benefit from caffeine, be it cognition or sports or anything else, then actually having a period without coffee beforehand will give you the sort of greatest.
I don't know what I'm looking for. I don't know how to fix this.
But it doesn't escalate the way that drugs do. Like you don't need to suddenly be drinking 6, 8, 10 cups of coffee to have an effect. You'll just feel weird. So yeah, a little bit there.
Again, going back to my first principles. One of my first principles in life, generally, and this is why I often avoid medicine, paracetamol, you name it. I'd rather take the headache than start dabbling, because I always think there's a cost to something. When I think about the way we live our lives in society, we literally, many people will have 3 or 4 cups of coffee a day. Some people even more. Some people will just drink coffee all the way through the day, throughout work, and then have one on their way home from work as well. And I look at that objectively and go, that's insanity. That this sort of the entire Western population is just like caffeinating themselves just to function. And then you hear phrases like oh, I can't function, I've not had my coffee yet. And I just go, oh, this is, but I don't know enough about coffee to understand if that's just, maybe there is a free lunch as it relates to coffee, or maybe sleep is the only.
I think sleep's the primary concern, but if you're not suffering any issues with sleep from your coffee consumption, then if you look at the science,
there's another one around here somewhere. Is it that guy?
Research. But on almost every front, coffee seems to be healthy and have a really positive impact wherever it's been measured, and across a whole range of different stuff. So as to what
yes, I remember.
Coffee contains a surprising amount of fiber is another one, or the quantity of polyphenols in there. If you're interested in the gut microbiome, like coffee seems to be really good for that, and I think we know more and more the microbiome.
There she is.
Sector has taught us all the importance of that it impacts us in so many different ways. So on almost any front, if you've researched, is coffee good for longevity? Yes, you see a reduction in all-cause mortality that correlates to coffee consumption. Is it good for cognitive decline? Yes, you tend to see coffee consumption associated with less cognitive decline in old age.
Speaking of coffee.
Cancer. All of these things seem to have a positive association with coffee drinking, but if it's messing with your sleep, I don't think it's worth it. That's just me. That's the line for me of like, it's not such an incredible benefit that it is worth the loss of sleep quality.
Scheiße.
Yeah, sleep has become just sort of the biggest obsession in my life over the last year.
I think it's just, if you pay attention to this stuff, you can't help but begin to obsess over it. I hope healthily.
Yeah. So to avoid the impact of
I'm still not monitoring. I got no idea what this stream sounds like.
Because I've just not been drinking coffee after like 1 p.m.
Great.
Okay.
I think that's a pretty good way to go. I think decaf is still a good option. I think people are kind of really negative about decaf because we have this caffeine first association with coffee. A lot of people are like, why would I drink decaf? What's the point? You see a lot of death before decaf or whatever. But I think decaf can be really tasty, which is good. Like it's a nice, delicious hot drink. And also, it's a little bit less of the downside if you are concerned about caffeine.
I'm so competitive.
All right.
I think the first time I spoke to Tim Spector about coffee, he was a little bit on the fence as to whether it was healthy or not. He came back a second time, and I think there's been
That's not too bad.
a little bit of a shift in him. He's now pro-coffee in terms of the gut microbiome, which I thought was super interesting. He says it counts as one of my 30 fruit vegetables a week that I need to get, which was really surprising. So it helped my gut microbiome. He talked about the longevity impacts as well, which I thought was staggering, that the studies seem to show that it will extend your life.
Yeah, it's a reduction in all-cause mortality. So you're just less likely to die early, I suppose, is the easiest way to think about it. Well, that's what we see from the studies. And it's not that the studies aren't without flaws, but there's been a lot now, and you tend to see people dying less often or less early when they drink more coffee. Not a huge amount of coffee, and this is if you ever go into the research, this is really important. A cup of coffee to you or me might look like this. A cup of coffee to a researcher is 120 mils of coffee, which is about half of this. So you'll see loads of studies say
120.
Is where you see these benefits. That's not a liter of coffee. That's more like 300 to 400 mils total a day of, say, filter coffee, or 1 or 2 or 3 espressos, single espressos. So the definition of a cup from all these studies is really
Isn't fucking a cup 250
and
mils?
it encourages excess coffee consumption. But yeah, 3 cups of coffee for heart disease, for all sorts of things, is seen to be associated with improvement in outcome.
Why might that be? What is it about the bean, the coffee bean, that is causing health benefits?
That's probably above my pay grade. I would probably, at this point, I'm probably aligned with Tim in that it's a great source of fiber and polyphenols. That it is like having another vegetable into the diet. It's more diversity of diet. I think one study showed that for some people in the US, like cups of filter coffee were their primary source of dietary fiber. Now, that's kind of wild and not really how things should be, but it is a significant source of fiber if you think about it that way. A large cup might be 3 grams of fiber, which doesn't seem like much until you start tracking your fiber intake and you realize, oh, that's a decent contribution for a drink. I think that's the biggest part of it. I don't think caffeine has been shown to be neuroprotective necessarily. So I think people are trying to understand the mechanism more. Caffeine's been studied separately.
I thought I got that guy.
Because you can dose it, you can look at the effects of that. To really do a study on coffee consumption is really hard. You can't really do a randomized controlled trial where you raise people from, say, 15 to 60 years old, you control their diet, exercise, sleep, and you just randomize the coffee consumption. Because then you might see something where you could really say coffee is good or bad. We can just look at these
I don't know where I am at.
and say, well, trying to control.
I don't know. There's a lot of factory here. I burned out in a piss poor spot. It is very hard to pick this back up.
We don't really know which way around that is. There's no strong mechanism, but at this point, I'd probably be aligned with Tim on this one, that I think it's primarily going to be the gut.
The fibre point's super interesting because he said to me that we're like, as a society, extremely fibre deficient.
Yes.
I think the number he said that we needed was about 20 grams of fibre a day.
I think so, yeah.
So if coffee's giving us 3 or 4 of those grams, that's almost sort of 25% of our requirement, which is pretty staggering. And I never really thought of coffee as a source.
Neither did I until he told me. It just didn't cross my mind that this, it's a drink. It's not like a thick. I lived the life of like fiber is miserable cardboardy brown cereal.
Yeah.
That's fiber in my brain, and the idea that this was fiber was inconceivable to me. But then I read the studies and it was fascinating.
What about mental health?
Come on.
Even things like
missed it.
depression, anxiety. I've always assumed a little bit that coffee, because of the caffeine, is going to be bad for anxiety.
I would certainly say, not a doctor, but I would certainly say that if someone suffers with anxiety, cutting out caffeine would be something to test and to see if there's benefits to cutting caffeine out. There are a bunch of studies done on it. They're not uniform in their outcome. Some found different results for caffeine consumption, and I think because you're trying to study what is ultimately quite a generic term that covers a lot of different experiences and challenges that people face. So yeah, I wouldn't say consume it regardless, don't think about it. I think if you struggle with anxiety, it would certainly be worth considering cutting it out.
What about depression?
I think the same sort of thing is true there. I think there have been studies that correlate caffeine consumption to depression. I think there are people who have used it and have found benefit from it. Again, it's one of those ones where I just wouldn't blindly consume caffeine assuming a benefit to mental health. If I have mental health challenges, I think it's a place to check. And it's pretty easy to check. Cut it out for a month. It'll suck for a few days, but you may see benefits or you may not. But
another sort of complicated, tenuous link has been made towards cancer with coffee.
Most of the meta studies now seem to come down on, for almost every cancer, there's a lower incidence associated with coffee consumption. That's not universal. Some studies have found differently.
Oh, Shiza, you have all come back.
To do effectively, I think that's the challenge of it.
Cunts.
I have certainly not seen anything that makes me concerned
Wait, what?
about drinking coffee from that perspective anyway. I think there's whatever impact it may have, I think would be pretty minor compared to something like cigarettes. And I remember
No.
he said on the internet,
Okay.
I think in
This one.
10 or 20 years' time, people will see coffee consumption the way they see cigarette
No.
consumption.
Scheisse.
2 years ago.
Yeah, and I think to some extent there's something in that. I think we are getting more thoughtful about caffeine consumption, and I think caffeine is going to be the root of it all, rather than coffee as a whole.
Yeah, that's what I should have said. I should have said
I think there is change, and I think we're definitely seeing that. I don't think there's enough health benefits in the coffee itself that we would benefit from keeping it around. I don't think there's any health benefits associated with cigarette smoking, but I think coffee will have some benefits, but I think our attitude and our relationship with caffeine is going to change.
Yeah, that's really what I was getting at. I
Those are not the buttons I wanted to push.
Couldn't pull apart coffee from caffeine because I'm a muggle on this subject matter. But what I really mean is that addiction to this drug of caffeine and how it's like running everyone's life, and we need 3 cups or 4 cups a day just to be normal and to show up to work and think straight. I go, Jesus Christ, like, as is always the case with these sort of health revolutions, we kind of go to one extreme, then we go to the other. There's the counter movement. There'll be like the big decaf movement. There's now, because of neurodiversity and anxiety concerns, there's this jitter-free, crash-free caffeine movement emerging, and things like matcha and etc. So, is decaf? Are you seeing a rise in people choosing decaf? And
the great frustration of decaf is that decaf drinkers are typically very poorly served by the coffee industry.
Okay.
For a bunch of reasons, coffee shop owners tend not to invest in decaf. A lot of coffee roasting companies don't really care about decaf, despite the fact that decaf drinkers are the ones who are drinking it just for the taste. They are the purest coffee consumer, actually, because they just want the flavour. They don't even want the caffeine, just the flavour.
Madness.
So, it's always been an important thing for me over the years that decaf...
Yes, this is how you factory, my friends. Huge underground networks of tubes and conveyors.
From sort of farm to cup. But it's not as available as it should be to most people.
Oh god, is there an exit? Oh god, I got rid of the exit.
I've got increasingly more
Oh shit.
over the last couple of years. I think from doing this podcast and speaking to health experts, but it has almost felt like this mystery disease that strikes some people for a reason that we haven't quite yet figured out. Perfectly healthy people can suddenly get
radiation.
Alzheimer's. Is there a relationship from the studies that you've seen between Alzheimer's?
That is how you store.
Yes. And I'm going to sound like a broken record, where you see, once again, up to about 3 cups of coffee a day saw an association
Your
with
plutonium, your uranium waste.
So it's...
radiation.
I'm
Not good, not good.
Causing this. I'm saying
Not good, not good.
The people who drank coffee had better outcomes. But you can't just say because they drank coffee. That's a really important disconnect in these kind of things that doesn't happen often enough.
Oh, there it is. Perfect.
I had,
Excellent.
Dr. Daniel Amen on the podcast, and he's like a neuroscientist that scans, I think he's scanned 250,000 brains now. He is one of the only people that has really expressed a concern about the impact that coffee
You've got. I thought that was going to just shoot me back down.
To the brain, and
That's funny.
Have you ever heard about that point of view before?
I haven't heard much about that. Most of the studies I've read that looked at cognition see that kind of lift that caffeine will give you, in that people tend to perform better on cognitive tests after caffeine or with caffeine than without. I'm surprised in that I had thought caffeine was a vasodilator, which would in theory allow more blood flow around, but maybe it's not. I haven't scanned 250,000 brains, so I'm not an expert on this one, but that's the first time I've heard someone talk about blood flow to the brain and coffee specifically.
I used to believe that coffee was basically giving me energy.
Mm-hmm.
And then it was actually Dr. Daniel Armin, that helped me understand what's actually going on.
Right.
He says it's just like blocking something.
Yes. It's stopping a compound called adenosine working in your blood. And adenosine calms you down, lowers your heart rate, makes you feel tired and sleepy. And caffeine just gets in the way of that receptor and stops it working. And so a lot of people experience a kind of accumulation of adenosine. And so while they're consuming coffee, their body's trying to put out adenosine, lower the heart rate, calm them down. It's not working. And eventually your body clears the caffeine and you have a kind of crash afterwards where you suddenly just feel extremely tired because finally your receptors are clear to receive the amount of adenosine that's in your blood. So yeah, there's a kind of downside that way. Again,
I don't know what the fuck I'm doing.
Bigger crashes. I think a lot of people now
How do we get to the end game?
consumption a little bit later in the day. I think Huberman is big on like no coffee for the first 90
Wasted all my time making a fancy ass factory,
get this effect and sort of clear out everything.
transporting everything underneath the world mesh.
Adenosine reception.
Is that why people get like crashes and stuff like that? Because a lot of drinks that are coming to market now that are like caffeine-based products are promising that you won't get crashes and jitters. So I was wondering if...
Right, you see a lot of people pushing L-theanine in there as a product, which seems to have a synergistic effect and helps people feel a little calmer while sort of maintaining the benefits from that. I think the evidence is reasonable on that, but again, those products tend to be a bit more sort of thoughtful about the amount of caffeine in them. And I think the amount of caffeine is really kind of key. You know, you might have something with, say, 100 milligrams of caffeine. That's a pretty acceptable dose. You might find that in a single espresso or in, say, a small cup of filter coffee. If you take a pre-workout, that's often 300 milligrams of caffeine. And so there's all these ways that we can consume caffeine quite easily. Coca-Cola is pretty low. I think like 50, 60 milligrams of caffeine in a can or bottle of Coca-Cola. But you can easily end up drinking 200, 250 milligrams in coffee as well. If it's a lower quality coffee, it tends to have more caffeine in it. If it's brewed, coffee. It's just knowing how much you're taking that I think is kind of key.
And why does that matter? Is that again about sleep, or is it just because if you take huge doses, then there'll be significant consequences like crashes and stuff like that?
Yeah, I think it's the more you dose, the longer it's going to take to clear from your system, the more that will be in your blood.
Oh.
Time to go to sleep.
That's not what I wanted.
The lethal dose of caffeine is really pretty high. A few people have got there, sadly.
Really?
But it's a huge amount of coffee. It's usually done with like pills or other sort of forms of caffeine consumption. To do it with just cups of coffee is like I think 50 or 60 cups of coffee in a very short time frame. A very strong coffee would be about what was necessary for a small person to hit sort of caffeine toxicity. So it's quite hard to do.
And you die of a cardiovascular issue, or
I think it's more unpleasant than that.
Oh, really?
As I recall, yeah, I think it's a sort of neurological thing as well. It's not. I don't think it's a good death, if I'm honest. Not that maybe there are good ones, but yeah, I don't think it's a good way to go.
Coffee was originally a snack.
Kind of. Yeah, the coffee fruit was. So
Okay.
it's kind of most people don't think of coffee as fruit, and coffee fruit grows on these trees. They're usually about 2 meters tall, full of these sort of ripe red cherry-looking things. We call them coffee cherries. They're about the size of a grape, but inside there's these two seeds, kind of like a peanut facing each other, and they take up most of the fruit. So if you eat them, they're not very satisfying. They're mostly seed, bit of skin, and a little bit of kind of fruit flesh, for want of a better term, on the inside. But it is delicious. It's kind of like a tangy watermelon taste. Coffee fruit's very delicious. I recommend, if you can try it, definitely try it. Caffeine exists in coffee primarily as an insect repellent. That's why the plant produces it, so that if an insect attacks the fruit, it gets a whack of caffeine and it's like, nope, and it leaves the fruit alone. So that's its function in nature. Other plants produce caffeine. There's some interesting stuff about how caffeine improves the memory of bees, which helps with pollination. So some flowers produce caffeine, we may think for that reason. But the caffeine in fruit, in coffee trees specifically, is basically insect repellent. This is why the higher you grow coffee, the less insects there are, and actually the lower the levels of caffeine you tend to see the plant produce.
You became a competitive coffee, I don't know, what do you call it? Do you call it a player, barista?
Barista.
You became a competitive coffee barista when you were, what, 25 years old?
Yeah, about that, yeah.
And then by 27 you named the world barista champion.
Yes. I think I went hard. A couple things. Yeah, well, I really fell in love with it. You know what I mean? Like I got into coffee at like 23. I didn't like coffee, didn't drink coffee. And then I read a book called The Devil's Cup that just
book.
Yeah. And it's a fun book. It's I don't know how well it's aged, but it's just travel writing. So he traces the route the coffee took from Ethiopia to Yemen through kind of Turkey into the Mediterranean, how it spread around the world. And what got me about that book was like coffee's in every culture and it's different. Italian espresso culture is totally different to Scandinavian coffee culture, totally different to Australian coffee culture, or what coffee culture is in the US. And I was like, well, this drink's kind of interesting. Like it's a part of every society now. And then I started to drink it, and I fell in love with it, and I just went deeper and deeper and deeper. And in 2007 I won the World Barista Championships.
So if you're the former world barista champion,
Yeah.
and I am a muggle, which I am on coffee, many things. What do I need to know? What are the biggest myths and misconceptions about the drink of coffee that someone like me should be aware of? I'm trying to have better coffee. I'm not, I'm never going to be like a coffee snob. but I want nicer coffees that are good for me, that are healthy, and that taste great. What do I need to know? What are the misconceptions?
There's probably less misconceptions now than ever, I would say. Like, I think more people are coming round to the idea that coffee is not just a bitter, painful experience that you go through to get to the caffeine on the other side. Like it's a little trial each morning that we come to enjoy. I think people now understand more and more that there is an astonishing sort of range of flavour in coffee. 20 years ago there wasn't. 40 years ago there was no diversity of flavour in coffee. Coffee was brown and mean and miserable, and that was it. And now,
Oh, what? Now you can hear me?
have
You
coffees that
can't
taste
fucking
kind of
hear me
fruity,
over the
floral,
goddamn
have coffees that taste
talking.
earthy and rich or chocolatey or whatever else. Like, so I think the thing that I want to kind of get out into the world is whatever you enjoy, I'm pretty sure there's something you could enjoy more, because there's so much out there. There's so much diversity. That's the first thing. I think that
Damn
the
it.
thing that I think people do understand is that, coffee's kind of made 3 times in a weird way. Coffee's made at the farm level. And we would understand that with wine, like a grower grows the grapes, they make the wine at that point, and the producer of raw coffee carefully grows fruit, harvests the seeds, processes them carefully, and you can do a good job there or a bad job, and you've kind of got a peak quality moment there. Coffee is made again when you roast it. It's transformed completely from a kind of green plant-smelling thing into one of the most aromatic things in the world. And then it's made again when you make it. And at each of these stages, you can lose the quality completely. You can do a terrible job roasting it, make it taste awful. And you can do a terrible job brewing it and make it taste awful. And I think for a lot of people, coffee making was not particularly a skill. Coffee making was not complex or hard, and it shouldn't be complex, but it's easy to get wrong. And I think you can be disappointed by a coffee that you've made without really understanding why. And a lot of what I'm interested in is like, okay, you don't need to understand everything about this process. You need to work out what are the most important things to understand and get those right, and then you're most of the way there. I don't think the kind of average consumer is necessarily uninformed or confused, but potentially overwhelmed by choice still.
Well, I see a variance in the price, so I assume there must be a variance in what I'm putting in my mouth.
100%.
And I'm not sure what's marketing and what's quality.
Yep.
I've brought 5 different cups of coffee.
Yes.
From 5 local shops, outlets, etc. And I don't know which ones are which, so my team got me these 5 cups of coffee. Jack is just bringing them in now. So we have 5 different cups of coffee here from 5 different suppliers. You're smelling them all. When you're smelling them, is there anything you're noticing just from smelling them?
Yeah, like so one of the things I can assess pretty quickly is how darkly the coffee's been roasted. When you have the longer you leave coffee in a roasting machine, the darker.
Just really trying not to spill my coffee while listening to this show about coffee.
Darker roasts with better coffee, oilier beans looked kind of fancier, whereas it's swung the other way, and lighter roasts now are considered better or more expensive because they kind of preserve more of the inherent qualities of the raw materials. So these are all reasonably dark roasts just from smell. So I can kind of, the smells I'm coming off there are more in the kind of heavier, not burnt smells, well some of them actually smell a little bit burnt and kind of harsh. But nothing's particularly fruity or floral smelling. So it's just for me a kind of gauge of where things are going to be. So there's going to be an expectation with that of bitterness.
In perfume shops, they give us sometimes coffee beans to smell to kind of try and wash out our nasal senses, I guess. Does that work?
Yeah, it totally does. We are, that's why dogs sniff really fast, that you're looking for change. Your sense of smell works quite well on change. And so yes, you will get what's called suppression. If you smell the same kind of smells over and over, they become less and less intense. That's why people end up wearing too much of the same perfume they've worn for 20 years, because they literally can't smell it anymore. We can, they can't.
And it's also evidenced when you go for a run, and then because you can smell yourself, you have to ask your friend if you smell. So you go, Dave, do I stink? Because your nose, I guess, is habituated to them.
There's a good hack if you ever want to break apart how like something like Coca-Cola smells. If you take a component smell of Coca-Cola, like lime, right? Because Coke just tastes Coke to people, but it's actually lime, neroli, cinnamon, orange, nutmeg. And if you smell a bunch of cinnamon and then smell Coke, it smells weird because you've deleted cinnamon from Coca-Cola's aroma profile. And you can do that with, say, lime and smell, and it's like, whoa, I've thrown the balance out by kind of deleting that and suppressing that. It's a dull but fun kind of trick.
The interesting thing with talking about Coca-Cola there is, I remember those Coke and Pepsi studies from back in the day where people would rate Pepsi as tasting better unless they had it in a Coke can. So when they could see the brand of the Coca-Cola, they rated it better, but when they could see it in a plastic cup, they rated Pepsi better. And I wonder here as well, because you don't know what these coffees are, you don't know what brands they are, neither do I,
Yeah.
what the results are going to be. So coffee number 1,
Yes.
have a taste and a smell.
So that's to me, a pretty standard kind of commercial coffee taste. There's not a lot going on there. Relatively high in bitterness to me. I'd say that's a fairly bitter cup of coffee. And that's coming, I would say, mostly from roast. And if something's good or bad, it can be bad because it wasn't made that well that day. It could be bad because it was not great raw materials. And finding why is sometimes tricky. I wouldn't say it's a particularly expensive cup of coffee.
No, it didn't taste it. Natural
AI
station coffee.
limiters.
You can say that. I like that. You can say, yeah, I'm going to just lead you into saying terrible things, and I'll say nothing.
Yeah. It tasted like it came out of like a vending machine or something to me.
Yeah, I'd be surprised if that was expensive. I'd be a little bit outraged if that was expensive.
What would you rate that one out of 5? Let's do 10.
For me, and what coffee can be, I'd say that's like a 2.
I would say that was a 5 out of 10.
Yeah, I think that's
Because I
kind of.
don't really
I think
know.
it's kind of fair. I probably
Yeah.
should be fair and call it a 4 out of 10 because I've tasted way worse than that.
Okay.
Let's go for number 2. Now, this one will be a little bit more divisive for
Oh,
because
maybe
there's a
that's
little
what I
bit more
was
acidity
doing
in
last
it.
time.
It's like a little bit of, some people might describe it as sourness almost, like it's a little zingy tasting. Generally, acidity is associated with quality in coffee, which is a real sticking point for a lot of people. It's down to the fact that when you grow coffee, the higher you grow it, the slower it grows, the sweeter it will ultimately be, but you do get more acidity in higher grown coffees. Some people don't want that in their coffee. They really don't want sour coffee. So that tastes like it's got better raw materials in there for me than this one. Roasts a little bit lighter, brews a little bit better. I'd like it to be a less kind of sour thing. It's a little bit old, obviously. It's sat around for a while. But I would say for me, it's a better cup than this one. Like it's got a little characteristic to it. Like it tastes of something that's a little bit fruity in there.
Yeah, it's got more of a personality, hasn't it?
Yes.
The aftertaste is a little bit something going on there.
Mm-hmm.
And what would you rate that out of 10 in your preference?
There's things I'd like to change about it. So like 6, 7, something like that. Like, but it has, I think, better raw materials in it that doesn't appeal to me.
Okay, I'm going to say 6 as well. Okay. I can reveal that number 1
Yes.
was McDonald's coffee.
That's not surprising. That's kind of what I would have expected McDonald's to taste like.
And it was, that cup of coffee cost us £1.30.
So probably the cheapest thing here. Or like McDonald's are aiming at the kind of cheaper end.
Okay, your assessment there was probably fair. You did originally give it a 2 out of 10.
I feel not bad about that, but it's fine.
There you go. So, number 2, we talked about there being sort of a bitterness to it and an
A little bit more acidity in this. Tastes like the raw materials are of a higher quality, certainly the number 1.
that is an independent local coffee shop.
Yep.
And that cup of coffee is double the price of the McDonald's one at about £3 per cup. Let's move on to number 3.
Okay.
Very different taste.
Ooh, there she is. I
For
see
me,
what I
it's
was
more akin
doing.
to number 1 than anything else. Like again, it's a darker roast. It's got a bit more body to it. It feels a bit fuller, a little bit richer, a bit earthy at the same time for me.
What the fuck is going on?
It's fuller, isn't it?
It is a little bit fuller, and
The
that's
first one was quite watery to me.
yeah, and that's in part going to be how it's made, in part how it's roasted, in part where it's from. Price-wise, I wouldn't expect it to be much more than the McDonald's. If I'm honest, that tastes again like a
Not exactly where I wanted to be, but
like a reasonably commercial grade coffee. I wouldn't say it tastes bad. Roasted a little dark. Yeah, it's another kind of 3, 4, 3 actually. There's something about there's a sort of earthiness that I don't enjoy in coffee. Some people really like earthy flavors. I really don't, and that's just a preference thing.
So that is Costa Coffee.
Interesting. There you go.
Number 4. You're doing a swirling, I can see. You're doing a real...
I like to slurp usually. You do a little aeration, but down a microphone, it's brutal. Okay. So that's probably the darkest roast of all of them. I would say it doesn't taste like the raw materials are particularly bad, and so I can have a guess at who that's from. But it is definitely a darker roast, so more bitterness. Again, quite full.
Oh.
So, my gut says that's a sort of
Fucking of
Starbucks style
course.
thing to me.
Try the last one as well then before we
Okay.
reveal.
Before I get into trouble.
Yeah.
That's kind of weird. It's a little bit vegetably to me, if I'm honest. It's not my favorite. Again, it's within the world of coffee roasting. It's darker. It's not as dark as this one. Yeah, I like it probably less than this one here, so I'd probably be back to like a 4 again.
So number 4,
Yeah.
which was the one you gave 5 out of 10,
Yeah.
is Pret.
Is it?
Yeah.
Wow.
And number
Nice.
5
Yes.
is Starbucks.
Is it?
Yeah.
There you go.
So of the high street chains then,
Mhm.
the coffee that you rated highest in our taste test
Yeah.
was Pret.
Yeah.
Second was Costa. And then third was Starbucks.
But I would say, from my point of view,
Yeah.
the variance between them is surprisingly small.
Yeah.
They're not. I don't think they taste particularly different to each other in a big way.
Yeah.
I think the independence stood out a long way from the others. Right? It was clearly different. It has a lot more flavor and character going on, which is good. Which is what I like about coffee. But
I don't even know where my metal
I think
plates are anymore.
the chains, the brand experience may be different, but at the root, there's not a huge variance in the coffee
I
experience.
agree. I wouldn't really. I mean, there are. I can taste differences, but
Yeah.
but it's not as a profound difference as the McDonald's taste and then the independent taste, which was really full of personality.
Yep.
And interestingly, the price variance is the independent costs £3, Costa's £3.20, Pret's £3.20, and Starbucks is £3.60.
Really?
Yeah.
It always blew my mind for years and years. I've worked with loads of essentially startup coffee shop owners, and their mindset would be, I need to be like the same kind of price as Starbucks, or maybe a little bit more. What do you possibly think that you have the same kind of supply chain that they do? That you're going to make, and they make great margins. You're not buying 20 million paper cups a week. You know what I mean? Like, nothing makes sense. But people feel very tied to this idea that, the price is set by the chains. And I think that's changed now, and people are more comfortable charging above that. But for a long time, people were terrified to charge more than the chains, even if the product was noticeably better. And a real frustration for me. And that's why I'm always going to bat for independence, because it's not like you can spend more. You can get a better product by someone who cares deeply about it. And I think there's a risk in going to an independent if you're traveling. Starbucks, the model's built on, I know where to queue, who to talk to, where to stand up or place an order, what kind of food I can get there. It's very safe. If I dropped you in Moscow and told you to get coffee, you'd go to a chain because you know how it works and you get it done. Independents feel like a risk, but the reward, I think, is often there for sure. And there's more independents and they're better than ever now. So, I'm very pro independent coffee shops.
I want to talk to you about one of our sponsors, LinkedIn Jobs, super quick. Because without LinkedIn Jobs, the Diary of a CEO team simply wouldn't exist how it is now. I've probably hired about 90% of our current team through LinkedIn. And I wasn't just looking for CVs, as you've seen in my posts. I've never cared about CVs. I was looking for passion, expertise, dedication, and above all else, kind people, which tends to be really hard to find on job sites typically. But with LinkedIn Jobs, you're not just getting a CV dumped.
Damn it.
It's like walking into the world's biggest networking event. If you're a small business, I get it. We're juggling a million things, often without the luxury of a HR department. But LinkedIn makes the hiring process intuitive, smooth, and super efficient. They've even rolled out a new feature using AI to craft job descriptions for you for greater efficiency. So here's my tip to you. If you're looking to hire the best professionals, make your life easier and use LinkedIn Jobs. And right now, for our Diary of a CEO community, you can post your job for free at linkedin.com/DOAC. That's linkedin.com/DOAC. Terms and conditions apply. Quick one. We are
Terms and
working with an
conditions
exciting new
apply.
sponsor on this podcast, Shopify. I'm sure you guys have heard of Shopify if you haven't been living under a rock. But for those that don't know, Shopify is a commerce platform revolutionizing millions of businesses worldwide. It is pretty incredible. They provide everything you need to start your business, and it's super simple to get started and to get your business out there. Here at the Diary of a CEO, we've used Shopify for a variety of our different product drops, the latest being the conversation cards. And without the help of Shopify, that wouldn't have been possible. It's
was
mine
that?
and my team's go-to website for all things commerce related. So I'm giving you guys the chance to trial Shopify
for $1. That's right.
I'm gonna crash into the ceiling and I'm stuck
Sign up
down here.
for a $1 trial for a month by searching shopify.com/Bartlett. All lowercase, keep it to yourself, and let me know how you get on. You have quite a lot of businesses. I read somewhere that you'd started, I think, 11 or 12 different companies.
Getting on for that, I think, at this point now.
What are those businesses?
That's a good question. My first business I started back in 2008, just after I won the World Roaster Championships, which was a coffee roasting company. And that still is, I suppose, my primary business today, even if I don't run that anymore. Amazing MD in there. I just try to start fires and be useful where I can do. Over the years, we've started other things, distribution companies, importing stuff, or coffee shop. We've done training businesses, kind of education, that kind of stuff. Equipment businesses, kind of the big commercial espresso machines in there. I started a coffee recruitment business that I ultimately sold a little while back. I've started a magazine, I've started a bunch of other stuff, and then there's, getting into YouTube, that's become a weird business in and of itself that I didn't plan to start, but is now a kind of all-consuming business.
With the YouTube business, you must have learned a lot about what people are interested in as it relates to coffee. Because you'll see you talk about certain things and people just seem to gravitate towards those subject matters.
Yeah.
What is it that people care so much about as it relates to coffee and your audience care about?
That's a great question, and because I think coming into this, I for years and years, as people did back then, wrote a blog. And I wrote a blog to sort of share information about coffee because it was great for me to learn, and also there's a benefit to sharing. I think if you give, things come back to you in the world. And then people stopped reading blogs and I started making videos. And I think, having worked in the coffee industry for 20 years, we had tried to talk to people about coffee and nothing really hit. And people weren't really interested. They didn't like the way we talked about it. And suddenly YouTube, I found a way to connect with people. And it turns out we vastly underestimated how broad and how deep people's interest in coffee is. Yeah, people care about which machine should I buy. And that remains a question that I will be asked, I think, for the end of my days.
Excuse me, so which machine?
Yeah.
No, I'm genuinely want to know which machine I should buy because...
Well, I don't know, right? It depends what your needs are. Like,
okay,
what's your budget? Like, what do you want to spend? What kind of experience do you want, right? Like,
but I love an espresso, and I want I like speed, and I'm like everybody. I want it to be super fast and really nice.
So the problem with espresso specifically is that good espresso is a little bit tricky. And it means to get really great espresso at home, you kind of want to have it as a hobby. And if that does not appeal to you, then don't get an espresso machine at home, because you will spend a ton of money and I can get you the best machine in the world, put it on your counter. After a week, you'll be like, I just can't be bothered. I don't want to do this. And I think suddenly the £2.50, £3 that the independent business charges you, you're like, oh, that's great. I will happily pay you to go through the pain of making espresso, because it's messy, it's slow, it's convoluted, it's tricky, it's frustrating. And as a hobby, really rewarding, but as a way to caffeinate yourself in the morning, not the best.
What about an Americano? Like a great Americano?
Like a great filter coffee?
Yeah.
There's definitely options there, and you can buy a machine and grinder and spend, you can get an incredible setup for like £500. Bearing in mind espresso machines, an incredible setup will be £2,000, £3,000, £4,000 if you're looking for like the top end of stuff. You can go all the way up to, I can spend £10,000, £15,000 if that's where the budgets sort of top out in home espresso. But it's kind of, at that point, it's like audio where people they want the best possible thing, and if they have the budget, that market exists.
I'm moving into a new house, so I'm like right in the moment now of thinking about how to solve this morning coffee problem. So I'm trying to find something I can maybe install. And the thing with me is, I ain't got a huge amount of time, so I kind of just want an iPad. Ideally, I'd just speak to it and say, please give me coffee. And it would just come out,
Yeah, we're not there yet.
Okay.
We're not there yet. The coffee industry is improving, the automation side is improving. By and large, this sort of super automatic stuff, where you just push a button and everything happens, coffee comes out. There's a bunch of dull technical challenges that mean you can't make as good a coffee as you could do if you were willing to do a little bit of work. And that's, I'm not gonna lie to you, that's just the truth of it. They're getting better, and there are more and more solutions. And there's some great high kind of convenience solutions to coffee. But if you want to have fresh coffee made at home and just be as good as possible, I'm going to ask you to do tiny bits of work. Just pour beans in a grinder, put ground coffee into a little machine and push a button.
Which machine?
Well, depends on your aesthetic at this point, then, right?
Right.
Like, there's some really nice filter coffee. It depends how much coffee you need.
Not
Like,
yours.
how much do you
Dad's
need?
headphones.
I've got to say I've got
look
100,
at that
200
baby
pounds
cheek.
to solve this coffee
Oh,
problem.
my poor baby's
total?
face.
In total, for the machinery.
Okay, so the bad news is that, good and bad news, coffee grinders are the right investment, right? They are more important than the machine. You can give me a 20 quid filter coffee brewer from Amazon, but if you give me a decent grinder, I can get some pretty good coffee out of it.
Oh, really?
If you give me a 20-pound coffee grinder and a $5,000 machine, I can make pretty terrible coffee. Average coffee at best, right? So the grinder, how it cuts the coffee, essentially you'll often see people have little whirly blade grinders, push a button, it spins madly, just smashes it to pieces, but there's no real control of the size of the pieces. So some will be tiny particles, others will be big rocks. Really hard to evenly brew tiny pieces the same way you brew a massive piece of coffee. And so you get a kind of bitter, sour coffee as a result of it. Good coffee grinders have spinning discs inside that cut to a specific size. So all the coffee's pretty much the same size, mostly, and that's much easier to work with. But they cost more money because they need better motors and nicer cutting discs and that kind of stuff. Not crazy amounts, but yeah, you're looking at like at least 100 to 200 pounds for a good grinder.
Okay.
And I'd love to tell you it wasn't the case. And grinders are getting, it used to be like 500 pounds for a good grinder at home. It's coming down all the time. But yeah, I'd say I'd need like 100,
Okay.
maybe roughly.
Okay.
And then I could get you a really great grinder that should last a lifetime and make you cafe quality coffee. It's not, it just couldn't do it 500 times a day the way a coffee shop's one could. But that's when you're going to spend money. And then you could just get a simple pour over cone, milk, and just pour water onto coffee on top of a mug, and life would be real easy that way.
Going back to this point though about what you've discovered about people's interest in coffee from
Yeah,
your
yeah,
YouTube
yeah.
journey. The first thing you said there was people want to know
We'll
what
get back
machines
down there easily.
No, I mean, for me, the strategy initially was, so my bigger umbrella goal of YouTube is that I want people to enjoy coffee more for a bunch of reasons, and I want them to see it as a more valuable piece of their life. So that at some point they might be willing to spend a bit more money on it. That's the what I'm then trying to do is find them. And reviews are a great way to sort of find people. Someone will be like, which is the best espresso machine to buy? They find me. If I entertain them, if I build trust with them, I hope they'll keep watching. And then I can take them on a journey into coffee, and I can open up new kind of avenues of exploration for them. That's the kind of goal. That's what I'm trying to do.
Oh.
So in
The
part,
door opening.
we do that through machine reviews and equipment reviews, in part through kind of techniques. So if you've got a French press, cafetiere, what is the best way to use that? I want to be there to help you do that. But it's a lot of it's about building trust, so that down the line, we can go and talk about something totally different, and you'll listen, and you'll trust me. And that sort of trust is super important to me in terms of like building an audience. Because coffee has this really depressing future. Climate change is bad for coffee, really, really bad. And to some extent, maybe we don't deserve to have coffee after we've ruined the planet. I'd hear that argument. But as temperatures increase around the world, coffee needs cooler temperatures to grow. And the only way you can sort of get cooler temperatures as the world heats up is to go higher up the mountain. It's
You hear
already
that,
mountain
kids?
grown. It's already growing at
Your precious crack
1,500
cocaine is
meters,
going to go
2,000
away.
meters. The problem with mountains is that the higher you go, there's generally less of the mountain. You know what I mean? There's less area around the world that can grow specialty coffee, grow great quality coffee. So the future is, there'll be less great coffee in the future. Cheap coffee will be around for a while. It doesn't need the same kind of conditions, but great coffee has a difficult future ahead of it. And there are millions of people whose livelihoods depend on that. And it's not a great system, so to speak. It's like there's a lot of problems with how coffee production is incredibly unfair towards the people who produce it. But if we are to remain customers, we need to be comfortable spending a little bit more on coffee in the future. And if you enjoy coffee, spending an extra £1 a bag, £2 a bag, if you really enjoy it, fine, no problem at all. You know what I mean? I will keep coffee as a part of my life. But that's kind of one of the motivating factors for me. I want people to enjoy it just because I like bringing pleasure to people. That's great, you know what I mean? But in the future, I want coffee consumers to still be there through the challenges that coffee production faces.
What about these pods, the coffee pod machines that a lot of people are using and that are getting more and more popular? Wake
Yes.
up in the morning, grab the pod, whack it in there, boom, hit button, drink.
Out comes coffee. Yeah. The best analogy I can make is they're a microwave meal. And microwave meals are what they are. They are of a quality. They are super convenient. There's a fair amount of waste attached to them. And you could probably do better with a little bit of effort, and it will cost you less.
Do you use those pods?
Not really. Not the there are some, and that are kind of separate and different. I don't want to get into it right now. I think a lot of the sort of small Nespresso kind of style capsule ones are very popular. I just wish they were a bit more recyclable. There's a bit of waste associated with those, but ultimately they're very expensive. Actually, for what you're paying a lot of money for that, and you're paying for the convenience. I think that for the same price per kilo, you could buy some of the best coffees in the world for what you're spending on a capsule, because you're spending money for 5 grams of coffee, because that's what it is. But the convenience is very strong. It's been so successful. I can't argue with convenience. We love the little convenience. But the possibility of quality is far greater once you move beyond that. You know what I mean? Like any time we go convenience, we have to sacrifice something. And it's usually quality. And it's usually value. Ultimately, we're going to pay more for that convenience. So I get it. I get not wanting to make espresso, but wanting something like espresso in the mornings. They've really succeeded in sort of filling that market. But they are, to me, still a kind of like...
Is there any culture that doesn't drink coffee?
No, everyone drinks coffee. People have tried to ban it a few times. It was seen as a kind of seditious drink that's kind of, so from a political perspective, they tried to ban it here in the UK briefly. I think King James also tried to ban it.
Oh, yeah.
It doesn't last very long. We tend to get pretty grumpy if you try and ban it. It had a sort of, they asked the Pope to ban it at one point and he was like, no, it's great. And so he didn't do that. That was hundreds of years ago. But yeah, coffee was often linked to politics in the early days. So London was the greatest coffee drinking city in the world for a while. From late 1600s, coffee just comes here to the city of London and takes over. Because up until that point, we were drinking a lot of weak beer. That was the sort of safe, high calorie, high B vitamin kind of drink that we drank. And we were all a little bit drunk most of the time from drinking a couple of litres or 3 litres of weak beer a day. Coffee arrives and it's this safe drink that is totally the opposite to beer. It is stimulating and it transforms London society over the time. And we get obsessed with it. Coffee houses appear everywhere. There is the story that in the square mile in the early 1700s, there were 2,000 coffee shops. Now that's excessive. It wasn't that many. It was probably, but it was several hundred. Like they were everywhere. And they quickly diversified and sort of specialized into specific things. And so very famously, Lloyd's of London, the insurance broker, started as a coffee shop called Lloyd's of London, and people did business at the tables. Those became offices, and to this day, runners in there are still called waiters. And so that just happened to specialize in shipping insurance, that coffee house. Others specialized in politics, others specialized in literature. They became known as penny universities, because you could pay a penny to get into a London coffee house, and you would gain the education just from listening to people talk of a university degree. And so they were these incredible places for a while. Eventually, our colonial interest shifted to tea, and the coffee house went into the decline in sort of 1700s, 1800s. But for about 100 years, London was the most incredible coffee drinking city in the world.
When coffee came to the UK and when it came to the Western world, was there a productivity boom?
Yeah, 100%. Huge change in culture. Massive, because we were no longer drunk all the time. So yeah, it arrives in London, I think in 1652. It's the first coffee shop that's right just near Bank Tube Station. You can see a little blue plaque on the wall if you go looking for it there. Yeah, we absolutely fell in love with it. It became a part of industry, culture, politics, everything. Like it supercharged the nation. There are people who argue that we awake from this drunken stupor and then are like, well, what's the rest of the world got to offer? And we go and become the colonial horror show that we were after that. And you can blame coffee for that, but it's a bit strange. But it was a massive shift in society.
I think for most of my life assumed that tea didn't have caffeine in it. I don't know why, I just always thought coffee, caffeine, I think because they sound similar.
Yeah.
But then I heard at one point that tea also has caffeine in it as well.
A little bit, nowhere near the quantities of coffee. But if you're drinking 10, 12 cups of tea a day, it's probably worth paying attention to how much is in there. And how you steep your tea and all that kind of stuff will have an impact on how much caffeine's in there.
They're just not.
And what's your favourite cup of
Was it?
You get asked us this all the time.
I do get asked this all the time, and I still, after 20 years, don't have a great answer. I drink a lot of filter coffee.
What is filter coffee?
So filter coffee is not from an espresso machine. So it's going to be brewed either in a filter coffee machine or by hand. You see a lot of people pouring water over coffee. The drink is going to be the same kind of strength as an Americano, but it's a sort of it's a weaker thing. I'm not obsessed with espresso the same way. I want a cup of black coffee because I want to take my time. Because as you taste a cup of coffee, it's a great cup of coffee. As it cools down, its flavor
I
kind
see.
of opens up
I
and
see
becomes
what I
really
did.
interesting and
I
complex.
see.
And so I like the idea that I can sit for 10-15 minutes, and if I want to, have a really enjoyable kind of journey of flavor. That for me is the kind of great bit about coffee. Yeah, I'll drink an espresso sometimes if I want a little short shot of something tasty, but the idea that I can, if I want, have 10-15 minutes to myself to enjoy this thing and see some benefits afterwards, that's a wonderful thing. So I like coffees from all
What
over
am
the world.
I? This is my
I
car.
feel like I'm
Gotta
forcing
redo my
myself
car.
into a tiny space here. If I could only drink coffee from one country for the rest of my life, it would probably be coffees from Colombia. They just have a real spread of flavors, but also really just incredible coffees come from that part of the world. But there's amazing coffee from just about every producing country. If you're within the Tropic of Cancer and the Tropic of Capricorn, kind of belt around the Earth, then you can probably grow coffee above certain altitudes. And almost every country that is in that band does grow coffee. So there's a lot of different places that grow it. And there's going to be great coffee in all of those places. And maybe cheap and low quality coffee in those places too. But yeah, the range, the spread is massive.
Do you pour sugar and milk into your coffee?
I don't use sugar and milk. And I get why people do, because most coffee benefits from sugar and milk. Milk is a very, has a weird quirk, it's a bitter blocker. It inhibits bitterness. So when you put it into a harsh bitter cup of coffee, it does soften that. We of course like sweet things. I think one thing to note when it comes to all of the studies that look at coffee and is coffee
This
healthy,
makes my life a little
they'll be like, yes,
easier.
coffee's healthy
So
if you drink it black.
jumping back and forth.
And if you're putting a lot of cream and a lot of sugar into
Figure
your
out what
coffee,
the fuck I'm
the health
doing.
benefits very quickly taken away. You know what I mean? It's not quote unquote as healthy a drink. For me, putting milk or sugar into coffee kind of hides the flavors a little bit, and so I want to taste it without. I get why people want to put it in there. I don't have an issue with people sweetening or adding milk or cream, but you kind of lose some of what makes coffee so interesting.
In how to make the best coffee at home, one of the points you make is quite surprising. You say that once because I used to think that coffee was a shelf staple. I used to think, get it, you can grind it, you can put it in the cupboard, and it kind of lasts forever.
Yeah.
And it doesn't change. You make the case that I'm wrong.
It is sadly not the case. It's fresh food, unfortunately. The challenge coffee has is that we just can't see it change. If I dice up an apple and I leave it for a couple of hours, you can see the change in it. It's staling in a bunch of different ways. When you smash coffee into little pieces,
Oh
when you grind it to fine powder, you start
no!
a bunch of chemistry that you can't undo. And some of that's oxidation, where oxygen transforms things and turns fats a little bit rancid over time. You lose a bunch of the aromas locked inside the bean. It just gets less interesting tasting. If you want the best experience for coffee, grinding it fresh is the way to do it. Also, grinding coffee is one of the best smells in the world. Why would you not have that as part of your life? And so yeah, coffee is fresh food, and if you treat it like fresh food, it tastes way better. And
How long does it take to decay?
it's a good question.
If I had it in the cupboard, you know,
Once you grind coffee, most people would easily detect a difference a day later. And they would say it tasted notably worse 2 days later. And so buying pre-ground coffee is buying high convenience, but the cost is you never got to experience how good that coffee was at the moment it was ground.
so if I buy it in supermarkets,
Yeah.
it's gonna taste awful compared to
Yeah, you just
coffee shop.
yeah, you get a lot less for your money in terms of flavor. It will have degraded. They can gas flush it and they'll pack the bags with inert gases and stuff. But the minute you open that bag, it's on its way out, and it will happen really quickly. And so the downside is coffee grinders cost a little bit of money, and they take up a little bit of space, and they're another step in the morning between you
Is
and
there not
getting
a
the
Mark
caffeine
III?
in the system. I understand that. But if you want the best value for money, a bag of beans costs the same as a bag of ground coffee, even though the ground coffee has more cost in terms of manufacture. But the value of the beans is just way higher. It just tastes way better. And so having a grinder lets
Yeah,
you
Mark
get better
III.
value for money in the coffee that you buy going forwards.
What do you think the future of coffee is? We've talked a little bit about the history of coffee, but where do you think the coffee industry and public opinion around coffee goes from here?
You know, I think we've fallen pretty deeply in love with coffee in a different kind of way in the last few years. I think the pandemic caused a seismic shift in coffee consumption around the world. People had grown used to going out to coffee shops, drinking good quality coffee, and that was part of their lives. And when the pandemic happened and people couldn't do that, the growth in coffee equipment at home was astronomical. This was something people wanted to invest in and were not willing to let go of. I wasn't really sure pre-pandemic. If you said, how much do people really love coffee? I'm like, well, they like it a lot, but you know, maybe they'd let it go if it got too expensive. But in that moment where we took it away, people were like, absolutely not. Coffee stays. And that was really heartening to me. And that was all over the world. Every market, every country that I spoke to people, they saw the same thing.
It was more fun.
Huge interest in coffee at home. So I feel good about that. I feel like the promise of
I
specialty coffee,
forgot why the fuck I came over here.
you know, the promise of specialty coffee, where we said coffee can be better.
I gotta figure
It's
out where
more
my
expensive,
Maxi
it
is.
tastes more interesting. People have
I think it's I should have
enjoyed
it
that and
unlocked.
found that to be true. So right now, I feel very good about coffee consumption from a longevity point of view for the industry. People want to keep drinking coffee. Like I said, the challenge on one side remains coffee production's future.
You fucking sweetheart.
It's
Give me
going to be
those little
increasingly
baby
difficult to
ears.
grow
Oh,
great
my
quality
little
coffee in the future
kittens.
with climate change. We're already seeing
Few
the
more
impact
days,
of that
sweethearts.
now, changing rainfall patterns, all sorts of other stuff is making coffee harder to grow. That's going to put the price of it up in the future for the high quality stuff. But for a while, I think it will sort of stay. I don't think we're willing to let go. I think we are going to be paying more attention to caffeine in the future. And I think that's a good thing. I would encourage people to pay more attention to caffeine in the future, and that may decrease our consumption overall. And I'm also okay with that too. I'd rather people spent good money on 2 great cups of coffee a day than just 5 average ones just to get them through.
Okay.
I'm okay with
makes
lowering
sense. That's
consumption
why I've been
and
working
increasing
on
the
this.
quality of it. That works very well for me. Because I think it will bring more pleasure to people ultimately. They enjoy the coffee, they drink more. It's not this mindless, cheap thing they endlessly consume. It's a moment of pleasure. And I think it can be this moment of absolute delight and interest and pleasure.
If you were looking for your moment of pleasure, walking through the streets of London,
Yes.
where would you turn? Which shop would you go into? I mean, we're talking about coffee here when I say moment of pleasure. Just in case you thought
So I'm in
something
Soho. No.
where would you turn? Because I'm walking through London all the time, and as a muggle, I look up and I go, okay, all these logos, they're all saying coffee. Where should I be? Should I be going for a random independent and rolling the dice? Should I be going to a chain? What's your POV?
London has some of the best independent coffee shops in the world. You know, and that's true of most major cities now. Like, incredible coffee is very available now if you know where to look. And I guarantee that's the tricky bit, knowing in advance. By and large, though, there's enough written about on the internet. If you search best specialty coffee in whatever city, you'll find a great list of 20 that will be a good experience. It might be a bit more expensive, but it will be, I think, a better coffee experience. I buy coffee from chains when I have to, I get that, but given the choice, I would love to go and visit an independent business, see someone's expression, you know what I mean, someone's aesthetic, someone's vibe, someone's experience. It can be different, and why wouldn't I want to explore different and new? So I think it's just an opportunity for discovery. Loads of bands that tour the world get obsessed with coffee because it's a great way to explore a city. It's a great way to kind of find the new neighborhoods and just check places out and just have something fun and enjoyable in the day. And I think coffee is a great way to explore new cities. And you talk to people who work in great coffee shops, they'll recommend you the best bars, the best restaurants. Like, that network is so easy to tap into there that it's the best hack. You throw me in a random city, I'll find a good coffee shop and ask the question, where should I eat? Where's the best bakery?
I've got a challenge for you here.
Okay.
I throw you into a random city. Let's just call that city London.
Yep.
And I put you in front of all of the chains.
Yes.
They're all the same distance from your feet.
Yeah.
Which one does James walk towards? And why?
Really difficult question. If I'm honest, if you made me buy a coffee drink, I assume I have to buy a coffee drink, right? So that's
Yeah,
I
you can't
just
get a
like
muffin.
a muffin and a sparkling water and run away.
You have to get your favourite coffee from one of these
That's
chains.
much harder, because otherwise I'd go to like Starbucks and get like a dessert in a cup and go, because those, there's enough sort of fat and sugar in there. It's a good time. You know what I mean?
Okay.
Like I can't deny there's a little bit of delight in a little frappuccino.
Everything comes up from the or
Well, I
where are
like
my
filter coffee,
steel
and so by and
pipes?
large, I would typically probably end up at a Starbucks because they're one of the few that do filter coffee, where it's sort of brewed as filter coffee, distinct and different from an Americano. And sometimes you can be mean and ask them to make a specific coffee, and they have to do that for you if you ask just right. So that would be the lazy answer to that.
You walk into the Starbucks, would you say?
If I'm being fully weird,
Be fully weird.
fine. Then I'm going to
You're
look.
a world barista
I'm going to
champion.
look at the tanks. They'll have 2 tanks of like filter coffee prepped. They'll have timers counting down on them, which is how old they are. Because the longer filter coffee sits, the worse it tastes. And so I'm going to look for the one that has the longest time left on the tank before they have to throw it away. I'm going to get a small cup, or what is it there? Kind of tall, is it? That's not how, who knows? A tall cup of that filter coffee because it's going to be the freshest brewed thing that they have, and that's my kind of answer. It's a bit weird to start looking at timers though, but once you notice it, you'll see them sitting there. That's
So you walk in, you look at the timers, and
Yeah.
then you make a request to have the one that's freshest.
Yes, because I would rather have, say, a darker roast that I don't enjoy as much that's fresher than a lighter roast that's been sitting around a couple hours or something like that. I don't know what that, I can't remember what their use times is. It might be an hour and a half. I want it fresher than that, so that's my thing. I think in a lot of Starbucks, if you ask them to make a French press for you, they still have to do that. So yeah, there's like an option that's like an off-menu option. Some have said yes over the years, some have just been like straight no. That was a good little hack for a while. But yeah, by and large, I'll get filter coffee from the freshest pot that they
Because I
have.
was building something that I needed tubes for.
Pretty good.
Tubes.
I work hard about that.
that's-
Like I pay a lot
that
of
fast.
attention to sleep.
No idea what to do.
It's important
In
to
the
me.
game
It's important
and-
for future me, and I'm trying to do a better job. I'm old enough now that future me is an important thing. In my 20s, future me was not very important to me. And in my 40s, got to think differently.
You
So-
seem like a very obsessive person.
I wouldn't say obsessive. Others
Because like me,
would disagree.
You're so passionate is a better word. You're starting lots of businesses. You've probably got more ideas than you have hours in the day.
Comfortably,
You remind me of myself in there. There's a cost to this obsession.
yes.
What is the
And
cost?
do that.
Yeah, I think probably like if you stopped me and said, "What do you do for fun?" I'd have to stop and think about that for quite a long time because it's a really tricky question. Of like, oh wait, what do I? As I work and I do coffee things and then I sleep and then there's like whatever home life. Oh yeah, I've sort of sacrificed a little bit of that, and I don't think I have a hobby, if that makes sense. Like I think that's probably not unusual in a certain group of people, but yeah, I do sometimes think the kind of feeling of like I've got so much to do all the time. I think a lack of space would probably be my loss, and I don't know what I'd do with it if I had time to do nothing, but I occasionally grieve emptiness in the day.
As you play your life forward, are you mentally planning to make some adjustments to the way that you're living now as you look forward
think
into the
my
future? Because I always think I'm doing that. I think in 5 years' time or in 10 years' time, I'll do this, I'll sell this thing, and I'll just be a little bit more chill.
A little bit more chill. Yeah. I've been lying to myself that way for 15 years. I would love to. I think part of me knows that I enjoy what I do, and if I sold all my businesses
got no
tomorrow,
aluminum
I'd just
coming
start another one.
So
And
I do
that's going to
know
happen
where
for a
the
while, and maybe
aluminum comes
if I get
from,
older, like it changes.
which is
You know what I mean? I'm like, oh, maybe I'm done doing this whole thing.
How
But
I
it's
get
it's
to the
it's
aluminum,
part of you
that's
learns that these can be
less-
fun. Like the game is fun of
Less
making things,
remembered.
creating things, and then growing these things. It's just fun. So yeah, I'd love to. I think for me, I'd love to just find more time for stuff like exercise and that kind of stuff, investing there. And you could argue, and probably should argue, that I should be doing that now because what is more important than health? What is more important than health? And the answer is nothing is more important than health. So why am I not making the time for the additional cardio and making the time, to get a little bit more lifting, a little bit more hitting? Why am I not making that time now? Because there's no good reason. Well, I am starting to now. Like I'm wrestling with it enough. I'm like, fine, I'm going to make my life even more complex, squeeze my day even shorter, and I will find the time. Peter Attia.
Oh, there's that morning glory.
It happens to all of us. But like, I definitely go through the thing of like, yeah, I will do this. I'll spend less time on this stuff. I'll have more time. I'll do yoga. I'll spend, more time on myself in the future. But I think I know I love what I do. I really enjoy it. And it changes all the time.
This was not the
I know
correct
one day is the same as the next. And I love that. And I can cope with that.
If your kids come to you, though, your 2 young kids, and they say, Daddy, I want career advice.
Yeah.
Based on the journey that you've been on yourself and the path that you've walked, when you look back at the sort of the key
No,
components
this is
of
a little
the
bit of
success
this.
you've achieved in a very specific industry, what advice would you give to them?
I think lean into the things that genuinely interest
Oh,
you.
this is
because
plastic
there's
and
opportunities
rubber.
in everything.
Oh, that's cool.
Even if it's like pen lids or, I don't know, barrows?
100%. If you're genuinely passionate about it, then there's opportunity there. Coffee was
All right,
not
I got some.
a growth industry. No one was proud that their kid worked
got
in
some
coffee
shit
in
I
the
gotta
early
deal with.
2000s. Do you know what I mean? Like, oh, they're doing that
No, I'll
before
be
they
right
get the
back.
next job in the thing, or they're doing that to pay themselves through here. To work in coffee was not like a career. That was a weird thing to think then. I loved it, and I was encouraged in it and given opportunity in it, and I flourished in it. And so for me, whatever the future of work holds, I think creativity and empathy are important parts of that, and passion is another piece of it. And I hope they have the opportunity to be passionate about something. And you know, I figure that's what your 20s are for, right? Like, find the thing you're excited about.
And then in your 30s?
Do it. Do it really well. Don't do it stupidly like I did. I fell for the whole hustle grind nonsense, and I worked too many hours, and I nearly hated the thing that I loved, because that's what culture was then. It was like, you've got to work every hour, and if you're not sleeping under your desk, what are you even doing? Which is a lie and stupid and deeply unhealthy, in my opinion. But that was when my career really took off. And yeah, I'd won this World Barista Championship thing in my 20s, but nobody cared. In the UK, nobody cared. No one was impressed by that. If I was the world's best sandwich maker, that was a career. But coffee, whatever. Different now, but yeah, I feel like, I think people know that now. There's more time to just kind of work out what you want to do, and that's okay to not be getting stuck into the perfect thing right away. Like, it's okay to mess around and find out what you like and what you don't like. I did a bunch of terrible jobs too. I worked in casinos, I sold gas and electric door to door, I worked in music publishing, and I hated all of them. And that was great, because now I know what I don't want to do.
When you think about particularly your success in this industry, because some people will have passion, but they won't be able to become the #1 world barista champion. When you reflect and do kind of a skills audit of yourself,
Yeah.
what do you pull out of there and go, that's the reason why I was able to go so far in this particular industry?
I think I had a lot of practice at communication.
That's what I was going to. One of the things I really noticed about you is your communication skills.
So I had dual practice. One, as I said, I wrote this blog, which was about digesting information well enough to explain it back to someone else. And so that was a great process for me. Secondly, I had a weird job where I was I was kind of national training manager for an espresso machine company. And in the back of my car, I had a commercial machine, projector, screen. Like, I was a mobile cafe, and I would travel the whole UK, build out a kind of travel the whole UK, build out a lecture room, lecture to 30 random people for 3 hours, pack it down and go to the next city or next town or whatever else. And so it was public speaking of a sort, with a totally cold audience who did not care or really be that interested. Can you win them over? Can you communicate? Can you teach them? That was an incredible 2 years of my life of doing that every week.
What age?
Oh, that was 25, 26. And I was a terrible public speaker beforehand. And now I love it. I love being on stage. I love that kind of communication. And it helps to make videos, and it helps to talk to people, and it helps to kind of chew your thoughts before you spit them out again. And
Isn't that just everything? Like, communication? Isn't it? If I was thinking, if I had young kids now, what the most useful thing I think I could do for them is to give them some kind of repetition-based sales experience. I spent 4 years working in call centers on the phone.
Yeah.
It's no surprise to me now that I'm a podcaster, and I've done sales, and I raise investment, and I tell stories, and I speak all around the world, and I've been all around the world this week speaking. And I go, well, those 4 years working on those phones where I made no money was the essence of the development of that skill.
But I think it's also realizing, and whether you did it consciously or not, that skill's rooted in empathy. That skill's rooted in not in a script, but seeing who you've got on the other end, and building a conversation around who they are, the kind of customization of communication that comes with empathy. And that's kind of why I love the service industry and encourage people to spend time working in cafes or restaurants, because it's a great place to have to read people all the time. What do they need right now? Because that's what a coffee shop should be. It should be a reliable vendor of happiness. You should walk in that building and walk out happier, in a better mood, happier. That's the kind of key thing. But that requires someone on the other side looking at you and being like, what do you need today? And not just asking you that, but do you want a conversation? Do you want to know about the coffee, or do you want me to just shut up and make it as fast as I can? That empathy piece, that reading of people is so important and such a great skill that you can take out of hospitality into whatever else you want to do. And I don't think hospitality really kind of advertises that aspect of it enough.
When I look at you, if I was to do a skills audit, I'd say clearly an incredibly hard worker. That's going to be a great tailwind through your career. Curiosity, huge amount of curiosity, which I think kind of couples up with the word learning that you used at the start. You love to learn, and your wealth of knowledge because of that curiosity is huge. Your ability to then articulate what you know and what you've learned and what you've condensed, I think, is a huge one. But not just articulate it, tell stories that are like compelling in a compelling way. The way you speak, the intonations, all of that keeps people with you. And then, I guess the repetitions of like the craft itself, like knowing how to make great coffee yourself by actually spending a long time doing it, which is different from being a parrot. Like practitioners and parrots are two separate things.
Sure.
You're clearly a practitioner and a great, not parrot because you're not repeating things, you've learned these things yourselves, but you're a great talker, but also a great practitioner.
That's very kind of you.
And then you've got 20 years behind you, and fuck me, 20 years of doing anything, you can, you become a master. So, yeah. That's my assessment. And then you're like a likable individual. You're a very likable guy. You've got a nice constant, your resting face is a smirk. I like a smile, which is endearing.
I think I'm broadly happy.
You seem like a happy guy. So,
I don't think I have any reason not to be.
Yeah. What is the message to the world then, the closing message to the world about coffee? If you had to give one. If you were speaking to everyone on planet Earth right now, and you had to just give them a few couple sentences, this is your megaphone to the entirety of the world, 8 billion people.
If you want it to be, coffee's really great fun. If you are willing to put in a little tiny bit, I guarantee you will get way more out. However you enjoy your coffee, whatever you enjoy about coffee, it's got more to give, and it's, I promise, a ton of fun.
That's what I walk away here with. With all the other insights into you, your life, coffee itself, the big thing I walk away from this conversation with is an increased excitement about coffee.
Good. I hope to fan the flames of that after this.
Yeah, and I really mean that. I feel like you might have just sent me on my own little coffee journey.
Oh, come and have coffee with me somewhere. We'll go and get a bunch of stuff. We'll do a little coffee tasting for you and see what you really love.
I know you've got no time, so that's not a real invite, but
no,
thank you for
100% it is. I'm just up the road from here. Like, any time, we'll do it.
I appreciate that. I'll take you up on that.
All right.
Okay, so we have a closing tradition on this podcast where the last guest leaves a question for the next guest, and I cannot believe I have to ask you this bloody question.
I'm ready.
You will think I'm lying when I read this.
Okay.
But I have to read it because that's my job.
I'm ready.
No, you're not.
Okay.
What is the duration of your nighttime erections?
Did you just have Brian Johnson on here? Is that from Brian Johnson? I don't know, Brian. The little device was sold out by the time I saw it. I don't know. Well, we should all be finding out, apparently.
Neither do I. I mean, Jesus Christ, that's not going to make the conversation cards, that question. Fuck's sake, Brian. But thank you so much. Do you know what? These books are just absolutely beautiful.
Thank you very much.
Have you just done 2 of them? Or is there more to this collection?
The Atlas is a 2nd edition now, and then the other one just came out.
The World Atlas of Coffee is one of the most beautiful books I've ever seen in my life, and it's got...
They did a great job.
Beautifully rich photography in it, lots of history, all of the equipment questions that I've been asking you about. So if anyone really wants to understand coffee, or I tell you what, get someone a great book if they're a coffee fan, that is the book. That is absolutely gorgeous. And then the second book, How to Make the Best Coffee at Home. I mean, we touched on this a little bit, but it goes into such great muggle detail, because even as an idiot, I can understand all of this stuff. As to how to build your own little home setup and the process that is important to great coffee.
That is right. Yeah. The first one was kind of written as a guidebook as coffee got big and weird and confusing, and there was just a lot of information suddenly. I kind of wrote the first one as a guidebook to this new wave of coffee. And the second one really is people have embraced coffee at home. I just want to make it as easy as possible by focusing on the stuff that matters and not all the kind of voodoo or weird sort of odd traditions around that, and just the stuff that really makes a difference.
You didn't have to make them so beautiful, but they're such beautiful books throughout. So I'm going to link them both in the description below for anyone that wants to check them out.
Thank you.
James, thank you so much. It's been a pleasure. I feel inspired about coffee.
Delight. Really enjoyed this. Thank you.
And sorry about that. Got caught up reading my stock charts.
McDonald's coffee.
Trying to figure out when I'm not going to be poor.
Thank you.
A quick quick word on HOLLiWOOD. As you know, they're a sponsor of this podcast, and I'm an investor in the company. It is finally here. 3 years of work from HOLLiWOOD to try and
I
make
missed
a
what the
bar,
question was.
a snack bar that is nutritious.
Kind of communication, and
Stories that are like compelling in a. But I have to read it because that's my job.
I'm ready.
No, you're not.
Okay.
What is the duration of your nighttime erections?
Did you just have Brian Johnson on here? Is that from Brian Johnson? I don't know, Brian. The little device was sold out by the time I saw it. I don't know. Well, we should all be finding out, apparently.
Neither do I. I mean, Jesus Christ, that's not going to make the conversation cards, that question. Fuck's sake, Brian. But thank you so much. Do you know what? These books are just absolutely beautiful.
Thank you very much.
These, have you just done 2 of them? Or is there more to this collection?
The Atlas is a 2nd edition now, and then the other one just came out.
The World Atlas of Coffee is one of the most beautiful books I've ever seen in my life.
All right, where was I? We're dealing with the
Beautifully
copper.
rich photography.
I'm
in it,
also
lots of
low on
history, all of
aluminum.
the
Why do I
equipment
care about
questions I've been
aluminum?
asking you
It's
about.
part of those
So if
things.
anyone really wants to understand coffee, or I tell you what, get someone a great book if they're a coffee fan. That is the book. That's absolutely gorgeous. And then the second book, How to Make the Best Coffee at Home.
Uranium.
I mean, we touched on this a little bit, but it goes into such great muggle detail because even as an idiot, I can understand all of this stuff.
I have a port.
As
Takes
to
me there.
how to build your own little
No, it
home
takes
setup
me
and the
that
process that
way.
is important to great coffee.
That's right.
not
yeah.
right.
The first one was kind of written as a guidebook as coffee got big and weird
yes,
and
yes, I
confusing,
remember.
and there was
gotta
just a lot of information suddenly. I kind of wrote the first one as a
This
guidebook
way.
to this new wave of coffee. And the second one really is people have embraced coffee at home. I just want to make it as easy as possible.
There
by
is no
focusing on
teleporter for
the
that
stuff that
side.
matters, and not all the kind of voodoo or weird sort of odd traditions around that, and just the stuff that really makes a difference.
You didn't have to make them so beautiful, but they're such beautiful books throughout.
very
So
much.
I'm going to link them both in the description below for anyone that wants to check them out.
Thank you.
James, thank you so much. It's been a pleasure. I feel inspired
Absolute
about coffee.
delight. Really enjoyed this. Thank you.
And I'm excited to go and get a
God, I thought it was
wonderful McDonald's coffee immediately after this conversation starts. So thank you.
Thank you.
A quick word on HOLLiWOOD. As you know, they're a sponsor of this podcast.
There we
and
go.
I'm an
Oh,
investor.
it's a little
It is
better.
finally here. 3 years of work from HOLLiWOOD to try and make
Get a little
bar,
closer to the
a
mic.
snack bar that is nutritionally complete. As of the recording of this episode, they finally released these bars that
Figure
are
out
high
my
in protein,
aluminum.
27 vitamins and minerals, and just 2 grams of sugar. The impossible has been done. And it tastes so goddamn good. Often these snack bars, these like high protein snack bars, taste like you're eating Play-Doh or cardboard or something. It's so hard to make one that is nutritionally complete. And that
I don't know
tastes
if anybody's interested.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Well,
here,
of all
I'm gonna
my
put a link in the
0
description to get
viewers,
the bar below. Try it out and tag me and let
if you
me
want
know
to hear about
exactly
how
you get on, because
my
it's so nice to
portfolio is
finally have a
doing,
bar
let me know. We
that's
could sit
nutritionally
down and have a
complete,
chat about
actually
that one
doesn't
day.
taste like cardboard, and that tastes delicious.
I haven't figured out how I'm going to.
Do you need a podcast to listen to next? We've discovered that people who
I gotta
liked
get a
this
second
episode
portfolio going.
also tend to
Have a
absolutely
public
love another
portfolio.
recent episode we've done. So I've linked that episode in the description below.
Oh, it definitely won't be on fucking Q-Trade, I'll tell you that much. Oh, but you should learn how to trade stocks. It's probably all going tits up by the time you get into it. It's all gonna be done in 2 years. Where are we? Ooh, that's a.
We should all know the American creation
Yeet.
myth, but for the 2 or 3 of you that don't, it all started when a group of religious conservatives who didn't think the Church of England was Protestant enough were kicked out of a number of European countries and sailed west to settle in America. These were known as the Puritans, or more famously, the Pilgrims. Every American kid learns this story in school, and we're reminded of it every Thanksgiving. Fewer people learn about the second time this happened, when a group of religious conservatives who didn't think the Puritans were pure enough were kicked out of a number of American states and settled out west. This time they were known as the Pioneers, or less famously, the Mormons. Hello, my name is Elder Better, and I would like to share with you the most amazing book. Why are you singing?
They don't sing in my area.
This video was brought to you by Curiosity Stream and Nebula. Door to
Oh,
talk
look,
about
this guy's
Jesus Christ.
videos.
You know, I've always wanted to talk with one of you guys, and it's kind of a weird coincidence.
really
that you
wish I
showed
could
up
get,
today. I just started to film a video about
find
you
some
guys,
creators
and here
like
you
this
are.
guy,
Almost like it was
but from a
planned that way.
conservative
I can come back
point.
later if I'm interrupted.
I don't think
No,
he's
take a seat.
necessarily,
this show will
like,
take a few minutes, and I think it would be helpful to have a
liberal.
warming perspective.
Well,
Plus,
like
I'm
a
really committed to this plot device.
libtard. I don't know a
What?
better.
Nothing, don't worry about it. The early 1800s were an exciting time
I don't
in
know
America.
the
We had just won
politically correct
independence from
term
Britain and
for
doubled our territory with the Louisiana Purchase. And just to
libtard.
be sure, we reaffirmed our independence in 1812.
I understand
America
the
felt
terminology,
invincible.
and
It was a free and
unfortunately,
awesome democracy with
it's
seemingly
fitting.
limitless potential. In the years after independence, an entire generation was born into that
Okay,
mindset.
I do get
This
some
also
ingots,
happened to be
but
the
why
end of the
I'm not getting
Enlightenment,
enough of
when the
this?
concepts of personal responsibility and
Silica.
self-determination were first put to paper, and the beginning of the Second Great Awakening.
Not gonna get enough
when
water.
People were encouraged to seek a personal relationship with God over working through a priest. America was founded on the ideas of religious liberty and individual
what?
freedom, so those ideas really took off here.
We're gonna
Protestant
scrap.
denominations that began during the First Great Awakening,
Oh,
like
'cause
the
I'm not-
Baptists and the Methodists, saw a surge in new
What?
membership. But more excitingly, brand new denominations began popping up, almost exclusively in upstate New York for some reason. There were the Shakers, a breakaway sect of the Quakers who believed that their leader, Ann Lee, was the female manifestation of Christ's second coming. This will be a recurring theme. They earned their nickname by violently dancing during their prayer sessions, and they were completely celibate, which made recruiting and birthing new members nearly
Solution
impossible.
and
Somewhat
silica.
predictably, there are only 2 living Shakers today. Then there was William Miller and the Millerites, who believed that we were in the biblical final days, and whose multiple failed predictions for the end of the world became known as the Great Disappointment. They've since rebranded as the Seventh-day Adventists and are still going strong today.
Luminous
Wait, they were
solution.
disappointed that the world didn't end? Then came the Mormons, who also believe the second coming of Christ will happen any day now, with the additional caveat that America will be the Holy Land along with Israel. I mean, there's more to it than that, but yeah. Joseph Smith was born in 1805 to a farming family in
That
Vermont, and
takes
around 10 years
coal.
later, they moved to upstate New York,
That
right in the middle of the
aluminum
Second Great
solution.
Awakening. Smith's family attended a number
And
of different
outputs
churches and even practiced folk magic.
water.
Many of his family members claim to have received visions from God. To help the family make ends meet, Joseph became a scryer and a dowser. You may not recognize those occupations since they don't exist anymore, but basically he used divining rods to find underwater aquifers and seer stones to locate lost treasure. To do this, he placed the seer stone in a hat and then covered the hole with his face, giving him second sight of the treasure. This method wasn't always successful, and in 1826, a few of his dissatisfied customers had him tried in the state of New York for glass looking. Hey, he later said that his childhood treasure hunting was nonsense, and a lot of people used seer stones back then. That's right, Joseph Smith was just one of many. But in 1820, this specific scryer was praying in the woods near his home in Palmyra, New York, when he was visited by God and Jesus, who forgave his sins and told him none of the current churches were correct. This became known as the first vision and is incredibly important, which is weird because he didn't write about this event until a decade
What is that
after it
supposed to be
happened,
connected
and
to?
each account of the event was different. Do you tell stories the same exact way every time, or do you tailor the story to each audience? Whenever I do that, the main details are usually the same. Sometimes when he told it, it's just God or just Jesus. Sometimes it's angels instead of God, and sometimes they neglect to forgive his sins. But the one enduring
'cause they can't
point
put
is that all of the
O,
current churches have
because
turned
it's
away
got
from the
too much
gospel,
of
and this
this.
14-year-old boy was chosen to be the one to restore it. In
So it can't
1823, the
produce
angel Moroni visited Joseph Smith and told him where he
that.
could find an ancient record written on gold plates.
There
But
we
he couldn't take
go.
possession of them until he brought the
I
right person
see.
along. It took him 4 years to find that person, who turned out to
So
be his
that's
wife,
less
Emma Hale Smith.
empty.
He retrieved the plates in September 1827, along with 2 seer
I
stones,
see,
the
'cause,
Urim
yeah,
and
it
Thummim,
should be
which had been
good.
fashioned into a pair of glasses, which he called interpreters. The angel Moroni then told Joseph that he could not show the plates to anyone, and he is to translate
more
and publish the record.
consistent.
The golden plates were bound into a book which weighed roughly 50 pounds and were written in Reformed Egyptian, a hieroglyphic language which
75.
only Joseph Smith could understand, because no scholar
150.
recognizes it, and because they don't have a seer stone to translate it. His wife Emma served as his scribe for a few months, but was later replaced by Martin Harris. Martin agreed to finance publication, and after 4 months of working together, he and Joseph finished the first 116 pages. He took them home to show off to his friends and family, and
Silica
then
per
lost them.
minute.
That's the only part of the South Park episode that was wrong, by the way. They weren't hidden by Martin Harris's wife to expose him as a fraud. they were and are still
How the
lost.
fuck did I
I'm
think
gonna
that was
hide
gonna
these
be okay?
pages. If Joseph Smith really is translating off of golden plates, then he'll be able to do it again.
Joseph was devastated by the loss of the manuscript, and after praying about it, the angel Moroni took the plates and interpreters from him. For a few months, Joseph began attending a Methodist church, but in September 1828, the plates were returned to him, and he resumed translation using this seer stone, which he found while digging a well a few years beforehand. Wait, I knew I recognized that. How did you get that? I have connections, don't worry about it. To do this, he used a familiar method. He dropped his seer stone into a top hat, then covered the hole with his face. This blocked out any excess light, allowing him to see the illuminated translation. To replace the first 116 pages, which happened to be the first and second book of Lehi, he now had to translate from the book of Nephi, which was the same story told from a different perspective. In April 1829, Oliver Cowdery replaced Martin as scribe, and Joseph could now translate the plates without the use of a seer stone through divine revelation. The plates didn't even need to be in the room anymore. They finished the manuscript in only 3 months, and in 1830 they published the first edition of the Book of Mormon, another testament of Jesus Christ, sometimes referred to as the Restored Gospel or the Golden Bible. Though it's important to note that this isn't a replacement for the Bible, it's the third book in a trilogy after the Old and New Testaments. And in true trilogy fashion, it retcons a bunch of stuff from the first 2 books. Soon after the book was complete, the angel Moroni took the golden plates back to heaven, never to be seen again. Without the plates, it's somewhat difficult to verify the authenticity of this book, which is why on the first page, before you even get to the proper story, you will find the testimony of 3 witnesses: Martin Harris, Oliver Cowdery, and recent convert David Whitmer. All 3 of them attest to being shown the plates by the angel Moroni and told by God that the Book of Mormon is true, in a vision. They needed 3 witnesses because of the law of witnesses, which Mormons typically cite as coming from 2 Corinthians in the New Testament.
This is the 3rd time I am coming to you. In the mouth of 2 or 3 witnesses shall every word be established.
The typical understanding of that verse, coupled with another from Deuteronomy, is that you shouldn't believe an eyewitness account of a crime unless you have multiple people saying the same thing. The Mormon interpretation is a little different. 2 or 3 people said it, therefore it must be true. That's also how I know the Book of Mormon is true, because it's the 3rd testament or witness of Christ. And it strengthens my faith to have 3 accounts. All 3 of the original witnesses either left the church or were excommunicated. But luckily, right under that is the testimony of 8 witnesses. All 8 of these men attest to having been shown the plates in reality by Joseph Smith, even having the chance to handle the plates and flip through the pages. All 8 of these witnesses were related to Smith by blood or marriage, and somewhat comically, half of them either left the church or were excommunicated, but none of them ever recanted their testimony. That's true, none of them ever overtly took back their statements. But some people would say that going back to being a Baptist or a Methodist kind of implies that you no longer believe the Book of Mormon to be true. In the end, it just boils down to faith, which is the same justification people have for believing in this book. The only difference being that this one doesn't start with a quasi-legal document declaring its truthfulness. So what's actually in the Book of Mormon? I'm sure a lot of you are expecting an epic atheist takedown of certain passages. And if that's what you're looking for, I'll point you to the CES letter down below. There's plenty of material to work with. This book mentions animals and technology that we know didn't exist in America until Columbus. Cows, chickens, horses, chariots, steel, silk, the list goes on. The thing is, most Mormons are aware of those discrepancies and choose to believe anyway. Like I said, it all comes down to faith. The content isn't all that dissimilar from the Old and New Testaments. It's a history of the Nephites and Lamanites and tells the story of when Jesus came to America. And right away, that's a lot to unpack. According to the Book of Mormon, around the year 600 BC, the prophet Lehi sailed from Jerusalem and landed in the Americas. His descendants became the Nephites and Lamanites, which are considered to be lost tribes of Israel. Following the events of the New Testament after his crucifixion and resurrection, Jesus came to America to preach and perform miracles. How he knew about America when nobody else did, I have no idea. He talks about it in the New Testament. It's in the Gospel of John.
And other sheep I have, which are not of this fold. Them also I must bring, and they shall hear my voice, and there shall be one fold and one shepherd.
I mean, that's not really specific. He could be talking about anyone there. Fine, let's ask him. What? Let's ask him. You can just call up Jesus whenever you want? Yeah, all Mormons can.
Let's try that.
Go for JC?
Hey Jesus, I'm here with my new friend KB and he has some questions for you.
Oh, hey KB. It's been a while.
Hey, Jesus, how does this guy have your phone number?
He has connections. Don't worry about it.
You guys know each other? Yeah, me and Jesus go way back.
Yeah, this isn't the first time he's had a bunch of questions.
So anyway, John chapter 10 verse...
Oh, okay, so you're gonna quote scripture to me. Imagine making yourself available on the internet to all your children, and all they ever ask about is what you meant by something you said 2,000 years ago. How did I know about America? I'm Jesus. That's how.
Okay, so separate question. I've heard this lost tribe of Israel narrative several times before. A number of churches claim to be the descendants of one of them. What's going on here? What happened to those tribes?
They were never lost to me. You were the ones that lost them.
That's not really an answer.
Look, I get asked these same questions a lot, and it always feels like the setup for some sort of gotcha. It gets kind of old after a while. I'm human too. Halfway. I'm hoping that since you're making a video, maybe we can finally put some of these issues to rest. So, what's your next question?
How did the mark of Cain survive Noah's flood? Because
Would you look at that? It's about time for me to tend to the other sheep I have, which are not of this fold. It was nice talking to you, KB. Bye.
Do you really have to talk about that? Yeah, it's kind of a big deal. Jesus spent 3 days in America healing the sick and preaching his gospel before returning to heaven. In the centuries after he left, there was a war between the Nephites and Lamanites. The Nephite leader, Mormon, wrote down the history of his people on golden plates. After the Nephites were wiped out, his son Moroni finished the story and hid the plates in a hillside, which Joseph Smith would find centuries later. As punishment for their wickedness, the Lamanites were cursed.
And he had caused the cursing to come upon them, yea, even a sore cursing, because of their iniquity. For behold, they had hardened their hearts against him, that they had become like unto a flint. Wherefore, as they were white, and exceedingly fair and delightsome, that they might not be enticing unto my people, the Lord God did cause a skin of blackness to come upon them.
According to the Book of Mormon, Native Americans are the descendants of the Lamanites, and this is why they have dark skin. On top of that, converting to Mormonism will lift that curse and physically change their skin color back to their original pure whiteness.
And it came to pass that those Lamanites who had united with the Nephites were numbered among the Nephites, and their curse was taken from them, and their skin became white like unto the Nephites, and their
Well, that
young men
explains
and their
Mitt Romney.
daughters became exceedingly fair, and they were numbered among the Nephites, and were called Nephites.
That was in the early days. Nobody in the church believes that today. It's just a metaphor. Look, man, it's not really the skin color thing. It's that you think these people are uniquely cursed and need to be saved. And it extends beyond them.
And it came to pass that Hagoth, he being an exceedingly curious man, therefore he went forth and built him an exceedingly large ship on the borders of the land Bountiful, by the land Desolation, and launched it forth into the west sea, by the narrow neck which led into the land northward.
According to some Mormon interpretations, Pacific Islanders are the descendants of Native Americans and are likewise cursed with dark skin. DNA and archaeological evidence dispute that version of history. Dude, you're even bumming me out. That's such a small part of what we believe and practice every day. Do you want to take the chair and talk about that? Sure, that's why I'm here. So as he was saying, the angel Moroni hid the plates in a hillside for Joseph Smith to find 1,400 years later. That period of time is known as the Great Apostasy. Once the Book of Mormon was translated and published, Joseph Smith formally re-established the church on April 6, 1830. This is the restored gospel and therefore the natural continuation of Christ's original church. Joseph tried out a few different names for the church until a revelation led him to the answer: the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. Members are known as Latter-day Saints, or LDS for short. Like many others during the Second Great Awakening, Joseph Smith believed that we are in the biblical final day of rest, and that the second coming of Christ would occur at any moment. Until then, we are in the latter days. It's during this first decade of the church that many of our beliefs and practices first took shape, like the Word of Wisdom in 1833. Joseph Smith and a few early members of the church would discuss theology in a small room filled with cigar smoke, tobacco spit, and a wide variety of alcoholic beverages. His wife Emma complained about having to clean up the mess every night, so Joseph prayed to God, who handed down a health code for Mormons to follow known as the Word of Wisdom. This is why Mormons who want to remain in good standing with the church must abstain from strong drinks, which we understand to mean alcohol. We also can't use tobacco or any other drugs not prescribed by a doctor. And last but not least, somewhat unique to our faith, hot drinks, which was historically interpreted as any drink containing caffeine. But in 2012, church leaders clarified that hot drinks only refer to coffee and tea, so caffeinated sodas and whatever the heck is in a can of Monster is allowed. Though there are individual members who still abstain. That sounds a lot like Catholics and eating meat on Friday. Exactly, there's variation. Does fish count as meat? That's kind of up to you. These later revelations on how to live your life and the function of the church were compiled into a second book known as the Doctrine and Covenants,
I can understand
originally
why I stole,
published in
though.
1835. It's kind of like the Mormon Handbook, a collection of commandments. In 1842, Joseph Smith wrote a summary of the church's beliefs for a newspaper, which later became known as the Articles of Faith. If you really want to know what Mormons believe, this is where you should start. Number 1, we believe in God, the Eternal Father, and in His Son, Jesus Christ, and in the Holy Ghost. Just like every other Christian denomination. Not like every other Christian denomination, come on. Okay, so most Christians believe in the Trinity, that God the Father, Jesus the Son, and the Holy Spirit are one and the same. We don't believe that they are one being. Instead, we believe that these are 3 separate beings united in one purpose, a concept known as the Godhead. Sorry. We also believe that since God created us in His image, He must have started as a human, just like one of us. This is known as the doctrine of eternal progression. Life started as a form of free intelligence, which then became man, which then perfected himself into a god. And like God, you can reach that same level. Though you never overtake God, the Son doesn't replace the Father. As your exaltation increases, so does His. And since we are His children, we believe that there must be a heavenly mother. Though we don't really know much about her and we don't pray to her, it's just nice to know that she exists. This kind of implies that Mormons might be polytheists, since many people can become like God. But we only have a special covenant with this one, Heavenly Father, so He is the only one that we worship and pray to, a concept known as monolatry. Unlike polytheism, where you pray to different gods for different purposes, we only pray to one God, which is what the Old Testament describes. Jehovah is only the God of Israel. Everyone else prays to their own gods. Number 2, we believe that men will be punished for their own sins and not for Adam's transgression. So we don't believe in original sin. Everyone is responsible for repenting for their own sins, not the sins of their fathers, except for the Native Americans and Pacific Islanders who are cursed for the transgressions of the Lamanites. And then there's the mark of Cain. Number 3, we believe that through the atonement of Christ, all mankind may be saved by obedience to the laws and ordinances of the gospel. Like other Christians, Mormons believe that Christ died for our sins and that He was the original leader of the church. And by following His example, we can achieve salvation and exaltation. Can we maybe skip the ones where it's just like Christianity? I'm trying to keep this under 20. Okay, this next one's kind of long though. Yeah, go ahead, we're already way over. We believe that the first principles and ordinances of the gospel are: first, faith in the Lord Jesus Christ; second, repentance; third, baptism by immersion for the remission of sins; fourth, laying on of hands for the gift of the Holy Ghost. There are 2 important bits there. First, rather than just sprinkling some water on your forehead, Mormons believe that baptisms are performed by full immersion underwater, since that's how it was originally done by John the Baptist. We also wait until you're at least 8 years old, which we call the age of accountability, when you have a basic understanding of morality and are old enough to consent. What about all those dead people you baptized? Did they consent? Right, so rather famously, back in the day, Mormons would posthumously baptize people into the faith. George Washington, Thomas Jefferson, pretty much all of the founding fathers, really. Holocaust survivors, Holocaust victims, and yes, even Hitler. Though many of those have been annulled for obvious reasons. Nowadays, you can only perform baptisms for the dead if they're a family member or you have the permission of their closest living relative, or if they were born over 110 years ago. I can't shake the feeling that this is a violation of my spiritual autonomy or something. Even if I don't think your prayers will change where I end up after I die, you do. What gives you the right to make that decision for me? So we're not making the decision for you. We believe that after you die, your soul goes to the spirit world, where you can choose to accept the gospel or not. And after the final judgment, your soul goes to one of 3 kingdoms of heaven. Baptism for the dead just gives you that option in the spirit world. It doesn't force anything on you. If you reject the gospel, you go to the telestial kingdom, which is still a kingdom of heaven, it's just the lowest and isn't as glorious as the others. The worst you can do is still a kingdom of heaven. The next kingdom up is the terrestrial, for people who led generally good lives, but didn't accept the restored gospel of Jesus Christ until they entered the spirit world. This is the kingdom of heaven that most Christians already expect. Above that is the celestial kingdom, for the faithful covenant keepers, where you live with and become like God, and you get your own planet. When you reach exaltation, the powers of creation will be unlocked to you. You can create your own universe or your own people in your own image. There's no reason you'd be limited to one planet. If you're especially wicked and actively work against God, you're sent to outer darkness with Satan and all of his followers. That's the spooky Mormon version of hell. The other important point is the laying on of hands for the gift of the Holy Ghost.
I
The
can see
Holy
what I was
Ghost is
doing
like
there.
a spiritual protector. If you've ever felt a warm,
these.
fuzzy feeling of confirming truth or a presence warning you against some sort of danger, like a gut feeling or a near-death experience, that was the Holy Ghost. Whenever something like that happens, we're encouraged to share that story with our church in what's known as a testimony. We believe in the gift of tongues, prophecy, revelation, visions, healing, interpretation of tongues, and so forth. We believe that God still interacts with the world today, whether that means working through an object like a staff or a stone, or people through the gift of tongues. The gift of tongues is a little different from speaking in tongues. You don't necessarily need to know a language in order to speak it. You just allow the Holy Ghost to work through you and the language will come naturally, allowing us to spread the gospel even further. And since God spoke through prophets during biblical times, we believe that he still speaks through prophets today. Joseph Smith and all of the leaders of the church since him were prophets. The current president of the church, Russell M. Nelson, is a living prophet who continues to receive revelations on how we should live our lives. During the semi-annual General Conference, LDS members from around the world tune in to hear their living prophet dispense modern revelation. Modern revelation allows God to clarify misunderstandings and update his doctrine, like with caffeinated soda a few years ago, and black people a few years before that. Hey, I thought Jesus said there wouldn't be any prophets after him. That's not what he said.
For false Christs and false prophets will arise and will show great signs and wonders, so as to mislead, if possible, even the elect.
How is that not what I just said? False Christs and false prophets will rise. But he didn't say there wouldn't be true prophets. Call Jesus. What? There's no way he would omit something like that. Jesus?
Go for JC.
Didn't you say that after you, false prophets would try to lead people astray?
Oh, yeah. But there'll be true prophets too.
Then why didn't you say that?
I did. Just a few chapters earlier. Beware of false prophets which come to you in sheep's clothing, but inwardly they are ravening wolves. Ye shall know them by their fruits. Do men gather grapes of thorns or figs of thistles? Even so every good tree bringeth forth good fruit, but a corrupt tree bringeth forth evil fruit. Look at this. I'm the one quoting scripture now. Unbelievable.
Did I just get told off by Jesus? We believe the Bible to be the Word of God, as far as it is translated correctly. We also believe the Book of Mormon to be the Word of God. Like he said before, we believe in the Bible. The Book of Mormon isn't a replacement, it's an addition. Yeah, there's more to it than that though. You believe in biblical inerrancy. Yeah, we believe in the Bible. Can you expand on that? We believe in a literal interpretation of the Bible. We believe things happened just as they were described, from the creation of the earth to Noah's flood, all the way through the Gospels of Jesus. We believe this to be an accurate telling of events as long as it's translated correctly. So which translation is the most correct? The King James Version, published in the year of our Lord 1611. This is the only canonical translation of the Bible that we use, and Middle English is the language that we speak during temple ceremonies rather than Latin. Joseph Smith described the Book of Mormon as the most correct of any book on earth. This is the last dispensation of the gospel, so anytime the Book of Mormon and the Bible differ in their telling of events, we default to the most recent and therefore most correct version. Joseph Smith also had revelations expanding on biblical stories. These are included in the Pearl of Great Price, another book of scripture in the LDS Church canonized in 1880. Which is kind of like the Mormon expanded universe. Or to borrow a Star Wars term, I guess this would be legends? It includes the articles of faith and the books of Moses and Abraham, which provide a much more detailed account of the creation and the book of Genesis, including the fact that man lived in America before Noah's flood, which displaced them to Eurasia. You're not gonna make fun of that? Nah, thinking that the Garden of Eden or terrestrial paradise were in the New World isn't unique to Mormonism. The idea had been around for centuries at that point, though I think it's important to point out that the Book of Abraham was translated from some scrolls that Smith bought from a traveling mummy exhibit, which he said told the story of Genesis from Abraham's perspective. The scrolls were sold to a Chicago museum where they were presumed lost in the Great Fire. But in 1965, fragments of the scroll were rediscovered in a New York museum. When they were translated, they were found to be common funerary texts, like an ancient obituary. Those were just fragments though, not the pieces Smith translated. Besides, just like the golden plates, he didn't actually need to read the scrolls. They were just the catalyst for divine revelation. Right, but it's in these expanded retellings of Genesis, specifically the book of Moses, that the mark of Cain becomes a curse of physically dark skin and somehow survives the flood. You seem really fixated on the mark of Cain. Yeah, it isn't important to the story yet, but keep that in the back of your mind. We believe in the literal gathering of Israel and in the restoration of the 10 tribes, that Zion, the New Jerusalem, will be built upon the American continent, that Christ will reign personally upon the earth, and that the earth will be renewed and receive its paradisiacal glory. Since the Garden of Eden was in America, it makes sense that the seed of God's kingdom on earth will also be in America. And as KB said, any day now. Mormons are encouraged to keep a 72-hour emergency preparedness kit so that when it happens, we're ready. The church is the steward of God's kingdom until Christ's second coming. So the early church was structured as a government with an anointed council of 50, and Joseph Smith took the title King, Priest, and Ruler over Israel on the earth. Protector of the realm, King of the Andals and the first men, breaker... I'll stop. That council has since been dissolved. We consider ourselves to be the subject of earthly governments and obey their laws. The current president of the church is also its prophet. Together with 2 counselors, they form the first presidency. The prophet is chosen by God from among the quorum of the 12 apostles. If it helps, you can think of this as the president's cabinet. Underneath them is the quorum of the 70. Our version of a Senate, made up of high-ranking church leaders and representatives from around the world. Hey, why are all these stick figures men? Women aren't allowed to hold the priesthood. Instead of the clergy, women are inducted into the Relief Society, which is a charity organization like the Salvation Army. There are literally binders full of women in leadership there. But as it was under Jesus, all of the clergy are men. And as described in the book of Isaiah, the central leadership acts as the tent pole, while regional churches are the stakes. Each stake is led by a president and 2 counselors, known as the stake presidency. Within a stake, there are several wards, which are what we call individual congregations or local churches. These are led by a bishop and 2 counselors, known as the ward bishopric. There are over 30,000 wards serving over 16 million Latter-day Saints worldwide. That's more than there are Jewish people in the world. Yep, we're one of the fastest growing religions right now, especially in the United States. Are all of those active members, or are you including everyone you've ever talked to, like Scientology? We're only counting living baptized members, though there are varying degrees of participation, just like any other religion. All right, now that you've covered the basic beliefs and structure, I think we can jump back into the history now. Do we have to? In the first decade of the church, Joseph Smith and the rest of the Mormons moved from New York to Ohio to Missouri. Mormons hoped that they might be able to practice their religion in peace out on the frontier. Why'd you cut to me? I'm not one of those heretic Mormonites. They mainly settled in Jackson County, Missouri. Wait, what was that? What? You changed clothes there for a second. Anyway, Mormons don't believe that the Garden of Eden was in Jackson County, Missouri. But according to Joseph Smith, that is where Adam and Eve lived after they were banished from the terrestrial paradise, and where the future Zion will be constructed. They named it Adam-on-Diaman and declared it a sacred holy site. That was the last straw for the governor of Missouri, who wanted to rid his state of these heretics and signed Executive Order 44. Otherwise known as the Mormon Extermination Order, which wasn't rescinded until 1976. The Mormons, legitimately fleeing religious persecution by the Missouri Volunteer Militia, settled in Nauvoo, Illinois. The town charter they negotiated with the state was especially generous, allowing them to police and judge themselves, not pay any taxes to the state, and form their own militia known as the Nauvoo Legion. Nauvoo became the largest city in Illinois at the time. By 1844, Chicago only had 8,000 residents. Nauvoo had 10,000, with 25,000 Mormons total in the area. And since they voted as a block, they decided elections. Having such an insular, self-sufficient town allowed Joseph Smith to introduce one of the most controversial doctrines of the church: polygamy. Since they had their own legal system, they performed their own secret marriages. Joseph Smith taught that in order to achieve the highest level of exaltation and gain access to the highest kingdom of heaven, you had to increase the size of your family. God created us to increase His glory, so we should do the same. There are 3 ways to increase the size of your celestial family: have a lot of kids, marry a lot of people, and baptize your ancestors, which is why baptism of the dead is such a common practice. Moses, Abraham, and a lot of other prophets had multiple wives, and since Mormonism is trying to restore the primitive church, they should have plural wives as well. Joseph Smith introduced this idea in 1842. By the time he announced it to the church, he had already been sealed to 6 women and would soon have anywhere from 33 to 49 plural wives. Joseph was 36 years old and married girls aged 14 to 60. Okay, it's important to note that these marriages weren't necessarily sexual. Celestial marriages are a way to increase your exaltation in the afterlife, not for procreation in this life. You're right, but the procreation part did happen on occasion. In the Revelation where God commands Joseph to take plural wives, he specifically tells Emma that she has to be okay with it.
And I command mine handmaid, Emma Smith, to abide and cleave unto my servant Joseph, and to none else. But if she will not abide this commandment, she shall be destroyed, saith the Lord. For I am the Lord thy God, and will destroy her if she abide not in my law.
She never accepted plural marriage and was in denial about its existence until her dying breath. Polygamy is a hard sell for most Christian converts though, so most Mormons never participated. It's estimated that only 30% of the church was involved with polygamy, which was still enough to be branded as heretics. The people of Illinois were just as uninviting as Missouri, and there were constant skirmishes between the Nauvoo Legion and surrounding militias. All that came to a head in 1844. The nearby town of Carthage published a newspaper called the Nauvoo Expositor, which told its non-Mormon readers all about Mormon doctrine, including monolatry and polygamy. The Nauvoo Legion stormed the town and destroyed the printing press in response. The state got involved, and Joseph Smith and the other church leaders were charged with inciting a riot and interfering with freedom of the press. He turned himself into a Carthage jail, and while awaiting trial, he was murdered by a mob of townsfolk. This event is understandably known as the martyrdom, and triggered a succession crisis within the church. His brother Hiram was the obvious successor, but he died in the same jail cell. Joseph Smith was running for president of the United States that year, so all 12 of his apostles were scattered around the country campaigning on his behalf. It took some of them 2 months to hear about his death. Just about every apostle and prominent church leader had some sort of claim to lead the church, and there were a dozen breakaway sects in the years that followed. For the sake of time, we're only going to focus on a few of them. Joseph Smith's son, Joseph Smith III, had the strongest natural claim and the blessing of Emma Hale Smith. He named his church the Reorganized Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, or RLDS. They believe in the Trinity rather than the Godhead. They don't believe you can become exalted like God in the afterlife, and they never adopted polygamy as a doctrine. But they do believe in modern revelation and the word of wisdom. In 2001, they renamed themselves the Community of Christ and are currently headquartered in Independence, Missouri. Since this sect was founded by Joseph Smith's direct family, they own and maintain his gravesite in Nauvoo. They're currently the second largest group of Mormons with over 250,000 members. A Mormon is anyone who believes in this book. The Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints is by far the largest, but not the only, even if they'd like to be.
Mormons, more properly referred to as Latter-day Saints, members of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints.
That's like saying Christians, more properly referred to as Roman Catholics. Like, you don't get to claim ownership over the entire word. And the LDS Church has a history of flip-flopping on its use. From 2010 to 2018, in response to the South Park episode in the Book of Mormon musical, the LDS Church produced the I Am a Mormon advertising campaign in an effort to reclaim the word and humanize its members to non-Mormons, featuring a number of celebrities, athletes, and prominent YouTubers. But in 2018, the current prophet, Russell M. Nelson, reversed that decision and now discourages its use. Though I personally think the cat is out of the bag at this point. Yeah, I haven't even bothered trying to correct you. That said, most Mormons are members of the LDS Church and refer to themselves as Latter-day Saints, because they came out of the succession crisis with the most members. Brigham Young was one of Joseph's apostles and was chosen to be the next president and prophet of the church, the only one to have ever been elected by the people. Nowadays, it's usually the longest serving apostle. Much like Scientology, when the original leader died and the second in command took over, they instituted a bunch of changes to consolidate power and form the church we recognize today. Most famously, he oversaw the Mormon exodus to Utah. Even after the death of Joseph Smith, local militias continued to harass the Mormons to the point that Brigham Young decided it was time to leave. In the spring of 1846, several thousand wagons and handcarts would make the journey over portions of the Oregon Trail, otherwise known as the Mormon Trail, from Nauvoo, Illinois to Salt Lake City, Utah. Only it wasn't Utah. The map of the United States wasn't filled in yet. The land they were hoping to settle on was actually part of Mexico at the time. In preparation for the journey, Mormons tried to sell off their possessions, but had a hard time finding buyers. Why? Right, so how much are you selling this land for? Am I supposed to A few $100s, fair market value. And when are you leaving? In the spring. So what'll the price be in the spring? Well, we're leaving in the spring, right? Are you gonna steal my land? Why not? You're leaving America forever. Sounds like the definition of abandoned to me. You can't do... Why am I playing into this? You need an exorcism. The first Mormon pioneers set up camp in Winter Quarters, Iowa, and in 1847 they arrived in the Great Salt Lake Valley. They didn't mistakenly think they reached the Pacific Ocean. They intentionally settled in an area that they considered to be depopulated. Brigham Young then claimed this entire territory as the state of Deseret, which nobody really paid attention to, because this was right in the middle of the Mexican-American War. Just as the Mormons were trying to bail on America, America reabsorbed them. Brigham Young saw the writing on the wall and, seeking to curry favor with the United States, offered up the Nauvoo Legion to help in the war effort. The Mormon Battalion is the only religious unit to ever serve in the United States military. Why'd you cut to me? That's not even the right war. After the war, the borders of Deseret were carved down to what was eventually called Utah, and Brigham Young was elected as its first territorial governor in 1850. This was during the time of popular sovereignty, which was a compromise that hoped to solve the problem of slavery by letting each new state decide for itself. So the question was, would Utah be a slave state or a free state? Brigham Young believed that black people had dark skin because of the mark of Cain. Here we go. Which survived the flood through a similar curse on Noah's son Ham or his grandson Canaan. Either way, they were cursed by God with dark skin. Brigham Young opted to make Utah a semi-slave state. You couldn't buy or sell slaves in Utah, but you could bring them in from outside. All told, there were fewer than 100 slaves in Utah, but still slaves. He also decided that since they weren't allowed to participate in government and were cursed by God, they shouldn't be allowed into the priesthood either. You might be thinking, who cares? Only a few people want to become priests anyway. But that's not how it works in Mormonism. Every male above the age of 12 is ordained into the priesthood. Well, except black males.
Not one of the children of old Cain have one particle of right to bear rule in government affairs from first to last. They have no business there. This privilege was taken from them by their own transgressions, and I cannot help it. The moment we consent to mingle with the seed of Cain, the church must go to destruction. We should receive the curse which has been placed upon the seed of Cain, and never more be numbered with the children of Adam, who are heirs to the priesthood, until that curse be removed.
They were so serious about not mingling their blood with the seed of Cain that interracial marriage was banned. And for decades, Utah blood banks kept white people blood and black people blood separate, just so that nobody would be accidentally tainted. The priesthood ban was instituted in 1852 and retroactively kicked out any black men who had been previously ordained by Joseph Smith. And for decades, the church pretended that those men didn't exist. It's worth noting that this ban only applied to black men. Native American, Pacific Islander, Asian, and every other man of color was allowed. Well, all that would change in 1978. Right, but we're not there yet. In 1857, now that Utah was a territory, the United States government deployed its military to protect settlers from the people whose lands they were settling on, just as they had in every other western state. But remembering the conflicts in Missouri and Illinois, the Mormons decided they were going to defend their new territory from any outside aggression, and thus began the Utah War, or for those keeping count, the Third Mormon War. There weren't any major battles, just a few skirmishes here and there, and the only notable event was when Mormon militia members slaughtered 100 people on the California Trail and tried to blame Native Americans, an event known as the Mountain Meadows Massacre. Once there was peace in Utah and in the South and in the West as a whole, the only obstacle for statehood was polygamy. Polygamy was and is still illegal in the United States. Federal marshals regularly raided Mormon households to arrest any adults they caught engaging in the practice, so if Utah wanted statehood, polygamy had to go. Brigham Young was a strong believer in polygamy, but he died in 1877. So the fourth prophet, Wilford Woodruff, suspended the practice with an 1890 manifesto, declaring that there wouldn't be any new plural marriages. This caused yet another schism in the church. Some Mormons wanted to continue practicing polygamy and split off to form the Fundamentalist Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, or FLDS. There are under 10,000 FLDS members worldwide. If you've ever spotted groups of women dressed like this, those are FLDS Mormons. But the fact that the government of Utah and the main LDS church had disavowed polygamy was enough to satisfy the United States, who pardoned every Mormon polygamist in 1893, and Utah gained statehood in 1896. The LDS Church has existed for over twice as long without polygamy than it ever did with. But that's still the first joke everyone makes. Since dropping polygamy, the LDS Church has been trying to rehabilitate its image and position itself as a mainstream Protestant church, mainly by appealing to American patriotism. The Boy Scouts of America were founded in 1910, and 3 years later, the LDS Church made participation in the program mandatory for all boys. Cub Scouts at 8 years old and Boy Scouts at 11. Over the last 100 years, almost a third of all Boy Scouts were Mormon, and in 2018, there were over 400,000 Mormon Scouts, each paying $60 a year. That gave the LDS Church a lot of leverage over what was taught, including a religious component. It's part of the oath, and showing reverence is a requirement for Eagle Scout. More controversially, they also controlled who was allowed into the program, keeping it mostly white for decades. The Boy Scouts ended their racial segregation in 1974. In 2015, they allowed gay members, and in 2017, they allowed trans and female members. So in 2019, the LDS Church ended their century-long partnership with the Boy Scouts. That's because we wanted to create our own scouting program that's more in line with our values. That's one way to phrase it, I guess. The Mormon Tabernacle Choir was created in 1847, but didn't really hit it big until 1959 when they sang the Battle Hymn of the Republic, right in the middle of post-World War II Cold War patriotism. The American public ate it up, and it even reached number 13 on the Billboard Hot 100. It even won a Grammy. Then the civil rights movement happened. Suddenly, some Americans had a distaste for any segregated institution, and thanks to anti-miscegenation policies and decades of banning certain people from the priesthood, the LDS Church was at least 85% white. The Mormon Tabernacle Choir was 100% white. During the 70s, another Mormon musical group rose to fame, the Osmonds, the real-life Brady Bunch, marketed as a straight-laced alternative to the Jackson 5. Both of these groups faced boycotts during the civil rights era, but the final straw came when multiple college football teams refused to play against the segregated Brigham Young University team. Politics in sports? Ridiculous! These boycotts, combined with missionary efforts in South America, caused the LDS Church to reconsider its position, and they lifted the ban on black men joining the priesthood in 1978. The official declaration regarding this change was the last addition to the Doctrine and Covenants. Despite this obvious reversal in policy, the LDS Church still won't admit that their previous position was wrong. Well, because it's complicated. So, uncomplicate it. Okay, so first of all, I should point out that churches change policies all the time. That's not unique to Mormonism. The Catholic Church finally stopped blaming Jewish people for Jesus' death in 1965. But when a church changes doctrine, that doesn't mean the previous doctrine was wrong. It was correct for that time. God never changes. He's the same yesterday, today, and forever. But we change, and church doctrine changes along with us. There's a reason we don't pay attention to the rules in the Old Testament anymore. Those were the correct rules for the people of Israel at the time. These are the correct rules for Mormons today. How does that not make the previous doctrine wrong? You can think it's morally wrong, like that's an opinion, but that doesn't mean it was incorrect for the time. For the record, I personally think that segregation was morally wrong, but you still participate in a system that says it was okay. Well, if I had that attitude, I wouldn't be able to participate in America. A lot of institutions have bad history. All I can do is try and shape a better future, which is why I'm going door to door. Okay, so what's it like to be a missionary? Oh, well, for men over the age of 18, it's a 2-year commitment. For women over the age of 19, it's 18 months. And retired couples can serve as mission leaders if they want. There are currently around 70,000 Mormon missionaries spreading the gospel to prospective members and reactivating former members who maybe need some encouragement. Going on a mission is a rite of passage. Men are strongly encouraged to volunteer and may find it difficult to move up in the church without performing some kind of service. Service guarantees a celestial afterlife. What? Only about a third of Mormon men become missionaries. One of the largest hurdles is that you have to pay for your trip out of pocket, which the church averages to $500 a month regardless of your destination, which is $12,000 for the whole 2 years. You don't get to choose where you're sent, you don't know if you have to learn a language beforehand, and you don't get to choose your companion. Your what? Mormon missionaries always travel in pairs. We're not allowed outside of sight or hearing of each other, except to go to the bathroom, obviously. So you're supposed to have an accountability buddy? Yeah. What? Can we cut to commercial? This video is brought to you by CuriosityStream and Nebula. Nebula is a streaming service built by fellow YouTubers fleeing the persecution of the algorithm, allowing us to explore ideas that might otherwise be demonetized. All of my content is hosted there ad-free, and viewers who watch this video over on Nebula get to see a few jokes that were too spicy for YouTube, as well as a few relevant anecdotes. I grew up in Hawaii, which is a Mormon missionary epicenter. Check it out by also signing up for CuriosityStream, a subscription streaming service that offers thousands of documentaries and nonfiction titles which you can access across multiple platforms. Wondering what kind of strange animal that was in the hat? Check out Meet the Mustelids, a documentary I'm convinced was made just for me. So head on over to curiositystream.com/knowingbetter. For the next few days, you can get a holiday deal on both CuriosityStream and Nebula for only $12 a year. You'll also be supporting the channel when you do. Do you not see how that's like a major plot hole in this video? No, not really. Besides, I always have the Holy Ghost with me. Are you talking about your magic underwear? We actually call them garments, and there's nothing magical about them. We're just wearing a reminder of our covenant, just like a lot of other religions, whether it's a yarmulke, turban, veil, or colored robes. We just wear ours underneath. The missionary handbook says wearing the temple garment is a sacred privilege for those who have taken upon themselves the covenant of the temple. The garment is a constant reminder of these covenants. When properly worn, it provides protection against temptation and evil. Endowed members should wear the garment both night and day. So it's not mithril armor. It doesn't protect you from bullets or anything. Okay, but other missionaries have companions? Yeah. Is that a safety thing or? Yeah. The missionary handbook also states that you have a responsibility to protect your companion from physical and spiritual danger. If you do not fulfill this responsibility and your companion engages in serious misconduct, you may be subject to church disciplinary action. That means we sleep in the same room and go to bed and wake up at the same time. We also aren't allowed to wear headphones since that isolates us from our companion. And if we use a computer, we have to be able to see each other's screens. How does that protect you from danger? Pornography is a spiritual danger. Are you allowed to date on a mission? Absolutely not. We follow the law of chastity, which means no sex before marriage and no masturbating. Men and women don't do missionary work together. There's actually an interesting dating dynamic because of that. Some men refuse to date women who go on a mission because that's historically been a man's job. And some women refuse to date men who don't. But women still can't hold the priesthood. That's correct. We have pretty traditional views on gender roles.
By divine design, fathers are to preside over their families in love and righteousness, and are responsible to provide the necessities of life and protection for their families. Mothers are primarily responsible for the nurture of their children. In these sacred responsibilities, fathers and mothers are obligated to help one another as equal partners. Disability, death, or other circumstances may necessitate individual adaptation.
So men are providers and women are homemakers, but they're supposed to be equal partners in raising a family. The family unit is the most important structure in the Mormon faith. Every Monday night we have family home evening where we play board games or read scripture without our phones, TV, or any other distractions. It's all about spending time together and strengthening those bonds. Then why do you shun people who leave the church? That's not actually church policy. It does happen. Sometimes people choose not to associate with apostates, but you see that in every religion. If you're an atheist or LGBT, you probably experienced that firsthand. Speaking of the LGBT community, oh no. Over the years, your church has repeatedly backed efforts that go against the message of equality, not just in the Boy Scouts. They were also against the Equal Rights Amendment and same-sex marriage. Like I said, we have traditional views on gender roles and things like marriage, but you're trying to impose those views on others. In 2008, the church used its considerable wealth to influence the Proposition 8 vote in California. Wealth gained through tithing. That's not what tithing is used for. Members of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints are supposed to give up 10% of their income to the church to help build up God's kingdom. The church uses that money to build temples, perform missionary work, and feed the poor. You can think of it as a way to help you budget, and you often see a spiritual return on that investment in the form of blessings. As they say, you reap what you sow. So none of that money ends up in politics? Well, I can never really say for sure. Sometimes the church invests in businesses which can then donate to super PACs. Corporations are people, my friend. Along with charities like the Relief Society and Deseret Industries, Mormons own or control a lot of world-famous businesses, including multiple MLMs, 2 family genealogy websites, and an international hotel chain, which along with the Gideon Bible has a Book of Mormon in every room. Having your religion influence your politics isn't unique to Mormonism. but it's easy to point out because it seems different. Many times during this video, I drew parallels to Scientology, and there certainly are similarities, especially when you bring up the fact that God lives on the planet Kolob and everyone gets their own planet when they die. But that's actually Christian propaganda from the 1840s. In fact, most of the misconceptions I had to debunk during this video came from Christian propaganda in the 1840s, including that magic underwear thing. That actually started as a rumor after Joseph Smith's death because he and everyone else who were killed in that cell weren't wearing theirs, and the one person who survived apparently was. The garments and the temple endowment ceremony might have been borrowed concepts from the Freemasons, which Joseph Smith was a member of, just as LRH was a member of secret societies before founding his religion. Scientology rose out of the Cold War religious boom, when a lot of Americans felt like the world might end at any moment, a period of time we now recognize as the Fourth Great Awakening. Mormonism came out of the Second Great Awakening. The Third Great Awakening, which occurred at the same time as the temperance movement, gave rise to the Christian Scientists, who abstain from all drugs and medicine, along with the Jehovah's Witnesses, who believe that the end will occur any day now and have set up God's kingdom ahead of his arrival. By far, the largest religion to come out of the Fourth Great Awakening was the evangelical Christian movement. Do you know why evangelicals specifically support the State of Israel? Because they believe that the literal gathering of tribes is a precursor to the second coming of Christ, and they really want that to happen. As the baby boomers were coming of age, a lot of Protestant Christians became evangelized and started to believe that the end of the world will occur any day now, and America will have some sort of unique role to play. Why do 49% of Americans believe that we are currently living in the biblical end times and therefore we don't need to worry about global warming? I can only speculate. I wonder if there were any patriotic musical groups that were popular in the last few decades. And this is completely apropos of nothing, but I wonder how many of you were some level of Boy Scout. We have not reached the end of history. Thinking that God or Jesus will show up any day now allows us to put off making any sort of societal progress or economic change, because none of this really matters in the end. We don't need to work towards equality or worry about long-term consequences, because it'll all be over soon anyway. This is the way things have always been. It's fine this way. Every generation thinks that they're going to be the last and therefore most important, and every generation laughs at the previous generation for being wrong. Joseph Smith predicted that Jesus would return within his lifetime. The LDS Church modeled their society after a more primitive form of Christianity with the intention of keeping it that way until Christ's second coming. Black people can't be in the priesthood until God removes their curse. Women are divinely designed to be homemakers. The Boy Scouts are for boys. Same-sex marriage shouldn't be allowed, and America should be a Christian nation. Mormons are not the only group that believes this. This is just what happens when you take American exceptionalism and turn it into a religion. This video would not have been possible without the help and input of my Discord and Twitch communities. So many people helped to make sure that this video was fair and accurate, and I hope it lived up to the hype. This was quite a long one, so I'm gonna take a bit of time off, but I'll see you in February 2021. Until then, I'd like to give a special shout out to my newest Golden Fork patron, Joe. If you'd like to add your name to this registered clip, head on over to patreon.com/knowingbetter, or for a one-time donation, paypal.me/knowingbetter. Don't forget to ordain that subscribe button or the join button if you're feeling exalted. Check out the merch at knowingbetter.tv, follow me on Twitter, Facebook, and Instagram, and join us on the subreddit.
Where does this one go? This out of the way. Where's that go? Okay, this rubber comes over here into a second container. Why it's going into a second container, I don't know. And that's literally doing nothing.
Hello everybody, welcome back to another episode of Decoding the Unknown.
This one gets a little dark.
Holocaust Denial. Who wrote this? Why did they not put their name on the script? Who wrote this script? Tell me. I believe it's Arnaldo. I think it's Arnaldo. Did Arnaldo read? I don't know. It'll be in the credits. I'm so sorry for whoever wrote this. Add your name to the script and I'll get it better. I'll do it better in the future. Maybe it's George. Oh God. Well, yes, today we're covering a rather grim subject, aren't we? Less room for jokes. When talking about Holocaust denial because it's crazy. There are many truths. If you're new here, the format is I'm going to read this script written by mystery author. Strong feeling it's George, looking at the formatting of this thing, but not sure. George, your name will be in the credits if it's you. I'm going to call you George from now on. And if someone else can format stuff like this, Arnaldo, if it's you, I apologize. Just imagine George's name being replaced with yours. There are many truths we hold to be self-evident. The world being round and man having just landed on the moon, to name just two. Yet, despite glaring certainty of these things, glaring, underlined, italics, larger, bold. That's what it looks like. For all of them, there exists a contingent of committed contrarians who are certain they know better. The conspiracy theorists. By and large, these ideas are largely harmless, and in fact, the duality of innocuousness and absurdity that they represent can actually make them amusing and quite entertaining. Yeah, normally when we talk about conspiracy theories, I'm entertained. With Holocaust now, you're just like, oh no. No, so many people were killed. Take me, for example. As the professional wind-up merchant that I am, I've lost track of the amount of times that, after a skinful of ale, I've convinced a gullible patron of my local boozer that the world is flat, that the Queen was a lizard person, or my personal favourite, that not only would we not land on the moon, but in fact that the moon just doesn't exist. But while many conspiracy theories are absurd to the point of amusement, some absolutely are not. Take Holocaust denial, for example. Sure, to claim that the Holocaust didn't happen is every bit as absurd as claiming the moon doesn't exist, and yet because of the specifics of this conspiracy, chiefly the fact that to entertain it involves spitting on the graves of 17 million brutally murdered people, to deny it is all the more serious, and frankly, sickening than any of the more light-hearted conspiracy theories out there. This seriousness raises a few questions, namely, why do people believe that it never happened? If they don't believe it happened, what do they believe happened instead? And lastly, how do they manage to maintain this belief given the enormous underlined, larger, capitals, bold, italic, basically unrefutable weight of evidence that it did happen? These questions and more I shall answer in the next hour or so as we take a deep dive into the dark, depressing world of Holocaust denial. And it is just the darkest. It's just the darkest. I've been to Auschwitz, and it's just like, it's just, I don't want to even describe. It's just undescribable. The evidence. In my first draft of today's script, I attempted something big-brained, a structure in which I drip-read you all of the arguments of Holocaust deniers in a vacuum free from counter, the idea being to replicate the conditions in which people come to believe in it, and maybe even briefly tempt you towards it yourself so you can understand how they think, only to let loose a broadside volley of evidence at the end of the video to snap you back into reality, thus giving you a fuller understanding of not only how easy it is to be suckered into Holocaust denial, but also how mad it is. And I agree, I think that's a fantastic structure. However, it is a problem for people who turn off halfway through the video. If we're doing something like moon landing, great. If we're doing something like Holocaust denial, not quite so sure. But after consulting Simon's Discord on the matter, which you should absolutely join, yes, get on there. There'll be a link in the description a little below. There probably won't, but how do you do it? Discord links only last for like 30 days or something absurd, so I'm not really sure how you can join that Discord. But Liam, who is the community manager of the Discord, he'll probably figure it out. I've got to remember to tell him though. I was made aware that people who click off the video early, why would you do such a thing? Simon makes gold content, you're goddamn right.
A golden god! I am untethered and my rage knows no bounds!
Just before we continue with the video today, big shout out to today's wonderful sponsor, and that would be Vessi. Vessi makes shoes. They make the only shoes that I wear. Vessi started sponsoring me 2-3 years ago now, and since that time, I think I have worn something other than Vessi shoes on maybe 2 occasions. Vessi makes shoes that look amazing. This is a fresh pair of these are called the weekend shoes. I had an identical pair of these previously that I wore for 2 years and just wore them consistently, and then after 2 years, when you wear shoes every day for 2 years, they wear. Bought a new pair because I just love them that much. What Vessi wants me to tell you about specifically is their Stormburst shoes. These are perfect for spring. All Vessis, by the way, I don't think I mentioned this at the selling point. They're made with something called Dynatex, which makes them 100% waterproof. That's not water resistant. It's not like, I don't know, I've been sold shoes in the past and it's like, oh yeah, just spray on this thing and it makes them like water resistant. That is a crock of S-word. Can't swear in my ads, but it's a crock of S-word because it never works. With Vessis, you could have it in water up to here. Up to here, to the top of the shoe, and nothing is getting in. It's waterproof like a pair of rain shoes, or Wellington boots, as we call them in the UK. These are them in black, these are them in grey, the Stormbursts. I haven't actually worn these yet. I have a beautiful pair of white ones. That are just like these, it's like gleaming white. I went to a farm the other day with kids, and my wife's like, you're not wearing appropriate shoes. And I'm like, oh, haven't I, dear wife? Oh, haven't I? Because they get all muddy, and then I just get back to the car. And I'm just like, you know what I'm going to do? Just wipe these off with a wet wipe from my kids. Like the pushchair thing, you've got wet wipes in there. Just wipe them off, and they're as good as new. Because that's how Vessi works. It's amazing. There's nothing better than Vessi. What you need to do is go to vessi.com/DTU, and you'll get an automatic 15% off your first purchase at checkout. And you'll be ready, rain or shine, won't you? There's nothing better than Vessi. I don't wear anything else. You shouldn't wear anything else either, dear viewer. That's vessi.com/DTU, 15% off. You won't regret it. You'll end up with a cupboard full of Vessi shoes like me. They're amazing. And now back to today's video.
They might actually accidentally be converted into Holocaust deniers. This was not a notion that sparked joy, and thusly, I opted to kick the video off differently, with a chapter in which we firmly get the reality of the matter established before we even mention a single denier's name. So, with that in mind, what is the evidence for the Holocaust? The first is the contemporary documentation, as the Nazis, in an almost stereotypically German fashion, were meticulous about organized record-keeping and keeping the bureaucratic apparatus of genocide neat and tidy. So meticulous was their record-keeping that even after a monumental attempt to shred, burn, and otherwise destroy paperwork when it became obvious that Germany wasn't winning the war, a preposterous amount of documentation survived. What's that movie? Is it the one where they're about the Iran hostage crisis? Fargo? No, that's a different movie or a TV show. Argo. Is that Damon? Maybe? And they're in the US embassy in Iran, and then they're like breaking in, and they're all like madly throwing shit into incinerators.
Burn everything! Burn it now! All right, burn everything. All the files, file cabinets, safe.
The most damning of these come from the 1942 Wannsee Conference, often referred to as the smoking gun of the Holocaust by scholars. Its surviving documents outline the Nazis' plan to round up Europe's Jews, transport them to occupied Poland, and murder them on an industrial scale. These brutal musings cannot be dismissed as mere planning or wishful thinking either, because after the conference, the rhetoric of Nazi elites got much more genocide-y. For example, Heinrich Himmler, the leader of the SS, openly discusses the mass extermination of the Jews in several speeches after the conference, with a notable example being one in Poznan, Poland in October 1943, in which he said, quote, "The Jewish people are going to be exterminated. That's what every party member says. Sure. It's in our program. Elimination of the Jews. Extermination. It'll be done. The wealth they possessed, we took from them. There will be no mercy. We had the moral right. We had the duty towards our people to destroy this people that wanted to destroy us. They wanted to destroy you. Did they? Bell end. Beyond the Wannsee Conference, an array of other evidence survived in paper form. For example, architectural blueprints of Auschwitz concentration camp were discovered, which, thanks to having words printed on them such as gas chambers, crematoria, and bone-crushing machine, made it rather obvious what had been going on there. There are also the personal correspondences between Nazi officials that admit to the Holocaust. A notable example of this would be the Jager report, written on December 1st, 1941. This details the activities of Einsatzkommando 3, one of the Einsatzgruppen death squads let loose on Eastern Europe following Germany's invasion of the Soviet Union in June of that year. It records a total of 137,343 executions in areas that are now Lithuania, Latvia, and Belarus. This just... The numbers here are just beyond extraordinary. When you think that 9/11 killed 3,000 people, and here we're talking about a tiny fraction of the whole Holocaust, killing 137,343. I feel like just not saying that 343 there is just insane, because that's 343 people. It's just beyond comprehension. Most of the report is just statistics that coldly break this figure down by area and time. But occasionally the report does contain prose, and they are chilling to read. To quote, "I can establish today that the goal to solve the Jewish problem for Lithuania has been reached by EK3. There are no Jews anymore in Lithuania, with the exception of the labor Jews and their families." Then there are the various documents that catalogue the forceful transportation of persecuted civilians to the vast network of extermination and concentration camps across the Nazi Empire. These documents included timetables, transportee lists, and even the costs associated with the transportation. An example of this type of evidence would be the Korher report of 1943, a 16-page report compiled by Dr. Richard Korher, a statistician under Himmler. It was intended to provide him with a sitrep on how the extermination of the Jews was coming along, and gives a breakdown of the then over 4 million Jews that had been removed from their homes and transported to camps. In one section alone, while discussing Austria's Jewish population, Korher coldly notes that the nation's Jewish population fell from roughly 220,000 in March 1938 to a mere 8,102 in January 1943, with the population reduction being ascribed to 14,509 Jews who died in the ghettos or working as slave labor, 149,124 who fled Austria before, during, or after the annexation, 47,555 who had been transported to concentration camps, and 710 who had fallen off the radar, presumed to be in hiding. Then, there are the photographs. Some camp personnel took photos as personal keepsakes, such as those found in the Auschwitz album, which chronicles the arrival of Hungarian Jews at Auschwitz in 1944. There are photos taken by the inmates themselves, such as the Sonderkommando photographs of August 1944. There are also Renaissance, I think there should be reconnaissance. I'm like, what is a Renaissance photo? But it's definitely reconnaissance photo taken by the Allied Air Forces, and finally those taken immediately after the camp's liberation. I recommend a brief tangent to look up the Auschwitz album and the Sonderkommando photographs, Simon, as they're the only images we have of the gas chambers in action. It's harrowing stuff. I understand the value of doing that. I also understand that people might be upset if we don't show these photos in the video, but I don't want to do that. So we're not going to do that. I'm not going to look it up. They're not going to be in the video. Sorry. They exist, just to be clear. So vast is the amount of documentary evidence that in total, more than 3,000 tons of it was used as evidence during the Nuremberg trials, and as time goes on, more and more of it surfaces. Photo albums emerge in estate clearances, documents are discovered in the forgotten corners of archives, and so on. Documentary evidence alone proves the Holocaust happened, but it is still only one type of evidence. We also have the testimonies of countless witnesses, the most compelling of which naturally comes from survivors, particularly the Sonderkommandos. These were camp internees, usually Jews, which were forced at gunpoint to aid their own genocide. This gave them a unique perspective of both sides of the fence, so to speak. Unfortunately, since Sonderkommandos were often murdered when their handlers worried that they knew too much, few of their accounts exist. But the ones that do are invaluable. An example would be the Scrolls of Auschwitz, 8 caches of documents found by 5 different Sonderkommandos that were buried near the Auschwitz crematoria in 1944 and later recovered between 1945 and 1980. Their purpose was simple: to make sure that some evidence of Auschwitz's horror survived, lest the Nazi genocide be successfully expunged from history. They contain everything, from numbers killed on specific days to descriptions of life in the ghettos and the deportation process. Then there are the testimonies of the perpetrators, with some being penned at the time and others being retroactive. Contemporary testimony tended to be loud and proud about the Holocaust, the authors believing history would remember them as heroes, and thus being completely unrepentant. I don't understand when you're just murdering civilians on a mass scale, or any scale,
fuck your fat
that you
mouth,
could
bitch.
think that you're going to be remembered. Although, even if you are remembered as heroes, let's say the Nazis won, there's no, you can't think that that's right. An example of this type of testimony would be a letter that was penned by Auschwitz guard Hugo Becher to his wife on January the 28th, 1945, in which he says, "The prisoners were all sick, dirty, and thin as skeletons. All they were good for was to be burned in the Neuengamme crematorium, and a lot of them thought they were being brought to Neuengamme to be burned. Of course, many of them are stupid, primitive people." Testimonies penned retroactively are much more apologetic. Examples of this type include that of Reinhold Hanging, an Auschwitz guard who was put on trial for his crimes in 2016 at the age of 94. After pleading guilty, he said the following: "People were being shot, gassed, and burned. I could see corpses being moved around and off the site. Yes, one was aware of that. I noticed the smell of burning. I knew that corpses were being burned, of course. I found out that trains arrived in Auschwitz crammed full of people. We were aware that the majority of people who arrived in the trains were killed. I am ashamed that I witnessed injustice and allowed it to continue without taking actions against it." Yeah, as you fucking should be, you piece of shit. See what I mean about the change in tone? Yeah, forgive me if I'm not exactly overflowing with Christian forgiveness, viewers. Then there is the material evidence for the Holocaust, chief among which is the camps themselves. Yeah, it's like, I've been there. Still today, they contain ruins of gas chambers and crematoria. They also contain mass graves from the late war massacres of inmates. These particular killings were so hurried and carried out on such a vast scale that the on-site crematorians couldn't keep up. So instead, half-assed efforts to burn bodies outside were made, and they were buried, leaving the remains to later be discovered and serve as evidence. The belongings of inmates were also recovered. Again, we have this evidence thanks to late war desperation. Earlier in the war, belongings of value, everything from shoes to jewelry, was either sent straight into the Nazis' own coffers or back to Germany's civilians to be repurposed. As the Soviets closed in, however, and the Nazis shifted their priority to evidence destroying, this system fell apart, consequently leaving mountains of personal belongings to be discovered. They all clearly belonged to someone at some point, and given the near-empty camps surrounded by mass graves, it didn't exactly take a genius to piece it together. Other mass graves, not the result of camp killings, have also been found across Europe, such as one in Babi Yar, a ravine in Kiev, Ukraine, where over 33,000 Jews were executed in the span of just 2 days in September 1941. Little attempt was made to destroy the bodies before covering them over, consequently leaving the remains as evidence. Similarly, there's also the mass graves left over from the Ponary massacre near Vilnius, Lithuania, where approximately 100,000 Jews and Slavs were executed and dumped into pits, again with little to no effort being made to destroy their bodies. So then, between documentary evidence, testimony, and material evidence,
it's doing that
the case
thing.
for the Holocaust being real is truly irrefutable.
Damn it.
But there is one final set of evidence that we must
These
consider:
are
maths.
static.
Before the war, Jewish communities thrived across the continent, particularly in Eastern Europe, with centuries-old populations boasting rich histories, traditions, and contributions to societies
like
that they
they're
lived
there.
in. However, come post-war censuses, millions of people from the Nazis' persecuted groups had vanished from the record. Poland, which had the largest Jewish population in Europe before the war, saw its Jewish population shrink from over 3 million to less than 45,000 by the time of the first post-war census in 1950. In Romania, the numbers shrank from nearly 757,000 to 280,000. In Germany, it was 525,000 to 37,000. In Czechoslovakia, it was reduced from 357,000 to 17,000. These numbers were equally dire in southern Europe, with the Jewish population of Greece falling from 73,000 to 7,000. In Yugoslavia, 70,000 to 3,500. And in Bulgaria, the population fell from
After all that
50,000
for
to
nothing.
6,500. Now, it is key to stress with these stats that not every lost number equals a death. These figures were compiled a few years after the end of World War II, at which point significant numbers of Jews had emigrated, mostly to either the US or newly founded Israel. But if you remove immigration figures from the numbers, it equates to roughly 6 million Jews, exactly the figure that modern scholars believe died in the Holocaust. So, after that exhaustive exploration into the evidence saying that the Holocaust did happen, I think it's safe to say, or at least I hope it is, that we are all in agreement that the Holocaust absolutely did happen, and that we will now all nicely be protected against the absolute litany of lunacy that will form the rest of the video. And possibly in some of the comments today, because that's the world we live in. So now, let's get into the denial itself. The wartime years. The first Holocaust deniers were the Nazis themselves, as before the war was even over, they were making efforts to cover their tracks and obfuscate the truth. It's critical to understand this foundational denialism, as not only is it a part of the story, but later deniers would use the lies spread by the Nazis as the basis of their own arguments. One of their methods was the use of doublespeak, euphemisms, and coded descriptions, which served to grey the waters around what they were actually up to. I'm likely already familiar with at least one example, that being the final solution to the Jewish problem. Of course, we in the modern day are fully aware what was meant by that term, but you can see how, to the contemporary observer, despite its ominous undernotes, it could serve to cast a slight shadow of doubt over the Nazis' true intentions. You also have to remember that anti-Semitism was very common worldwide in that period. Unlike today, where if you took to a podium and started decrying the Jewish problem, you would rightly be laughed off the stage as a nutter, back in those days, you'd likely receive thunderous applause. After all, everyone clapping would have that Jew in their neighborhood, the one with all the money and the funny customs that they didn't attempt to understand. He's a wrong'un, you know, they'd say. He doesn't go to church, opens his shop on a Sunday. Awful he is. This Hitler fellow must be onto something, actually. They'd go on, thus being very susceptible to Nazi doublespeak. Other examples include special treatment, a code word for murder, and resettlement to the East, a code word for forced deportation to ghettos and concentration camps. When considered alongside the casual anti-Semitism that we just discussed, you can see how some people would drink up these terms.
So
for example, special treatment. Well, they need that, don't they? You know, what they're like is something they would say. And resettlement to the East, which would likely have the anti-Semites saying, how nice, they're just being resettled. Be glad to be rid of them, to be honest. You know what they're like. Plus, I heard they're going to build them a little town. This use of doublespeak also extended to Actian T4, a Nazi program aimed at exterminating the physically and mentally disabled. It killed over 200,000 people and was euphemistically dubbed euthanasia, a term that implied the deaths were consensual and only being done as an act of mercy to help poor broken people go out on their own terms with some dignity. In reality, consent was never sought, mercy never considered, and they were simply killed for being an affront to the Nazi vision of a pure society. Alright, so now that you've all got a good grasp on how Nazi doublespeak worked, let's put your learnings to the test. I'll present you some Nazified language, and you can try and filter the nonsense out of it and deduce the actual meaning of the term, starting with enhanced interrogation. Well, that's one we know from today, because they still use it. It's torture. Yep, it's an easy one. Torture. How about night and fog? I'm not going to pause here for too long to keep the video moving, but I don't know. This one's a bit trickier. It refers to a dissident who is made to disappear in the middle of the night, literally vanishing into the night and fog, okay? There's another easy one to finish off, cleansing. Well, that's going to be extermination, isn't it? I suspect most of you got this one, extermination, but it is worse than it first appears. The Nazis believed that what they deemed lesser races, i.e. the Jews, Slavs, Gypsies, etc., were literally of dirty blood, so by killing them, they were cleaning the human gene pool. Jesus. In addition to the use of obfuscating language, the Nazis also attempted to destroy material evidence to cover their tracks. It's not exactly someone who's innocent, something they do, is it? Mass destruction of evidence. We already touched on this a bit in the last chapter, but let's go into a bit more depth now. Oftentimes, evidence destruction was on a small scale, an SS officer ordering his men to pull their officers apart and hurl everything into a furnace before surrendering, for example. But other times, orders to do so came from the very top. An example of this would be the Sonderactian 1005, spanning from June 1942 to late 1944. This was an order aimed at obliterating evidence of the many, many mass murders committed in occupied Poland. It was issued by Reinhard Heydrich, chief of the Nazi secret police forces, and its execution proved most grim. Sonderkommandos, dubbed corpse units for this task, were taken from the camps, shackled, forced to exhume mass graves, and incinerate the bodies at gunpoint. Good lord. This task done, the corpse units were then often shot and incinerated themselves to make sure that word of the mass graves never got out. Eventually, industrial incinerators proved unable to keep up with the amount of bodies being exhumed, and so new techniques were tried, ranging from bombing the mass graves with incendiary weapons to building elaborate burning pyres constructed using alternating layers of corpses and firewood arranged in an intricate lattice to ensure efficient burning. Like rats frantically trying to scurry from a sinking ship, there was truly no depth the Nazis would not fall to save themselves. Cover-ups were also attempted in concentration camps. At Auschwitz, for example, with the Soviets looming ever closer, the SS began evacuating the camp in 1944, forcing the already weak and emaciated prisoners to endure long, grueling marches westward in the biting cold. Those unable to keep pace or who collapsed from fatigue were summarily shot. In total, more than 60,000 people were forced on these death marches, every one of them, on less testimony, able to be delivered to the Soviets when they liberated their camp. The SS also attempted to destroy the death apparatus of the camp. At Auschwitz, for example, they razed the gas chambers and crematoria using dynamite. Fortunately, while they may have succeeded, the litany of documents and prisoners that the bumbling SS failed to destroy allowed the reconstruction of these facilities perfectly. Also, remember this detail about parts of Auschwitz being reconstructed. It'll be important later. Oh God, we're not going to get into it's fake because they rebuilt it. It was never there in the first place. Not quite, really. Similar cover-up attempts were also made at Treblinka extermination camp. The camp, standout for being one of only 6 pure extermination camps, operated between July 1942 and November 1943, during which time up to 900,000 people met their end there. Following an uprising by its inmates, in which every single one of them was killed by the SS, the decision was made to erase all evidence of its existence. To this end, it was meticulously dismantled, with buildings being torn down and bodies being destroyed and the area being leveled. So extreme was the attempted cover-up that the Nazis even built an expansive and fully functional farm on the site, planting crops and erecting a litany of structures, just to really sell the impression this land was more but a farm. A Ukrainian soldier was even sent there with his family, being told that the farm was a reward for exemplary service to the nation it defected to. The Nazis also conducted counter-propaganda efforts as the world began to wise up as to what they were up to, with the go-to tactic being to have their foreign collaborators broadcast and proclaim that the stories of atrocities were naught but a shoddy attempt at tugging at the heartstrings to make listeners happy to send their young men off to slaughter in foreign fields. An example of this kind of propaganda would be William Joyce, better known by his broadcast moniker of Lord Haw, a British defector to Germany. He made broadcasts right till the end of the war. Oh, I hope he got killed. That'd be nice. But such efforts were just the tip of the iceberg, as the Nazis also regularly invited international aid organizations to both the camps and the ghettos to conduct inspections. Naturally, visiting officials weren't exactly given a normal glimpse into life at these places, and every effort was made to dress them up and make them appear as wholesome as could be. For example, the Danish and International Red Cross were invited to inspect the Theresienstadt ghetto in 1944, and before their arrival, the Nazis made sure to clear up the waste, the debris, and of course, the corpses, before they then gave place a lick of paint, planted some flowers here and there, and told the interns inside to put on nice big smiles, lest they get machine gunned after the inspection. Shockingly, this worked, with a report filed afterwards claiming words to the extent, sure, it's a bit naughty locking all of these Jews up, but they're so well looked after, I mean, what are you going to do? It could be worse. They also pulled this trick at the Sachsenhausen concentration camp in 1940 when they invited the International Red Cross to inspect it. I feel like International Red Cross, if you're getting invited to inspect something, go to the place next door, because if you're getting invited to inspect something, it's probably going to be okay. Here, the deception went even further than at Theresienstadt. The whole place was cleaned. The cobbled-together wooden cots that filled the accommodation blocks were replaced with proper bunk beds topped with sprung mattresses. The buildings were given a coat of paint to brighten them up, and sham facilities were set up, including shops, canteens, and even a school. Again, this worked a treat, with the takeaway opinion of the Red Cross being one of, quote, well, we don't like that they're locking up all of these minorities, but they're treating them so well, so who are we to quibble? Naturally, once they left, all of these nice new amenities were immediately ripped out. Again, don't go to the ones you're invited to. It's like, sure, come and inspect my country for nuclear weapons. Don't look behind that door. You gotta look behind that door, guys. Come on. The Nazis also produced film propaganda to tell the world that all was well within its ghettos and camps. A notable example of this type of production is the movie The Fuhrer Gives a City to the Jews. Focusing on the Theresienstadt ghetto, it portrayed it as an almost resort for Jews, showcasing staged scenes of cultural events, sports, and other leisure activities. Tragically, once filming was complete, the majority of the cast, along with the filmmaker, were transported to Auschwitz and eventually executed. Thankfully, the Nazi Empire wasn't to last. The 1,000-year Reich managed to survive barely 12 years until Soviet tanks rolled into Berlin in 1945 and ended Hitler's reign, and with it, the Holocaust. This too ended the Nazis' foundational denialism. But it wouldn't be long until the battle.
I don't think I need
was
that
picked up
many sheets.
by another. Early
Probably cut
Holocaust
down
denial.
the number of sheets. I do want to check my
Now, in the
wire.
aftermath of World War II, the world struggled to grasp the sheer scale and horror of the Holocaust. It's like I said, like, compare those numbers. Like, you don't want to. It's bad to compare tragedies to tragedies, but the numbers are just vast. While the brutalities of war were well known, the systematic extermination of some 17 million people, purely because of their arbitrary innate characteristics, was simply too much for some to comprehend and accept. Consequently, many of the initial reports were met with a mix of disbelief and skepticism. Fair enough. Like, early days, you'd be like, nah, that's not possible. No one would do that. That's insane. Please, get me some evidence, and then I'll believe. I would be that person. I'd be like, show me the evidence. But then when they show me the fucking evidence, I'll be like, okay, cool. Got it.
One thing at a time.
That really happened. And frankly, if we're being honest, you can get why some people would think this. Sure, in the modern day, we're all very aware of the horrific crimes against humanity that the Nazis committed, and so to us, this notion that someone wouldn't believe it sounds ridiculous. I don't think it sounds ridiculous. I think it's like nothing like that had happened before. No genocide on that scale. So it would be hard to believe. But put yourself in the shoes of an ordinary civilian immediately after the war. The information age is a long, long way away, and so all of your knowledge of the world comes from one place: state-controlled wartime media, which by and large hasn't committed much prince-based Nazi atrocities, and so when information starts to be released, you're blindsided. It takes you completely by surprise. Millions dead in camps, roaming death squads, industrialized genocide. It's a hell of a thing to claim, and to many, it seemed ridiculous. The notion that humanity could fall so low as to do something so horrific. I mean, surely not. As a result, many simply didn't believe it to begin with. Another source of early denial, particularly among those who were middle-aged and older, was their younger experiences with wartime propaganda. During World War I, the Allies had spread atrocity stories to demonize the Central Powers, especially Germany. Among these stories was the infamous German corpse factory tale. This piece of propaganda falsely claimed that Germany was boiling down human corpses to extract fats for various wartime uses, such as soap or munitions. By the time World War II began, this particular story had been thoroughly debunked and was widely acknowledged as a fabrication. Therefore, when stories about Nazi atrocities began to hit the headlines, many had the response of, "Here we go again, more outlandish stories to rile us up to hate the Germans." These immediate forms of denial were very widespread, with millions of people buying into them in one way or the other, be it simply entertaining them or fully endorsing them. But mercifully, while they were incredibly prolific, they were also short-lived. The fact that they were rooted in a genuine ignorance of reality, rather than any considered reality, meant that they were very easy to dispel and root out. Every new story printed, every new picture published, every new testimony broadcast took an axe to the timber of this denial. And come the very heavily broadcast Nuremberg trials in 1946, the whole tree had come falling down, and the public at large had no doubts that the Holocaust had happened. But unfortunately, that was far from the end, because a few short years later, the real nutters began to strike. Yeah, so far, these people aren't conspiracy theorists, they're just waiting for evidence. Fair play. The real pieces of shit coming. These were the thinkers, and boy do I hate having to describe them as that, who looked into the absolute litany of evidence that we outlined in the last chapter and said, nah, I think I know better than that, Tosh. Didn't happen, did it? I'm a big-brained contrarian. The true, unabashed, as we would imagine them today, Holocaust deniers. The very first of these considered deniers was French journalist Maurice Bardèche. Coincidentally, he was also an open fascist, not that biased him at all. Oh no, he had simply conducted an objective assessment of the facts and by pure coincidence just happened to arrive at a conclusion that completely excused his ideology of any wrongdoing. How handy. And here's me, who spent my whole life changing my opinions to fit reality. Why haven't I just been changing reality to fit my opinions? Then I'd literally never have to think or be wrong about anything ever again. Yeah, Jesus Christ, Bardèche, what the Bardèche outlined his perspective in his 1948 book, Nuremberg, or the Promised Land. His arguments were characterized by attempts to sow doubt, discredit witnesses, and shift the blame. For example, he claimed that survivor testimonies were unreliable because they predominantly came from Jewish or communist sources. Furthermore, he also claimed that the atrocities that took place in the camps were the handiwork of the prisoners themselves, particularly the Sonderkommandos, who he claimed willingly sold out their fellow inmates for extra rations and privileges. Even if they did, they're not the fucking ones responsible. He also implied that the conditions in the camps deteriorated only after Germany began facing military setbacks. A final notable claim of his was that the only thing gassed in Auschwitz were lice. His basis of this claim being that Zyklon B, the gas employed by the Nazis, was invented as a delouser and a disinfecting agent. Well, technically, he wasn't incorrect. Zyklon B's patent, originally awarded in 1926, does indeed quote that Zyklon B is extremely useful for combating all kinds of insects. But ultimately, I feel this is a bit of a swing and a miss for old Bardesh because he overlooks one teeny tiny little fact. The radical notion that sometimes, if you're feeling really adventurous, you can use something for a reason that it wasn't invented for. Mind-blowing stuff, right? I can only assume, were I to pick up a golf club and swing it into his head several times, Bardesh wouldn't consider this murder because, after all, you can only ever use an object for the reason it's intended. And last I checked, skull cracking is an illegal move in golf. That is beautifully put. Someone who I'm someone who I am increasingly, that's the word I'm looking for, convinced is George. Thankfully, even at the time, Bardesh's ideas were rejected by most scholars and the public, who by and large, consider him something of a nutter. I wonder how they got that impression. Tragically, however, his work would find resonance among certain far-right groups and individuals, and later Holocaust deniers would use his work as a springboard, oh god, here we go, drawing inspiration from it and going on to further refine his arguments. Another notable early denier was Harry Elmer Barnes. Unlike Bardesh, Barnes was actually a proper historian, having completed a PhD in history at Columbia University in 1918, and then being employed as a professor at both Clark University and later Smith College. He was always a bit out there with his early work, which focused primarily on the outbreak of World War I, always being very pro-German. For example, in his 1926 book, The Genesis of World War, he argued that the war was a result of a Franco-Russian plot to destroy Germany. But while this work's perfectly valid scholarship, it's not a perspective I would endorse personally, but he was at least using primary sources to build a coherent argument. Come World War II, however, Barnes really went off the deep end. He abandoned all sense of academic rigor in his work and instead allowed his Germanophilia to morph into full-on Nazi apologism and anti-Semitism. He began to go on mad tirades decrying all efforts to stop Nazi expansionism as warmongering, and claimed that those who countered his perspective were, quote, part of a plot of the Jews and the Anti-Defamation League to intimidate any American historian who proposed to tell the truth about the causes of the war. Bro, you're an academic. Do it properly. Come on. You gotta do better than this. No one's publishing that. Naturally, his career began to fall apart because of this. Yes. And by 1940, he had been fired from Smith College and had his column in the New York World Telegram newspaper axed. Good, as he deserves, because he's making up history. Like every good conspiracy theorist, however, Barnes lacked any accountability for his own actions and instead decried his ever-growing pariah status as being the result of MI6, J.P. Morgan, and all of the Jewish department store owners in New York City working in league against him. Come the end of World War II, with his life utterly in ruin, good, Barnes only continued to descend further and further down the anti-Semitic rabbit hole, not having much just drunk the Kool-Aid at this point, but basically bathed in it. Highlights of his post-war career include claiming that the expulsion of ethnic Germans from Czechoslovakia and Poland following the Soviet takeover was worse than the Holocaust. Dude, you got no perspective. The very same Holocaust, he would argue in the next breath, didn't happen, arguing that even if the Holocaust did happen, the Allies did worse crimes anyway, so don't worry about it. Spoiler, they didn't. Proclaiming that there were no death camps, only concentration camps, and that these camps never used gas chambers or intentionally killed Jews. I must have imagined all of those Zyklon B stained concrete boxes I've seen on my visits to camps. Yes. Claiming that the Einsatzgruppen, death squads we discussed earlier, did not in fact kill millions of civilians. They were in fact just an anti-partisan unit that never intentionally killed civilians. Those thousands upon thousands of documents that evidence the Einsatzgruppen, you ask? Well, don't know about that one. Dude, this is crazy. Barnes never worked in serious academia again, but tried ever so hard to maintain the facade of a legitimate historian as he continued to push his mad ideas. Bro, when you've been fired from the university and they've taken away your regular publishing place, no one wants you anymore. No one wants you. He just about managed to put food on the table and the wolves from the door by self-publishing various Holocaust-denying books and by willingly submitted himself to surprisingly well-paying gotcha hit interviews with journalists from time to time. He also became something of a mentor to the next generation of Holocaust deniers, passing on his distorted interpretations and deceitful rhetoric to a new era of individuals who, despite the overwhelming evidence, continue to question and deny the realities of the Holocaust. So now, let's bring this chapter to a close and look at them. Modern denialism. Barnes's greatest protege was one David Hagen. Hagen first came onto the scene in 1961 when he published his first book, The Forced War. First published in West Germany, the book was heavily edited by Barnes and attempted to portray Nazi Germany as a victim of so-called Anglo-Polish conspiracy. But it wasn't just the origins of World War II that Hagen sought to reinterpret. He also attempted to downplay or outright justify the anti-Semitic actions of the Nazis prior to the war. One of his more bold arguments, underlined all caps, bold and italics, was his defense of the massive 1 billion Reichsmark fine levied against the entire Jewish community in Germany after Kristallnacht. Hagen framed this punitive measure as a justifiable response to prevent so-called Jewish profiteering. Most egregiously, he outright denied that any Jews were killed that night, in direct contradiction to records that confirmed the murder of 91 Jews during the violent pogrom. Hagen then doubled down on his Holocaust denial with his 1969 publication, The Myth of the 6 Million. Is someone actually publishing these, or is he self-publishing these out of his basement? Maybe his mum's basement. Shockingly, unlike Barnes, whose post-war work was entirely self-published, Hagen managed to... There we go, George answering my question for me. Hagen managed to find a publisher for this, Noontide Press, a niche publisher known for its anti-Semitic content. Well, there you go, because that exists. Probably not in Germany, though. This sadly was, and to some extent still is, a thing. A whole litany of small-scale publishers popped up around this time to publish anti-Semitic and otherwise toxic and untouchable works. The work itself was filled with trickery, misrepresentation, and an intentional distortion of the facts. For example, he cites the memoirs of Benedikt Kautsky, an Austrian who was imprisoned at Buchenwald and later Auschwitz, who wrote, "I should now like to briefly refer to the gas chambers. Though I did not see them myself, they have been described to me by so many trustworthy people that I have no hesitation in reproducing their testimony." Well, yeah, why? If he says why didn't he see them himself, I'll be like, well, because if he saw them himself, he'd be dead, wouldn't he? In The Myth of the 6 Million, this passage became, "I should now like to briefly refer to the gas chambers. I did not see them myself." So, dude, you need to, when you're taking a quote and changing it, you need to make it clear that you're changing the quote. And just because I'm reading this, and maybe put it on the screen, whoever's editing this, so people can see how it's written. He's not using the, like, the dot, dot, dot. Is that an ellipsis? What's that called, where you have the dot, 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 you know, in between a quote to show that you broke it up to adjust not its meaning, which is not okay, but adjust the organization of the quote. This was Hagen's method, bastardizing legitimate sources to create a counter-explanation. You can see how this would be effective too, if your only knowledge of history came from TV documentaries and whatever you picked up in school, and one of Hagen's books found its way to you, it would seem very believable. After all, he cites an absolute litany of sources, so how could he be wrong? It's only with deeper understanding that one is actually able to counter his points and realize that he was no historian, just an absolute nutter wearing a skin of a historian in an attempt to, for whatever reason, publish falsehoods and incorrect history. Another notable Holocaust denier. Yeah, sometimes I get the labels. I will be like, YouTube historian. It's like, bro, no, I am not a historian. I am an entertainer. I bring you entertainment, well-researched entertainment, but I make no claim of being a historian or an academic or anything like that, so steady on. Another notable Holocaust denier of this era is Frenchman Paul Rassener. He's notable for two reasons. Firstly, his impact was so great that he's often dubbed the father of Holocaust denial by credible historians, and secondly, he was a Holocaust survivor himself. Bruh, what? Yes, you heard me right, folks. The father of Holocaust denial was a Holocaust survivor. We literally couldn't make this up. What? How? It gets weirder still, because not only was he a Holocaust survivor, but he was also a member of the resistance and spent the first 3 years of the occupation printing and distributing anti-Nazi leaflets. What, did he grow a brain tumor or something? What the fuck happened? Producing false identity papers and smuggling people to safety. He was eventually arrested on October the 30th, 1943, after which he was tortured to the point of suffering permanent debilitating injuries, and then sent to Buchenwald and later Auschwitz concentration camps, where he spent the remainder of the war as a slave laborer in historic conditions. Bro, you must have got a brain tumor. What has happened in your brain? His Holocaust denial began immediately upon his return to France in 1945. He began working as a teacher and immediately found himself reluctant to share the many stories of German wartime brutality that found their way into his curriculum. To him, they were gross misrepresentations of reality. The horrors described simply did not reflect his lived experience, at least as he remembered it. This was reflected in his first book, Crossing the Line, account of his own experience in Buchenwald that was published in 1949. At the time, it was praised as being an objective account, one that removed the emotions of resentment and hatred, and instead just focused on providing a simple, to-the-point account of his experiences. Wait, this sounds good, but what happened? With hindsight, however, we know that such a perspective of his first work couldn't be further from the truth, and that for whatever reason, what he had compiled was a carefully curated and edited account that specifically removed the worst of the brutality from the story. The huge question is why? This became clear with the publication of his second book, The Lie of Ulysses, A Glance at Literature of Concentration Camp Inmates, in 1950. Here he took aim at his fellow survivors, pointing out supposed falsehoods and exaggerations in their accounts. This work was rather controversial to say the least, but on account of him being an actual Holocaust survivor, he was spared the public demonization that had fallen on the likes of Barnes and Badesh. He then decided to lay off the denial for some time and slipped back into the life of a normal, or respected, quotations, academic. For a while anyway, because with the coming of modern denialism with the likes of Hogan, he was inspired to pay no heed to his detractors, pick his pen back up and jump on the denial train. I just have a screaming question in my mind of why? Why? He would publish a total of 4 more books denying the Holocaust, and it's like, okay, so the normal reason, if it's like aliens built the pyramids, I'm like money, because people like money, and by writing books about nonsense, they can get them published, people will buy them because they think they're facts, even though they're fiction, they'll sell more books, and they'll make tons of money. But I literally can't believe that someone would sell out that hard. That would be insane. Ulysses betrayed his own in 1961, the true Eichmann trial, or the incorrigible victors in 1962, the drama of the European Jews in 1964, and those responsible for the Second World War in 1967. He also wrote hundreds of smaller articles. The arguments presented are all the usual talking points that we now associate with Holocaust denial. 6 million is an exaggerated figure. There were no death camps, only concentration camps. The Holocaust was made up by Jews to get sympathy for Israeli statehood. Documents evidencing the Holocaust are all forgeries or out of context. Bro, no one's that prolific at forgery. Ultimately, come the time of his death in 1967, yay! Ratner was a complete pariah. The previous leniency had been afforded as the survivor of the Holocaust himself had been pushed too far, and scholars, fellow survivors, and the wider public had all come together to decide to treat him with the same disdain as every other Holocaust denier. He died, ironically, of damage to his kidneys sustained during his torture by the Nazis. This is why I can't believe it fell out. He was literally tortured and put in Auschwitz. The very brutality that had spent his career denying. Another thinker worth taking note of from this time is Austin App. He too, like Barnes, was a respected... Why? I still don't know why this dude did it. Why would he deny this stuff when he was in it? Why? Anyway, back to Austin App. He too, like Barnes, was a respected academic before he drank the Kool-Aid. He served as the head of the English department at the University of Scranton between 1935 and 1942 and produced serious scholarly works such as Lancelot in English Literature, His Role and Character, published in 1929, and Edward Arlington Robinson's Arthurian Poems, published in 1935. For him, the transformation from respected scholar to Holocaust-denying nutter is pretty well documented. He was a vocal isolationist prior to World War II and refused to change his position, or at least keep it quiet, following the Japanese attack on Pearl Harbor in 1941. After many warnings to think about his mortgage and just keep his mouth shut, he was eventually fired in 1942. Then, with his life in turmoil, his isolationist principles slowly began to morph into sympathetic ideas, and he joined the Federation of American Citizens of German Descent, a heritage organization which at that point became completely overrun by Nazi sympathizers. Here he got exposed to Nazi sentiments properly for the first time, and for whatever reason, he liked what he heard. Well, yeah, I mean, I don't feel like for whatever reason is an appropriate phrase there. Yeah, it's like, if from the modern perspective, we're like, yeah, that's crazy. But Hitler and the Nazis persuaded an entire nation. He's just one dude. They persuaded a nation. And when they're like, we're the best, your area, everyone is secondary to you. If you're like insecure and a little bitch, then you're gonna really like that. Whatever his name was, Amy App or whatever. Oh, little bitch. He was then elected president of the Federation in 1945, at which point he was beyond the point of no return, a considered and committed neo-Nazi. From this point on, he began applying this admitted neo-Nazi in 1945. From this point on, he began applying his skills and he'd acquired in his past life as a respected scholar, and began pumping out printed works denying the Holocaust, with notable titles including Ravishing the Women of Conquered Europe, published in 1948, a straight look at the Third Reich, Hitler and National Socialism, How Right, How Wrong, published in 1974, The 6 Million Swindle, Blackmailing the German People for Hard Marks with Fabricated Corpses, published in 1976, The Curse of Anti-Semitism, also published in 1976. But for Rapp, the books he published were just the tip of the iceberg when it came to his influence. After all, plenty of Holocaust deniers have produced books that have gone on to indoctrinate people to their nutty beliefs that alone wouldn't earn him a place on this who's who of the most important and influential deniers. So, why have I included him? Well, that would be for inspiring the creation for the Institute of Historical Review, the IHR, in 1978. Founded by David McCalden, a leading member of the British neo-fascist National Front Party, and Willis Carto, an American pro-segregation activist, after a meeting with App, the IHR was, and tragically still is, a US-based think tank that focuses on the proliferation and promotion of Holocaust denial, and if you wish to have a well-fleshed-out understanding of Holocaust denial, it is critical that you understand the IHR, because like an anti-Semitic octopus, it has spread its tentacles throughout the world, all with the aim of spreading Holocaust denial, an aim that, sadly, it has been very successful at. Yeah, and when it's called the Institute for Historical Review, it sounds very legitimate. Like, it's reviewing history is a great idea. Like, when we write history, we should go back and check that we wrote it right, because with modern sentiments and new evidence, we should often be reviewing history. But they've just given it like a legitimate name for something that is totally illegitimate. Before the IHR, Holocaust deniers were disparate and disorganized, with authors publishing their work in isolation, rarely holding public events and having little interaction with their readers beyond the occasional superfan that would go out of their way to get in touch, as we saw with Barnes and Hogan. They changed this through their Revisionist Convention, a yearly conference first held in 1979, to which they invited everyone in the world of Holocaust denial. The big names we've mentioned in this video, small and more obscure authors, promising up-and-comers, and the public. Anyone and everyone with an interest in Holocaust denial was welcome. The conventions themselves were, and we're able to speak in the past tense here because thankfully the conventions no longer run, excellent, exactly what you'd expect them to be. Talk after talk by leading Holocaust deniers, each taking their hour in the pulpit to reel off their bastardized statistics, out of context quotes, and deranged pontifications to thunderous applause. Yeah, it's basically just a giant circle jerk, isn't it? But while it was no doubt gratifying for the participants to finally be hearing some applause for a change, these presentations on paper, the whole point of the event, were actually only a secondary purpose. The real purpose of these conventions took place in the evening in the bar of whatever shady two-bit hotel could be corralled into hosting the event, because here the world's leading Holocaust deniers were able to freely talk to one another, get their ideas into lockstep with one another, and conspire for further real-world events and occasions that would help expose Holocaust denial to more and more people. The thing about the two-bit hotel, right? I don't know, man. Like, if I imagine myself as the manager of the hotel, it's like, oh, the International Society for whatever it was, Institute for Historical Review. I mean, that sounds like a boring group of academics. Sure, you can host it in the hotel, and is it even worth a Google? I get messages from, potential sponsors and think tanks, not often, but occasionally, right? And they've got some perspective on something, and maybe they're interested in sponsoring or whatever. And I'd get something from the Institute of Historical Review, and I'd be like, oh, okay, sounds interesting. What are you going on about? And I'm sure it would be very subtly played. Like, they'd be very careful about it. They'd be very, masked. And I'd look into it, and then I'd very quickly find out that it was, just basically Nazis. But I see how people would, because it's got a veneer of legitimacy to it. It's a think tank. It's got a great name. Furthermore, it also gave a fantastic opportunity for the leading lights of Holocaust denial to groom the next generation, who were sold enough on the idea to be willing to shell out the cost of a flight to attend, could be patted on the back by their favourite authors, taken under their wing, and given lots of guidance about how they should proceed in the future. After the first convention, the IHR also launched the Journal of Historical Review, a pseudo-academic journal that served two purposes. Firstly, providing an academic-looking veneer to Holocaust denial that could be used to give the ideas more legitimacy in the public eye, and secondly, to circumvent the inability to publish papers that many Holocaust deniers had found over the years. Books were one thing. They could be self-published or published by small companies sympathetic to the cause, such as Moontide Press, but papers, they were a whole other matter altogether, as no reputable journal would even consider them for publication. The IHR, surprisingly flush with cash thanks to a few wealthy donors, would also sponsor the up-and-comers of Holocaust denial. Say you were a youngster who's just finished reading The 6 Million Swindle, and after finding the ideas presented mostly agreeable, you wanted to do your part to wake up the sheeple of the world, to this most egregious lie. Well, what would you do? Go to the university and pursue a traditional academic career only to have those indoctrinated mainstream historians sabotage you by tanking every paper you write? Work yourself to death trying to produce a book in your spare time while working another full-time job to pay your bills, all in the hopes that your first book would be a hit sufficient enough to devote yourself full-time to racism?
I hear you're a racist now, father. What? How did you get into that type of thing?
While following the foundation of the IHR, you wouldn't have to worry at all. All you had to do was write a lovely little letter to McColden and Cato, and you probably find yourself not only with an immediate book deal, but probably a tidy little advance to cover your expenses to help your Holocaust-denying career take off with all possible haste. So, now that you... I feel like I'd apply for that and write the most sarcastic ever, send it across and be like, thanks for the advance. F you. Sue me, bitch. So, now that you know the full extent to which the IHR promoted Holocaust denial, it will probably come as no surprise to learn that the 80s proved to be something of a renaissance for it, with the numbers of people entertaining and believing the ideas reaching numbers that had not been seen since those immediate few months after World War II. So now, let's bring this chapter to a close and move on to look at what that looks like. The kickback against mainstream Holocaust denial. Thanks to the IHR, many notable Holocaust deniers began to emerge in the 1980s, but most of these can be summed up as wrote a few mad books, made a load of money, lived out their life a rich pariah. Let's not waste any time reviewing them, and let's instead jump the story forward a bit, because while the 1980s might have been the time that Holocaust denial attempted to go mainstream, it is also the time that serious kickback against it began. Prior to this point, most ramifications for Holocaust deniers were social. They would be expelled from universities, fired from their jobs, and otherwise ostracized from polite society, but they wouldn't find themselves in legal trouble. That changed in the 80s, big time, as deniers began finding themselves in the dock. In France, it was when Robert Farrison, an academic, was convicted and fined for denying the existence of gas chambers in Nazi camps in his 1980 book In Defense of Memory. Farrison's denial, both in his book and in his public speeches, directly violated French laws that protected the integrity of the Holocaust, and he was given a 3-month suspended sentence and a 21,000 franc fine. Following the case in France, Canada also confronted Holocaust denial when Ernst Zundel faced trial in 1984 for publishing the pamphlet Did 6 Million Really Die? The proceedings, dubbed the Great Holocaust Trial, saw Zundel handed a 15-month custodial sentence. Nice. Custodial means you're in prison, right? That's a good time, although he'll probably find his gang to join, won't he? The Nazis. Next, it was West Germany, as Otto Ernst Remmer, a former Wehrmacht officer, was fined in 1985 for distributing pamphlets and delivering speeches that openly denied the Holocaust, actions that constitute a clear violation of West Germany's Volksverhetzung law. He was sent to prison for 22 months. Nice. Then, in a groundbreaking move in 1988, France saw its first revocation of a doctoral degree based on the thesis content, when Henry Roch's words, which audaciously questioned the existence of gas chambers in Nazi concentration camps, sparked widespread public outrage. Building on this, France then first... I know it's like, obviously worse to go to prison than have your doctorate revoked, but it's still like, you worked on that for years. If you got a doctorate, you wanted a doctorate bad, man, because it's like, that's a lot of effort. Like, I know people with doctorates, they work hard for that shit, and he got it taken away for being a dick. Building on this, France then further solidified its legal framework against Holocaust denial in 1989 with the enactment of the Geisel Law. This legislation made it a criminal offense to dispute the reality of crimes against humanity as they were defined under the London Charter of 1945, which had previously provided the foundation for the Nuremberg trials. But then we get the big one, the most widely publicized and most impactful Holocaust denial prosecution of all, that of David Irving. In this video, the only deniers we are analyzing in depth are those who are important to the story of denial, those whose ideas and actions actually progress the narrative, and not just the biggest nutters with the maddest takes. And in that regard, if you remember just one name from today's video, let it be David Irving's, because no other person alone has had such an impact upon Holocaust denial, both in advancing it as a discipline and in shaping the public's perception of it. David Irving himself, like so many others we have discussed, began his career as a legitimate and respected historian, before going off the deep end and making a pariah of himself. Following the failed attempts to complete an undergraduate degree at both Imperial College London and University College London, Irving fled to West Germany to avoid conscription, where he learned German and attempted to have another crack at being a historian, but this time as a popular historian, one who does not publish peer-reviewed academic works. Yeah, I'm not a historian, I'm not even a popular historian, but if I am anything, it's my, it's just making some popular history stuff. This time he found success with his first book, The Destruction of Dresden, which which we published in 1963, being a roaring success both critically and commercially. At the time, a great debate was occurring regarding the morality of carpet bombing during World War II, and Irving's work, which focused very much on the humans on the receiving end of the tactic, was deemed a valuable perspective. Yeah, this seems like a legitimate, and I can see why this book would be successful. It's an interesting topic to talk about. He then published 7 more works between 1964 and 1973, which again were all decent enough histories, but his 9th work, Hitler's War, was published in 1977, and that was when it all started to get just a bit mad. Hitler's War, in a nutshell, was an attempt to rehabilitate the reputation of Hitler by distancing him from the Holocaust and attempting to build a believable layer of separation between him and the genocide. This naturally went down rather badly. Isn't this dude living in Germany? That's definitely not okay. And in his next 19 works, published between 1978 and 2020, he only continued to fall further and further down the rabbit hole of denial. To summarize this intellectual fall, let's now have a look at some of the choice quotes from over the years. Here we go. Quote, "Without Hitler, the state of Israel probably would not exist today. To that extent, he was probably the Jews' greatest friend." Quote, "I don't think there was overall any Reich policy to kill the Jews. If there was, they would have been killed, and there would not have been so many millions of survivors." I don't even know what to say to that one. Quote, "The Holocaust is something like a religion. The intellectual adventure is that we are reversing this entire trend with the space of one generation. That in a few years' time, no one will believe this particular legend anymore. They will say, as I do, that atrocities were committed. Yes, hundreds of thousands of people were killed, but there were no factories of death. All that is a blood libel against the German people." Quote, "The Jews are the architects of their own misfortune." Finally, quote, "And I don't see any reason to be tasteful about Auschwitz. It's baloney. It's a legend. Once..." It's there, dude. It's still there. The quote continues, "Once we admit the fact that it was a brutal slave labor camp and large numbers of people did die as large numbers of innocent people died elsewhere in the war, why believe the rest of the baloney? Bro. Because of the overwhelming amount of evidence, maybe. Maybe that's clown." And this brings us nicely to the point where we first introduced David Irving, his prosecutions for Holocaust denial. His first brush with the law came in 1989 when Austrian authorities issued a warrant for his arrest following 2 speeches he made in the country in which he called for an end to the gas chambers fairy tale, claims that Hitler had helped Europe's Jews, and that the Holocaust was a myth. This warrant sat gathering dust for 16 years, until Irving was stupid enough to enter Austria, at which point he was arrested and served 13 months in prison. Germany and Austria, you must have an extradition thing. Go get that. He's right next door. Go get him. 13 months in prison. Then in 1992, a German court found him violating the Volksverhetzung, the law we discussed earlier, and in absentia, he was banned from entering Germany. That same year, he was banned from Australia for similar reasons. Then in 1994, he served 10 days in prison for contempt of court during a Holocaust-related case. But these are all just the tip of the iceberg when it comes to David Irving's brushes with the law, with his most prominent incident being when he sued Penguin Books and American historian Deborah Lipstadt for libel in a case that would come to be known as Irving and Penguin Books Limited. The case arose after Lipstadt's book, Denying the Holocaust, characterized Irving as a Holocaust denier and accused him of distorting historical facts.
I really gotta get to the platoon.
I wonder who's going to sue us for libel. In my opinion. The trial commenced in January 2000 and lasted several weeks. The defense's strategy was not only to defend the claims made in Lipstadt's book, but also to prove that Irving had indeed manipulated historical evidence to support his pro-Nazi views. The court examined Irving's work and concluded that he had persistently and deliberately misrepresented and manipulated historical evidence. Moreover, the judge found that Irving was an active Holocaust denier, anti-Semite, and racist who associated with right-wing extremists promoting neo-Nazism. In April 2000, the judgment was delivered against Irving. The court ruled that Lipstadt's depiction of Irving in her book was true, and that the defense had proven Irving to be one of the most dangerous spokespersons for Holocaust denial. Irving was ordered to pay substantial legal costs, a financial blow that led to his bankruptcy. Oh no! He's got no money left! What a crying shame. After this point, David Irving slipped into irrelevancy. He continued to pump out books, with his latest being published in 2020, but in a nutshell, nobody cares. He never appears on TV anymore. Is he still alive? He never appears on TV anymore, not even as a figure to point your finger at and laugh. No one listens to what he has to say anymore, not even so that they can mock or deride him, and his footprint as a figure in society has all but evaporated. The fate of David Irving, who was litigated into obscurity and ostracized from respectable discourse, epitomizes the ultimate trajectory of most deniers of his generation. The legal system, wielded by those determined to preserve the sanctity of historical truth, has left individuals like him financially and socially depleted. His descent from a once respected author to a fringe figure self-publishing to a minuscule audience reflects a broader pattern among Holocaust deniers. Legal consequences and a more aware public has faded them into irrelevance, and now these deniers are naught but relics of a bygone era of pseudo-scholarship, their influence eroded to the point of virtual non-existence. You, in my opinion. Even the mighty IHR has all but fallen. The Journal of Historical Review ceased publication in 2002, a move attributed both to falling readership and the IHR's old donors dying and leaving their money to their more connected to reality children who didn't continue their forerunners' patronage. Now it publishes its journal articles exclusively through its website and pumps out but a fraction of the books that it did at its peak. But while we may be ending this chapter on a positive note, a dark cloud lingers over the horizon for our next one. Because while traditional Holocaust denial might be all but dead, something applied a defibrillator to denialism just as it was about to draw its final breath: the internet.
The internet, Buzz.
What the is the internet?
The internet is a communications tool used the world over where people can come together to bitch about movies and share pornography with one another.
Tragically, in the online space, Holocaust denial is more accessible than ever, whereas before it was reasonably difficult to access, typically needing active thought to seek out and find denialist materials through the specialist authors and publications that produced it. Now, all you need to do is consume any Holocaust materials in the online space, and you're no more than a few clicks of your mouse or a few flicks of your scroll wheel away from some denialist materials. Even on this show, I'm willing to bet if you head down to the comment section and select newest, there will be stuff down there. Often online spaces dedicated to free speech, such as 4chan and its infamous /poll board, and previously Reddit before a 2020 hate speech crackdown, became nexuses of denialist materials, with these platforms' emphasis on free speech, allowing the formation of dedicated communities of deniers tucked deep into their deepest recesses. I was going to include some examples here, but they are bad, as in so bad that if I included them in this show, it would almost certainly be removed. So use your imagination to fill in the blanks, or if you're feeling particularly brave, give it a search for yourself after we're finished. Just don't. Regarding 4chan, the Anti-Defamation League, ADL, has documented the proliferation of denialism on the site and believes that it has played a significant role in the resurgence of not just denialism, but in far-right movements more generally, particularly among young users who may stumble upon these ideas and accept them as truth due to the lack of counter-narratives within these echo chambers. Dr. Joan Donovan, the research director of the Shorenstein Center on Media Politics and Public Policy, dubbed this a petri dish effect, where denialism, left unchecked, is allowed to grow and fester within its own isolated space. I should point out, however, in the name of fairness, that not all of 4chan is Holocaust denial. It is isolated within specific boards on the site. Yeah, of course not. I feel I read about as much bad things about 4chan as I do about shit that just makes me laugh. Like, they'll do some insane pranks and I'm like, yeah, it was pretty funny. But then also there's Holocaust denial, which is, less funny. On Reddit, before its crackdown on hate speech, communities could overflow with denialism and anti-Semitic memes. So bad was the situation that r/Holocaust, ostensibly an innocent enough research and interest space, was completely taken over by deniers. The subreddit was eventually banned for repeated policy violations, but not before it became a case study in how digital communities can radicalize. Dr. Rebecca Lewis, a researcher on online extremism, points out that such spaces not only allow for the spread of hate, but by concentrating it in a single place, only for the members of that community to explode out into multiple different spaces and begin recruiting anew when their initial community is banned. Such environments are challenging to regulate due to the decentralized nature of the internet and the value placed on free expression. While steps have been taken by platform owners to address the worst offenses, the dynamic nature of online communities mean that as soon as one outlet is shut down, another springs up in its place. Experts continue to debate the best approaches to dealing with online hate, balancing the need to curb dangerous speech with the preservation of open discourse. Also note there is nothing inherently new about online Holocaust denial aside the medium through which it is communicated. The ideas and themes of it are a continuation of the old-school Holocaust denial we explored in previous chapters, simply repackaged and distributed anew on the internet. Revisionist interpretations of history, misrepresentation of facts and statistics, misquoting legitimate sources, and sometimes just flatly lying, it's all there, just as it has always been. What's really worrisome, however, isn't the mere continuation of Holocaust denial in the online space, but it appears to have grown more rapidly than it ever could have done back in the old days, and that it has, in some ways, integrated with a broader spectrum of global conspiracy narratives rather than simply being espoused in isolate. Now, it isn't uncommon to find someone who espouses denialism, and they also buy into other wacky ideas like QAnon, Great Replacement Theory, and the 9/11 Truth Movement. They're all regularly packaged up with it, at which point the Jews are often held up as the grand Machiavellian puppet master behind it all. For example, Ghost Ezra, a leading influencer in the QAnon movement, just happens to be a Hitler enjoyer who puts the Jews at the head of the conspiracy. Others in the space will claim that the international Jewry is the secret driving force behind mass immigration to Western nations, or that 4,000 Jews mysteriously never turned up to work on 9/11. Needless to say, all of these claims are utter nonsense. And don't think for a second that this online denialism lives just on the free speech orientated platforms, because if you go looking for it, you can find it nearly everywhere, lurking in the darkest depths of otherwise perfectly reputable sites. Check out the comments below. On iFunny, for example, a site usually known for its light-hearted content, tags such as HOLLiiWOOD propagate denialism alongside grand theories of Jewish global control. But credit where it's due to iFunny, as we don't wish to defame them here, attempts are made to crack down on such content, such as the banning of the original HOLLiiWOOD, but ultimately by using alt accounts and algorithm-dodging tags such as Jews, spelled J-O-O-S, oh I see, oh yeah, clever. Such material continues to spread, despite iFunny's best efforts. I've never heard of iFunny. Similarly, on Telegram, channels such as HOLLiiWOOD, Typhus, Korst, push all the usual talking points that we're now familiar with. But with Telegram's focus on free speech, just like 4chan, we didn't include it earlier as it's a messenger app rather than a discussion board, minimal effort is made to curtail such discussions, with it being so pervasive that a UN report published in 2020 found that 80% of all German language messages discussing the Holocaust on it are denialist, with the number being 50% for French and English language messages. When pushed for comments on this, Telegram themselves simply commented that Telegram is a platform for free speech where people are welcome to peacefully express their opinions, including those we do not agree with. Yeah, I also mean like 80% of German language messages discussing the Holocaust are denialist. It's not super surprising because people who believe in the Holocaust don't spend a lot of time talking about the Holocaust. You're like, yeah, the Holocaust, it was terrible. It happened. I don't think about it very much. But if I'm like a nut job and I'm like super into like conspiracy about denying the Holocaust, then yeah, I'm going to be into it a lot more. Holocaust denial can also be found on blogs, with an example being the Realist Report. Fortunately, denialist blogs, just like blogs in general to be fair, appear to be all but dead, usurped by more modern mediums. Using the Realist Report as an example again, it's unclear what its circulation is, but given the fact that barely 4,000 accounts follow it on Twitter, we can assume its reach is minimal at best. I have more followers than that, for God's sake, and I think even calling me a Z-list internet celebrity would be generous. The giants of the internet, at least, Facebook, YouTube, and the like, are fastidious about removing denialist content. YouTube implemented a fat ban on such content in 2019, and now videos uploaded to the site are automatically scanned for such materials, and publishing will be denied if discovered. Furthermore, any that slip through the algorithm are purged from the moment they're discovered. It's a similar situation with Facebook, with the site flatly banning denialist materials in 2020, and now automatically scanning for and removing such content. Yeah, I imagine if you upload a denialist thing to YouTube, they're going to delete the video, and you're going to get, like, there's these things called community guideline strikes, where you do something against community guidelines and you get 3 of them, and if you use them all up, then you get banned. I imagine a bit like this, it's just like, you're out. Right? Also, with big platforms, even before these bans, community self-regulation typically kept the worst denialism in check, with far larger and far more representative of real-world user bases of these platforms organically creating backlash sufficient to either bury the content deep in the algorithm or see it willingly removed. This is typified by a 2019 YouTube video uploaded by AJ+, an online platform run by the Al Jazeera network, titled "What is the truth behind the Holocaust and how did the Zionist movement benefit from it? Bruh." This video was exactly what it sounded like, and the backlash from it was so great that AJ+ willingly took it down and fired the 2 employees responsible for its production and posting. Goddamn right. We must also consider the role of algorithms in proliferating denialist material online. In their conception, algorithms in social media are quite a clever idea. They learn who you are and push content you're liable to like. Normally, No stress if my suggested feed takes me down a surprisingly interesting model railway rabbit hole. You're damn right I want more of that good stuff in my feed, but when applied to denialism, it becomes altogether darker. To explain further, if a user engages with denialist content, there is the chance the algorithm may suggest more of the same, leading the user down the path of increasingly extreme content. Studies have shown that once users enter this algorithm-driven pathway, they can find themselves stuck in an echo chamber, with a well-meaning algorithm thinking it is doing nothing but helping retain that customer's clicks. And I mean it is. It is. Echo chambers can be extremely dangerous. They reinforce extreme beliefs and create tight-knit communities that normalize misinformation. Within these digital bubbles, denialism can thrive unchecked, as dissenting voices and factual counter-arguments are systematically filtered out. Fortunately, at least, since the mainstream platforms have a hard crackdown on denialist materials, such algorithmic rabbit holes are at least a lot harder to fall down now. Throughout this chapter, a single phrase has continually reared its head: free speech. And this raises a very interesting debate, because while I'm sure we're all in agreement that Holocaust denial should be combated, how far should we go to achieve that end? Advocates for unrestricted free speech assert that the best approach to counter Holocaust denial is through open discussion, where false narratives can be directly challenged and debunked. Those proponents often cite the potential for overreach, where restrictions on speech might suppress legitimate discourse and academic freedom. They argue that the answer to bad speech is more speech, not less. Contrastingly, those in favor of restrictions contend that such content is inherently harmful, perpetuating falsehoods that can incite hatred and violence. Ooh, this is a complicated one, isn't it? Because I feel it's much easier to get hooked into a conspiracy than it is to get hooked out of a conspiracy for whatever reason. Like, people fall into conspiracy theories, and I feel it's hard for them to get out of it. Like, they just get locked into that thinking, which is quite dangerous. Yeah, it's a tricky issue, isn't it? They argue that Holocaust denial is not merely an expression of opinion, but an assault on truth that undermines the dignity of survivors and victims. Scholars like Deborah Lipstadt, who has published extensively on Holocaust denial, supports educational efforts and legal measures to combat the spread of such dangerous misinformation, up to and including censorship online. On the other side of the debate, we have Nadine Strossen, a former president of the American Civil Liberties Union, or ACLU, and a prominent law professor who holds a libertarian view that emphasizes the potential risks of censorship. She argues that suppression of free speech can backfire, often driving prohibited ideas underground where they may flourish without challenge. The ACLU, historically wary of any form of censorship, upholds the principle that the protection against hate speech should come from counter-speech and education rather than bans or legal sanctions. In the academic realm, people like Timothy Gart and Ash have explored the concept of free speech but not cheap speech. The idea that while free speech is a fundamental right and essential for a healthy democracy, it should not be a free-for-all platform for spreading misinformation, hate speech, or harmful propaganda. Then there's Cass Sunstein, a legal scholar. Favoring the restrictive side of the argument, Sunstein has proposed the concept of group libel laws, which would offer protection against hate speech that vilifies a group and incites public hostility. He posits that such laws, already in place in several democracies, mitigate the spread of denialism without encroaching significantly on individuals' right to free speech. Conversely, scholars such as Eric Hines challenge the efficacy of hate speech laws, arguing that they can be counterproductive. Hines suggests that such regulations often fail to protect the intended beneficiaries and can even hinder efforts to combat bigotry. He advocates for unrestricted expression, contending that open dialogue is more effective in confronting and discrediting harmful ideologies. God, this is a hell of a debate, isn't it? I don't know where I stand on this. I really don't. Like, in some ways, I'm like, yeah, people should be able to say what they want. But also, I don't want people spreading propaganda. Tricky. People have lots of opinions on this stuff. Then Jonathan Rauch, a strong proponent of free speech absolutism, argues that the best way to counter bad ideas, including Holocaust denial, is through public debate and criticism, not censorship. Rauch believes that all ideas, even the most repugnant, should compete in the marketplace of ideas. Supporting the more regulatory side, Jeremy Waldron comes in full support of hate speech laws, emphasizing the importance of protecting the dignity of individuals in a well-ordered society. Waldron's work suggests that public order includes the moral order of society, and hate speech disrupts this by marginalizing and demeaning targeted groups. Finally, Danielle Citriner, legal scholar specializing in information privacy, has linked the online harassment facilitated by hate speech to civil rights violations. She calls for a considered approach to regulation that would treat serious, pervasive online abuse as the civil rights violation that it is. With our academic perspectives out of the way, we get to the most important opinion of all, mine. is in George's. Because, as a graduate of a slightly crap university with absolutely no professional experience in all matters of free speech, I'm almost certainly the most qualified man on earth to be wading in and giving his 2 cents on this highly nuanced issue. And this is my take. I absolutely have no idea. And my opinion, which make no mistake, I absolutely do have, is almost certainly biased and overly emotional and absolutely not worth sharing with you. So rather than sharing my thoughts, let me turn it on a man with a much more informed and worldly view than myself, our venerable host Simon. Simon, do you believe it's worth restricting free speech to be able to combat Holocaust denial? Oh, don't do this to me, George. I don't know. It's obviously a super complex issue. Do I think that someone should be publishing a video on YouTube where they're just ranting that the Holocaust didn't happen? Gosh, I want to say yes. Yes. Oh, I don't know, but then people get trapped into this, and then there's young and impressionable people. Oh, I don't know. I really don't know. It's way above my pay grade. Why? And so we find ourselves at the end of our rather deep dive into the history of Holocaust denial. That leaves us with just one last thing to do before we bring this episode to a close. That being to ask ourselves why. Why do people entertain Holocaust denial? What are their motivations? Are there any psychological traits that predispose people to believing in it? And so on and so forth. Fortunately, we don't have to rely upon the musings of our own tiny, smooth brains, for I've scoured far and wide to assemble a list of expert-endorsed motivating factors that help us out. The first is the desire for understanding and certainty. People naturally seek explanations for significant events, especially those that are traumatic or perplexing. In a study titled Too Much of a Good Thing, The Paradox of Confidence, published in 2012, a group of researchers found that overconfidence is often associated with a desire for certainty. Conspiracy theories often offer a seemingly coherent narrative that makes sense of an otherwise chaotic reality and thus proves psychologically comforting. People prefer explanations that neatly fit into their pre-existing beliefs or worldview, or at least allow them to easily arrive at a conclusion without having to challenge their preconceptions or consider difficult topics, a concept known as cognitive consonance. To me, this would describe the first generation of early mass Holocaust denial. Such a horrific event was so inconceivable to them that they simply denied it rather than accept the bare and difficult questions about man's inhumanity to man. In addition to cognitive consonance, we also have cognitive dissonance as a potential explanation. First coined by Leon Festinger in his seminal work 1957, A Theory of Cognitive Dissonance, it describes the psychological discomfort experienced when an individual is presented with information that fundamentally contradicts their pre-existing beliefs or values and the irrational beliefs that grow therefrom. Rather than altering it, this is such a good piece, it's such a clever idea. Rather than altering their worldview, individuals with this often resort to denial or revision of the facts to alleviate their mental strife. This can naturally lead to Holocaust denial. An individual finds that the irrefutable evidence clashes with personal or ideological beliefs, Germanophilia, Nazism, etc., and as a response, they deny the Holocaust flatly to avoid having to question those deeply held beliefs. I personally think this fits most of the deniers that we discussed today. Mass Holocaust denial after the war, a result of a contradiction in the perception of the world. Mass Holocaust denial after the war, a result of a contradiction in their perception of the world. Hogan, a clear inability to reconcile his positive opinions of Germany with its foul deeds of World War II. The same for Irving. After all, he was clearly a man who held Germany in high regard, hence his moving there when he bailed on conscription. Another motivation is desire for control and security. In a world that can seem unpredictable and threatening, believing in conspiracy theories can provide an illusion of control and predictability. This is supported by research by Jennifer Whitson and Adam Galinsky in the 2008 paper Lacking Control Increases Illusory Pattern Perception, which suggests that a lack of control leads to a heightened tendency to find patterns where none exist. This motivated reasoning, as expanded upon by Ziva Kunder in a 1990 paper, The Case for Motivated Reasoning, allows individuals to arrive at conclusions that satisfy their needs and desires rather than those supported by evidence. I believe Bardèche is this kind of denier. As a neo-fascist, he had lack of control by holding beliefs that made him a pariah in the post-war world, and in trying to find patterns to justify these beliefs, he arrived at Holocaust denial. Then there's the desire to maintain a positive self-image. Social psychologist Karen Douglas, in a 2003 paper, Psychological Motives and Political Orientation, The Left, the Right, and the Rigid, comment on Jost et al., argues that social marginalization can lead to adopting conspiracy theories. For those who feel disenfranchised by mainstream society, conspiracy theories can provide a sense of community and an avenue to express their grievances. They can also bolster self-worth by providing believers with a sense of being privy to special knowledge that others don't possess. I think we might be onto a winner with this one, as many of the deniers we discussed today seem to match this trope. Again, Bardesh, who was seen his worldview thoroughly defeated in World War II, was able to cling to Holocaust denial as a psychological defense following his ostracization by polite society for being a neo-fascist. It also fits for David Irving. When Hitler's war proved contentious, doubling down on his sympathetic views of Hitler and downing the Kool-Aid gave him an answer to his sudden disenfranchisement from society. Finally, I also believe it fits for App. After his isolationist views saw him fired, he found a community and was eventually fully radicalized by American Nazis, thus providing him with a sense of community when he was purged from academia and lost that which he had previously had. Yeah, I think this is so true. Often the extreme views come from people who are not succeeding in society, or like are not in functional society, or like at the edges, marginalized. They tend to gravitate towards these things, which in a way I kind of believe we shouldn't necessarily be. Is it really best to combat the conspiracy theories and and not just conspiracy theories, but these kind of like extreme views that some people develop in these internet echo chambers? Isn't it better to try and like bring those people into society, which is mostly good and functional, rather than keep them marginalized where they're attracted to these groups? And it's just like I think of incels. Like incels is kind of that modern example. It's like people who are sort of marginalized on the outside of society. They group together and they form these weird things. Whereas really, isn't it better to just kind of be like, yeah, society's cool, come over here, enjoy. It's all good. It's way more complicated than that, obviously, I know, just a thought. Another interesting explanation can be found in Karen Douglas, Robbie Sutton, and Alexandra Chichoka's 2017 paper, The Psychology of Conspiracy Theories. They found that people with lower self-esteem, a strong need for uniqueness, and even narcissistic tendencies are far more likely to believe in conspiracy theories, including Holocaust denial. Again, I think David Irving is a great fit here. His two bungled attempts at higher education, coupled with his bailing on conscription in such a nationalistic and patriotic era, are hardly likely to have bred a high self-esteem, and I can easily see this being one of the motivators for him embracing Holocaust denial in a desperate attempt to appear unique as a historian. Does low self-esteem and narcissism, aren't they kind of mutually exclusive? If you're narcissistic, surely you got high self-esteem because you're like, I'm awesome. But despite this litany of explanations, one denier escapes me. Rattinger. For all my reading, desperate to find a theory that explains why, despite being a wartime anti-Nazi and Holocaust survivor, he would sink into denialism, I just can't figure it out. So let me put it back to Simon. How would you explain him? I can't, George. Like, that's... throughout the whole section, I'm just like, why? Brain tumor? I don't know. Conclusion. And so our journey down the long and loathsome road of Holocaust denial has reached its end. In the last 90 or so minutes, sort of, we have gained a thorough understanding of denialism's history by looking at the evolution of its key thinkers and ideas, and have also delved into some possible explanations of what motivates people to believe such objectively incorrect ideas. But unfortunately, at the end of this journey, we find ourselves having to accept an unpleasant reality. That being that Holocaust denial doesn't appear to be going anywhere anytime soon. We came so close to extinguishing it at the turn of the millennium, only for the internet to rip off its shirt, apply the defibrillator, and bring it back to life with more vigor than it's had for decades. It's exactly because of this fact that an episode such as this is so important. Sure, the history and ideas are interesting enough to learn about, but if we are to live in a world beset by denialism for the foreseeable future, it is crucial that the majority of us understand both the ideas of deniers and the evidence we can use to counter them. To that end, I hope this podcast proved useful to you, and of course, I hope you found it interesting. Thank you for watching.
Why is it so backed up on this side and not on that side? Right? Am I not connected? Maybe I'm not connected with one of them. No, I'm connected. We're at half. 15. 15.7, which wouldn't be enough to keep that there. How would I do that? So you'd split it again, which would give me 7.5. And you split that again. Which would give you 3. Alright, we're gonna try it. We're gonna try it. We're gonna fucking try it. So we split it again. So that's 15. Let's split. Yeah, back up. Backing up. It's doing 10, so I'm doing 60 a minute. Which yes, I could have shifted up there, but also I thought it was low. That's something wrong. Oh, let's change pace. I need to fucking calm down after that.
Yippee-ki-yay, the buckets. I'm Laurie from Norwell's Bar, and welcome to Board Game Club. The first rule of Board Game Club is that once you pass the point of no return, there'll be no way to slow the train down before it reaches Eastwood Ravine. It is the second half of Western Fortnight, and we're saddling up with a bunch of cowpokes here at Drafts Board Game Cafe in London to show you just how much fun board gaming can be. Bang, bang, shooty, shooty, bang, bang. There's more bullets in these guns. Bang, 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 bang. This week we are playing Western Legends, designed by Hervé Lemaitre, Terry tells me, and published by Colossal Games. Last week, Colt Express felt like a frantic fistfight at a phone booth, but in Western Legends, the wide open plains are yours to explore. It is a sandbox game. On your turn, you have 3 actions to spend, and you can spend them doing whatever you want, as long as it makes you a legend. Do you want to be a criminal? Robbing banks, robbing other players, rustling cattle and carving out a legacy as one of the West's most infamous ne'er-do-wells? You can, if you want to be a lawman, keeping the peace round these parts, rounding up the outlaws and becoming a feared force of justice. You can also do that. Although maybe you just want to become a famous prospector or a well-renowned gambler. You can do that too. Do anything you want. But here is the catch. Because throughout the game, players are going to try and get as many legendary points as they can by doing cool stuff. Once one person gets to 20 legendary points though, everyone gets one more round to get as many points as they can, then the game ends and whoever's got the biggest legend wins. Whoever's a bloody legend wins the game, lads. Oi. There is a lot of different stuff you can do in this game, basically. Don't worry, we are going to explain everything as it happens. So it is time to return to the Wild Wild West. Jim West, Rough Rider, don't want nada. None of this is good in this, but I run this Buffalo Soldier, Lucas, like I told you. Who will join the Magnificent Seven and who's going to be saddled with the Ridiculous Six? Find out as we play Western Legends.
Welcome back to the plains. Joining me this week, I'm joined by Sullivan.
Yeehaw!
I'm joined by Laurie.
Yeehaw!
And I'm joined by Jesse from Toy Story.
Howdy, partner.
Excuse me.
Woody's Roundup.
Excuse me, Lord Jesse from Toy Story.
Thank you very much.
We're playing Western Legends. We're going to be exploring this map. We're going to be doing all sorts of different things. We're going to be becoming marshals. We're going to be being excellent lawmen, perhaps. We're going to be trying to gain up this wanted track by being the biggest bandits in the West. Maybe we're going to mine for gold. We're going to rustle some cattle. We're going to buy stuff. We're going to outrun the sheriff. We're going to fight bandits. There's all sorts of things you can do in this game. And we'll talk about how you do each of them when they come up. But here's how you win is the main thing. The first person to get to 20 legendary points, aka becoming the biggest fucking legend in the West, that triggers the final round, so everyone gets the same amount of turns. Well, that seems a good a time as any to introduce our characters. Starting with Sheriff Laurie.
I'm playing Wyatt. I assume that's how it's pronounced, but he is a lawman of some description. I start with a martial point, so I'm probably going to be good. Hunt down these varmints.
I'm playing William the Child. I'm Billy the Kid. I'm wanted as shit. I start the game with 2 wanted points. Wanted points get you legendary points every single turn. Ooh. I also have a revolver, and I'm going to be staying away from you. Mostly.
I'm coming to get you.
Please don't.
I'm coming to get you.
No, I don't.
Here I
go. No, please. Me. No, bang, bang.
Wyatt.
Bang, bang, bang. Coming to get you. Bang, 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 bang. Anyway, who are you?
I'm also a bad boy. I'm Jesse James. I got myself a lovely gun. I got $10. And I'm
What a fucking legend!
And I'm a little bit less of a bad boy than you, but I'll be on my way.
You'll learn.
Bang, 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 bang.
My name is Jesse James. I'm one of the greatest shots in all the West. I'm gonna go around and party poop.
Well, I'm Wild Bill Hiccup.
Oh, Bill Hiccup.
Mainline the soda before coming out.
Wild Bill Hiccup.
Wild Bill Hiccup.
That's what it is.
The gassiest lassie in the West.
Gassiest lassie, that's why they call her the
We
player.
just invented the soda stream.
Soda stream. Well, that's me.
Outlaw Gassy James.
Stay away from me. I'll get you with my wind. But no, I'm not really a bad boy. I'm not really a good boy. I'm a gassy boy. No, but I'm here to play poker, and that's it.
Is that why you're leaning forward so much?
Yeah, just really, really.
Propelled.
Propulsion.
I don't-
That's how I get around the West.
Ridiculous.
I don't need a horse. I got my wind.
I've got my wheel.
The most wanted player is the first player. That would be me. And yeah, you take 3 actions on your turn. You can do the same action multiple times. They are generally move, do a thing on a card, do a thing at a location, or fight someone who's in your space. So I am here. This is me. Yes, I'm as far away from Laurie as I can be. So, on your turn, when your turn starts, everyone's got a special power, by the way, but we won't go into that until we start to reach 5 legendary points, because we're just starting out in the West. We haven't made a name for ourselves yet, but once someone gets to 5 legendary points, they get to use their power, which is huge. But everyone starts with 0. At the start of your turn, you can either gain $20, gain a poker card, one of these lovely poker cards, which you'll be using for duels and also actions and stuff. You can gain $10 and a poker card, or you can gain 2 poker cards. Those are your 3 choices. 2 poker cards, 1 of each, or $20. And I'm going to start by gaining $10, please. And then for my first trick, I'm going to play Payday. Gain $30.
Oh.
Turns out money does pay. I'm gonna discard that here. So I've done 1 action, which is the payday. My second action is going to be moving, and moving lets you move up to 2 spaces. And in this game, diagonal spaces are considered adjacent. So I'm going to move 1, 2. And for my third action, I'm gonna buy a horse.
No, a horse?
What you gonna call him?
Well, actually, once I've upgraded the horse, it does come with a name. I don't know what the name is on the other side of this horse, but that will be its official name. I'm not going to look, that will be a nice surprise, but now, on future turns, I can move 4 spaces instead of 2. And because it's the end of my turn, and I am wanted, no one's been able to catch me yet. Wake up, man. I gain 1 legendary point. I'm winning.
Well, we may as well give up now.
Yes.
He's too far out ahead. He bought that horse and didn't even spend any money.
Oh, well, yes, I should spend this money, I suppose.
You stole that horse.
I stole that horse.
Look at how good of the
William
game
the
he is.
child.
Great. Fantastic. It's my turn?
Your turn.
Right. I'm going prospecting for gold.
Yeehaw! So you've moved,
Yeah.
and you're going to prospect.
Here we go.
So you've rolled these 2 dice. You've got nothing for that one, but you do have 1 gold nugget for that. Whenever you prospect, you roll these 2 dice. You can either get gold nuggets, or you can get a bit of money, and that money will be $10, or even better, you can gain $10 and re-roll this dice. Find just dollar bills on the wall, I suppose. That's takes you have 1 action left.
All I'll do is go boop, a boop.
A boop, a boop.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Yeehaw! And because you're wanted, you are also winning. No consequences for crime.
Yeah!
But there are consequences for gambling, which is what I'm going to do right now. Hope they're positive.
Positive consequences.
Consequences.
That's what they call me. Wild Bill Hiccup. But anyway.
Wild Bill, positive consequences.
Absolutely. So I'm going to take a little move next to the saloon, because I think I have to take revenge with spaces.
Sullivan, it would be remiss of me if I did not bring you up on something. You forgot to take your bonus at the start of your turn.
Oh my goodness, I'm gonna take a poker card and $10. Thank you very much.
Now, Wild Bill, what would you like to do? 2 poker cards, $20, or 10 and a poker card?
I think I'm going to do a 50-50 split. That's what I'm going to do. So I'm going to take $10, 10 fresh US dollars, and 1 beautiful gambling poker card. So what I'm going to do now, I've moved.
Why are you
What
I'm going to do now? You're doing it.
I'm going to take this poker card.
God damn it.
You're doing it like you're doing a card trick. Watch the lady. Watch the lady.
That's the ladies. I can do that later at the cabaret. But I am turning into Boston. Hold on. Howdy, howdy. So.
Howdy, howdy, howdy.
I'm Woody. Howdy, howdy.
So now I've gone to the saloon, and what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna play poker, and no one's around to play poker with me, so I'm playing against the house.
That's right. So you are playing poker, which means you will pay $10 ante, and that just goes into the middle here.
Right.
Anyone who is in the town with you could also throw in $10 and join this poker game, but seeing as you are the only one, you're going to be playing against the dealer, which is the player to your left, which is Laurie over here. Actually, sorry, no, player to your right. You're playing against Sullivan. So Sullivan, set your card hand aside.
Okay.
Draw 4 poker cards.
Here we go.
And now, there is a hand of 3. So the flop basically goes into the middle, which is Queen of Spades. Ace of Spades.
Oh my God.
Ace of Spades. King of Hearts. Now, you are going to discard 2 cards to make the best poker hand of 5. And you are going to discard 2 cards, and then the other 2 will just go away because you're the dealer, they ain't your cards. Right. And anyone who needs a quick refresh course on poker hierarchy hands, they're on the sheet here. There they are.
You can't see that. That's tiny.
Yes, but there they are.
They are here.
They're on the screen. I'll take a photo of them. If you haven't played poker before, well, you'll find out. But generally speaking, we're playing Texas Hold'em. That's kind of a weird variant of it. But you're trying to make the best 5-card hand. So you have like a pair, 2 pair, 3 of a kind is better than 2 pair, full house, 4 of a kind, flush, straight. All these things, poker.
Great. So in that case, all right, I got my hand. I don't know how happy I am with it, but we'll see how it goes.
Okay, here we go.
3, 2, 1.
I'm treating that as a jack, so I've got a flush.
You got a flush! You got a flush!
House always wins.
House always wins. Well,
Get discarded.
You have a straight, but that's neither here nor there.
Oh, I thought it was just a regular flush and a royal flush, but it got all the same suit. I got a straight.
A flush is all the same suit.
Yeah.
A straight is a sequential run of 5 cards.
That's the one.
You are the loveliest bandit in the West. Aren't you? I have 5 cards.
I have 5 cards. Either way, bang, bang!
well, so I lost that one, so that means I draw a poker card and
So the dealer doesn't get anything for winning, but you simply lost. You lost your money goes away.
And do I gain a poker card?
You do gain a poker card for at least losing. If you had won, you would have gained $50 and a legendary point.
Well, in that case, so I've moved, I've done my one action, and I'm going to move again. That's my third action.
I'm going to go see some cows.
Yeah, I love some cows.
Cows understand.
Understand. You ever lost a game of poker, cow?
I'm going to tell my story to the cows. It's time for stupid, horrible lawman Sheriff Laurie. I mean, you're not, he's the sheriff, but you're like, you could be his little deputy.
Okay, I could be his little deputy. Can I have $10 and a poker card, please? To begin my turn, thank you.
Worried about this.
No.
He's out to get us.
Yes. He
Out.
doesn't like us.
No, why don't you like us?
Come on.
Hello.
Hello.
Bang, bang.
Bang, bang.
Give me all of your money.
Money, please.
How do fights work?
If you're fighting a bandit,
Yes.
all you have to do is enter their space and the fight starts, so it doesn't cost you an action. Otherwise, you'd have to get to someone's space and spend an action to initiate a fight. Either an arrest, which is you arresting somebody who's on the wanted track.
Sure.
You have to be a marshal in order to do it, which you are. You can duel someone, in which case the winner of that duel wins 2 legendary points. Or you can, I think that's or you can rob another player, which you can do as the marshal, but it will immediately make you one.
Sure. But so does arrest just happen?
If you have to declare the arrest. So when you fight, you declare what it is you're doing. Arrest, duel, or rob. In any kind of dueling situation, it's basically highest card wins. And some things mitigate what those do. For example, what does your justice do?
My justice, after cards are revealed in a fight, increase the value of a card played against you by 1.
Yeah.
Okay. So, yeah, I want to be the little deputy of this sheriff. I'm going to saddle up. I'm going to move to any town space.
Oh, no.
Well, dick and ass.
There, man.
I'd like to be here, please.
No, dick and ass.
Shit. Balls and shit and balls.
Ah,
shit
baby.
and dick and...
I would like to declare an arrest.
Oh, no, don't arrest me.
Oh, no.
No.
All he's done is buy a horse.
I just wanted to buy a horse.
I love horses.
I may have killed someone last year, but I haven't killed. I just bought a horse this year.
Yeah.
It doesn't tick over on New Year's, does it? You're fighting me, are you?
Yes.
Well, shag. All right.
So, I'll just play a card then.
To attempt to arrest, the active player must have at least 1 martial point. Both players, if they fight, they also choose 1 poker card from their hand and place it face down on the table. If they decline, the active player automatically wins the fight. Reveal, then rewards. The player in the fight receives penalties based on the type of fight chosen. If the active player wins, they gain a martial point, so you'll bump up the martial track. And the arrested player gains 1 wound, draws 1 poker card, and is placed at the sheriff's office space. The wanted player also loses all wanted points, all cattle tokens, and half their money and gold nuggets, rounded up. Of course, that's at least something. All right, Laurie, you bastard. Here we go. 3.
I'll check it's the right one. Yep.
3, 2, 1.
Jack.
Well, that is, I'm under arrest.
Oh.
If this card is played in a fight, cancel any wounds you would gain and lose a wound as well. Very nice. So I have been arrested. I am no longer wanted. I go to the sheriff's office. I have repaid my debt to society. You bump up the martial track, which gains you $20. But at least, so I gain a wound, but I do draw a poker card. Well, I can see that my words of tiny Deputy Laura really stuck in his craw. Spelling the pokey, that ain't nothing to Billy the Kid. I was born in prison. I don't know if that's true. And as soon as I get out, well, the milky bars are on me.
How much is a Mustang? $50.
Saving up for a big horse there, Laura?
Saving up for a big horse.
Yeah.
Big horse, saving up for a horse. Saving up for a big horse, saving up for a horse.
Okay, and then for my final action, I'm going to play 1 more poker card. And play Instincts, draw 3 poker cards.
Very nice.
Oh, that's
Very nice. That's a great turn.
There we go.
3 poker cards, please.
Yes, you can, Sheriff. Minded.
Yes.
I'm being a good
Bang.
one.
Sheriff.
All right. Well, it's my turn. I have learned the error of my ways. I am going to take 2 poker cards, and I have decided I am going to. No, I'm going to be a criminal. I'm going to rob this bank. I'm going to go 1, 2 for my first action, 3 for my second action. There's no way, better quick way to get there, is there? 1, nah. And I'm going to rob this fucking bank.
Oh, God.
Yeehaw! Fuck it. You can keep arresting me.
I'm gonna keep arresting. I'm gonna follow you around.
So I'm robbing the bank. I'm heisting, which means I'm essentially fighting the guard. That's what I mean. And you, you, the player to my right, you are fighting. You're fighting as the guard. So the player to the right draws 3 fight cards and chooses 1 to play face down. There you go.
And they have things on them. The value of the cards will determine who wins.
Use.
But there may be extra things on getting the fight cards.
3, 2, 1. Boom. Settle much. The other player in this fight gains 1 wound and discards 1 poker card.
I didn't know. You were very confident. I didn't think you were going to win that.
No. So I've won. I am
wounded.
Yay.
Yes.
I'm wounded quite severely, but I have. I've got $80, please.
$80.
Oh, one thing, Laurie, you should have done on your turn.
Yeah.
You gained a marshal point on your turn, which means you pop that there.
Nice.
That is very important because not only do I gain 80 big whim-whams, but I also gain 3 wanted points. 1, 2, draw a poker card. And then 3, which means that goes there, and because we're playing a 2 to 4 player game, this card is now considered full.
Wow.
Basically breaks, and we get these back, and then whatever happens on here applies to the rest of us.
Oh, nice.
Local rabble. They're mostly kids. The rowdy sons of homesteaders and prospectors. In town, they kick up trouble like a desert wind. The sheriff seems to think their devilry is the work of boys not smart enough to feed mules, but where this is headed is clear. Directly enough, they'll be with the Clantons or worse. Players that contributed to this may gain 1 marshal point or 1 wanted point.
Oh, what will I choose?
Which means I draw another poker card.
Okay. Marshal point. I get 2.
Very nice.
I'm winning.
For now, Laurie. Players that did not contribute to this must lose $20 or gain a wound.
Oh no!
Oh, no. Well,
I'll lose $20.
well, then I gain 1 wound.
We also spawn bandits at every sea location, which is free. So this one spawns bandits.
Nice.
Very nice. So at the end of my turn, I gain 2 legendary points. For being wanted, I'm winning. But I also must draw down to 3 cards.
With these discarded fight cards, they go into a discard pile and they just go to the bottom of it.
Oh, sorry. Reaction. After you gain any number of martial or wanted points on your turn, as a free reaction, play this card from your hand to gain 1 LP. So I'm going to go boop, up there, and then I will draw down to 3, which I have done. There we go.
What do I do with these fight cards? Do I put them in the discard pile or put them on the bottom?
Those go to the bottom. Actually, no, discard. Oh, shit. I'm so sorry. I'm really bad at this game. I could have got there in 1 action.
Yeah.
Because I've got a horse.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, of course. Yeah.
So I'm going to spend my 3rd action of my turn to go 1, 2, 3, 4. Also, these are the current story things. Spend $80 in single action, or end your turn on a location outside of a town. That I can't do because I would have moved there before the current story ended.
Yes. Right. I think I got to hightail out of here. I did have a plan, but it ain't gonna work now because Laura's too close. So I need to go 1, 2. Luckily, those 2 are connected. 2. And 3, 4 for a second action, and then I'm gonna play instinct, where I can pick up 3 more poker cards.
Very nice.
Get myself into a fight. So
Protecting yourself from the sheriff and from his little deputy. His tiny little deputy.
He's so small.
He's such a little deputy.
So small.
Look at him, little deputy. Oh, he's very small. Look at the tiny little deputy.
How do you feel having been brought in by this little tiny deputy?
I feel even smaller than him.
Tiny deputy.
But that's my turn. That's all 3 of my actions.
No, what are we gonna do? Well, I'm not very legendary and I haven't been very lucky, but you know, we're gonna double down.
So sorry. I ended my turn outside of
Very good.
Oh, nice.
There we go. Go ahead, Brooke.
All right, well, so what I'm gonna do, my hand is gonna decrease because I'm wounded. You shot off a finger. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna gain $10. Gonna gain a poker card. There we go.
Poker card.
Yeah. Okay. So what I'm gonna do? Boston.
Hey, what do you gotta do?
What do you gotta do?
You know.
What am I gonna do? You know, the Wild West happened on the Boston Harbor. That's what they say.
Harbor.
Where?
I ain't never seen a cowboy with a Boston accent before, but I've heard they're some of the most dangerous people out there. Ever heard of the Boston crab? I once got caught in that for 3 days.
First, what I'm gonna do.
What I'm gonna do.
What you gonna do?
Howdy. I'm gonna take this here cow.
Yep.
I'm just gonna pocket it.
What did that cow ever do to you?
Pocket it.
Get out.
That's how they did it back in the day.
Jeans were bigger back then.
Yeah.
Levi's had some give.
That's why I'm leaning so much. All the cows in my back pocket.
You weighing me down.
You just stuff it into your belt.
Wow, Bill, all you've done is lose a poker game and then put a cow in your pocket.
I got a God, he's a legend.
This guy robbed a bank and got arrested.
So I've pocketed this here cow. So I'm gonna go back to this house.
I've pocketed this here cow.
Come on, girl.
And I'm gonna try it again. I'm gonna play poker. That's what I'm doing.
Don't take the cow.
Thank God.
This is my lucky cow.
I'm fucking weird.
I'm card counting.
Hey.
Exactly.
Yeah,
It's gonna blow on the dice.
Okay.
Moo! We're playing poker.
Blow on the
Blow
dice.
on the dice when you're playing poker. Blow on these dice. Now, my hand was terrible.
Why is it not working when he's blowing on the dice? It's a lucky cow.
Okay, I'm
we're
a
gonna
house.
play poker.
I've picked up my thing about.
Okie doke.
My thingy bow.
Thingy bobs. And then we have to figure out the flop.
Okay, here we go.
Yeah, their flop.
God.
All right, here comes some great poker.
Here we go. Oh, sorry, that bandit. Get in the way. Oh, thank you. We got a king, the clubs, 5 of hearts, and with that 9 of diamonds.
How many flushes do you think you're gonna get this time?
3 flushes.
3 flushes because it's a big one.
Oh yeah.
I'm playing a junior flush.
I think that's the best thing I can do. Okay. 3, 2, 1.
Great.
I got a single pair.
Got a single pair? Well, I got just a high card, so I can't do anything with that.
Unfortunately,
I've lost again. I've lost again.
Oh, Bill.
However, I do have Lady Luck on my side. I told you that cow was good luck blowing on my dice. But if this card is played in a game of poker, choose one. Gain $30 or draw 1 poker card. If you lose, choose both.
Oh, so you gain $30 and draw a poker card.
Exactly.
Not bad.
Exactly.
Not a bad day for little old Wild Bill, I'll tell you that.
Exactly.
I don't think the gambling's going super well. I might have to change the tune of my trumpet, you know what I mean? So, but luckily there are a lot of other things.
I would like $10, please, and a poker card.
Nice.
Shoo. First of all, I would like to visit this store by myself.
A horsey.
Of course.
A horse, a horse. A horse, a horse.
That will be $50.
A horse for a horse.
A horse for my horse.
Of course, a horse.
So 1, 2, 3.
Very nice. So this doesn't count as an action. You will have another action after this because your fight triggers automatically. You're not declaring it. So yeah, you play against the player to your right, which is Brooke Bourgeois. And you are fighting a bandit, which means the player to your right draws 2 fight cards and chooses one to play face down. If you win this, you gain either a legendary point or a martial point, whichever you fancy.
Alright, let's see what happens. Alright.
All right.
3, 2,
1. What do you got?
King.
King, Jack.
But what does your Jack do?
The other player in this fight gains $10.
Oh, thanks. So basically, this kind of fight deck, the NPC fight deck, if you play a high card, obviously you're more likely to frustrate a player's plans, but you get rewarded for it. Similarly, if you play a low card, it punishes the player. Like you played that 4 and it did any damage, but you knew you were giving me the fight.
I should have played the other card. Would have lost something.
So, I gain my martial point.
And $30.
And I'm also going to play Reputation. After you gain any number of martial points or wanted points on your turn, play this to gain 1 legendary point.
Very nice.
And I've got 1 more action. Does this bandit, what happens to the bandit?
Bandit goes away.
Goes away. Goodbye, you've been arrested. Have fun. And then I'm going to move. I would like to move 1, 2, 3, 4. And then I will play Sprint. At the end of a move action, play this card to move from hand to move up to 2 additional spaces. I'd like to move into space with bandit.
Ooh, very nice.
Make an arrest.
So yes, this fight automatically happens. Brooke, same deal. 2 cards.
Let's see what happens here, Florrie. 3, 2, 1.
Jack.
6, so nothing crazy, but the other player in this fight gains 1 wound. This wound cannot be cancelled.
Ooh. Oh, hang on. I lose 1 wound. If this card is played in the fight, cancel any wounds you gain, lose 1 wound.
But
it
cannot be cancelled. Then you get another $30.
I get $30. Crime really doesn't pay, guys.
And
you'll see.
You finished a place outside.
I've also finished.
Well, I just spent last hour talking to myself or whatever, but yeah.
This is straight.
Thanks for watching. Figured out what we're gonna start with next time. It'll take me at least 4 hours. So if you have any question or any comments or suggestions, make sure you create a clip and leave it in the title so I can see it before next stream. Or if you're watching this on YouTube, then feel free to leave a comment. And yeah. See you next time.
I can't impress how much you are committed to not having anything happen to you.
So we also spawn bandits at A. Any A without bandits on, so there. And I also get to move the sheriff up to 3 spaces. So if I move the sheriff, 1, 2, 3.
Oh, guard the bank. Well, I don't like that. They took all my money away. Where am I supposed to get money other than by robbing the bank? If the Milky Bars are on me, who's paying for the Milky Bars? So my first action is going to be, first of all, I'm going to start by gaining